Liao first found a hidden bush and put away most of the tools, food, detectophones, trackers, and so on that he had prepared. He only kept the basic number for one battle. Then, he went to the grocery store next to the neighborhood and bought a cold soda. With a straw in his mouth, he shook it 3 times with each step, pretending to be a spectator. His eyes, as sharp as the edge of a blade, swept over the faces of every man, woman, and child in the neighborhood, even including the seemingly white-haired, hunched old men. The first fire truck had already stopped below Zhang Daniu's building. A few firefighters drew a cordon in the periphery to stop the crowd from approaching. There were also some who were looking for nearby fire hydrants. However, as Zhang Daniu strictly followed Liao's instructions, he only ignited the clothes and cotton placed inside the pressure cooker. After burning for over 10 minutes, the smoke gradually dimmed and did not lead to a real fire. Therefore, the well-trained firefighters were not in too much of a hurry. They still controlled the scene, evacuated the crowd, and made sure that there were no injured people in the room. Liao observed the trees, branches, and the roofs of the residential buildings, planning the routes to fly up and retreat at ease. Of course, he did not forget to search for suspicious people and soon found more than one target. About 15 meters southwest of him, a middle-aged man was leaning against a bicycle shed. Judging from his appearance and temperament, he should be an office worker who was engaged in a desk job, the kind who lacked exercise and had a big belly. However, contrary to the bulging beer belly, the muscle lines on his hands and feet were quite clear, as if they were made of rebars. They were full of the strength of springs and explosives, and his breath was quite long, too. He only breathed once every 20 seconds or so, which was a sign that his heart and lungs were extremely powerful. How could a man with strong muscles and a strong heart and lungs have a round beer belly? Also, below the boulevard about 20 meters to Liao's right, there was a young woman who was wearing pajamas and pushing a stroller. She seemed to be taking a walk after dinner, but when the breeze blew away her hair, Liao discovered a very inconspicuous earpiece in her ear. It had a spring coil at the back and looked very professional and stable. Although it was just a glance, Liao was certain that it was not a Bluetooth earpiece for listening to music. Besides, it was not very reasonable to listen to music while watching a show with a child, was it? The young woman and the beer-bellied middle-aged man exchanged meaningful glances from time to time, touching their earlobes and nodding their heads. Liao guessed that it was their secret code to ensure the safety of their surroundings. He looked at the stroller that the young woman was pushing. As he expected, it was completely covered. Not even an inch of the baby's skin could be seen. It was already summer, and the weather was hot and humid. Although the fire upstairs was not really on fire, the crowds nearby were enough to raise the temperature of the neighborhood by 3 to 5 degrees. Should he still cover the baby under such circumstances? Something was obviously wrong. Just like that, Liao discovered 6 unusual suspects. 5 of them were taking care of each other. They were all within the range of Liao's vision. It was difficult to take them down at the same time. The 6th one was in other people's sight, too. But the firefighters had decided to evacuate everyone in the neighboring unit at the last minute. The sudden surge of people interfered with his movement, and he had to change his position according to the instructions of the firefighters. This gave Liao an opportunity. At this time, the sky gradually turned dark. The loudly complaining crowd did their best to distract the attention of several suspicious figures. When the 6th suspicious figure tried to go around to the back of a large tree, Liao silently jumped up from behind. His arm was like a strange python as he ruthlessly bit the man's throat, completely silencing the man's cries of alarm. Then, he firmly pressed the man's carotid artery and used 3 seconds to put him into a coma. Thankfully, everyone's attention was focused on the smoking residential building. No one cared about the dark corners of the small garden. Liao dragged the suspect into the bushes and searched his body quickly. Except for a mobile phone, a multipurpose tactical pen, and the communicator in his ear, he found no leads whatsoever. Hardly had he put the communicator into his ear when he heard a voice from inside. "We've found the target on the rooftop. Stay alert. We're going to bring him down." Liao's heart tightened. The first thought that came to his mind was to rush to the rooftop to rescue his companion. But on second thought, if the enemy had the intention to kill, he could have killed Zhang Daniu as soon as possible. There would have been no need to waste his time informing his companions. After all, he could have drowned him in the water tank. There wouldn't have been any trouble. Since they wanted their companions to be alert and remove their target, it was obvious that they were going to remove a living person, not a cold corpse. Zhang Daniu's residential building had a total of 3 units. He lived in the unit on the far right. Since it was the scene of a fire, the residents had long been evacuated. The entrance had been cordoned off and only firefighters could enter. The second unit in the middle was being evacuated because of the spreading fire. Many residents were running out of the corridors one after another. The 3 units on the left were the furthest away from each other. They were not forcibly evacuated, but many residents still came downstairs to watch the show. And from the rooftop, one could freely go down to the corridor of the 3 units. Liao estimated that the enemy must have pretended to be a resident and evacuated through the stairs of the second unit. As he expected, while he was lurking in the bushes, he noticed that the other 5 suspects were all gazing at the entrance of the corridor of the second unit. Taking a deep breath, Liao crouched and dashed toward the 5 suspects. They don't seem to be superpowered people. At least, they are not superpowered people like Zhao Kai, who have awakened the memories of their previous life and turned into monsters and assassins. They are just well-trained warriors. Liao thought to himself, so, does the enemy have an even more awesome mission? Hiding in the darkness? Forget it. I have to rescue him. With a sliding step, Liao moved to the back of the middle-aged man who had a beer belly and strong muscles. He called out softly, "Hello." The middle-aged man was already in a highly tense state. When he turned his head instinctively, Liao's hand happened to cut his Adam's apple. He held his Adam's apple until it was crooked. His eyes were wide open, but he could not utter a single word. Almost at the same time, the 3 nails in Liao's palm suddenly shot out. The target was not a suspicious person but the tires of the fire engine. Normal iron nails would not make too much noise when they pierced through the tires, but Liao had poured all his strength into the iron nails and pierced through 2 tires. As he expected, one of the tires made a bang sound, giving everyone a scare. It also caused everyone, including the suspicious person, to temporarily shift their attention to the fire truck. Taking the opportunity, Liao zigzagged in the crowd and finished off the other 2 suspects neatly. Right now, there were only 2 suspicious persons left. They had also discovered Liao's existence. Not good. Their exclamations came over from the communicator. Don't. Maybe they wanted to warn their companions in the corridor not to come down. But their warning was interrupted by Liao's iron nails. Seeing that his tracks had been exposed, Liao simply stopped hiding and stomped on the floor tiles, shooting into the corridor of the second unit like an arrow released from a bow. Orange lights were blinking inside the narrow corridor. Most of the residents had been evacuated. Liao raised his head and saw a brawny man helping Zhang Daniu down the stairs. He didn't have time to think. He opened fire with his iron nails and broke the lights of the corridor, plunging the surroundings into darkness. At the same time, one of the nails slanted upwards and pierced into the guy's jaw, while the other, which was even more insidious, pierced into the guy's foot. Since the guy had just reached the first floor, his feet were at the same level as Liao's head, and it was difficult for him to notice Liao. Besides, the lights were off, and his pupils were enlarged. It was already the best he could do to avoid the nail aimed at his jaw. How could he avoid the nail aimed at his foot? The nail pierced through the man's military boots easily and nailed his feet, boots, and stairs together. Ah! The muscular man screamed and tried to pull the nail out. Liao took the opportunity to run up and pull Zhang Daniu. Weird things happened. The muscular man and Zhang Daniu both took out a black, shining dagger and stabbed it at Liao's chest. What the hell? Liao was not scared of the sudden attack, but he didn't understand why Zhang Daniu was attacking him. He glanced at Zhang Daniu's face from the corner of his eyes, only to discover that the guy's face was blank, his eyes were blank, and his pupils were unfocused. He looked like a puppet that was being manipulated and had no idea what he was doing. Liao looked at the muscular man again. He was holding a saber in his right hand, but his left hand was stuck to Zhang Daniu's back. His 5 fingers were shivering in a weird frequency, as if he was controlling Zhang Daniu's nerves and muscle network through his spine. So that's how it is. Some kind of very advanced hypnotism. Now that he had figured out the mechanism, there was nothing to be scared of. Liao sneered and watched the 2 daggers passing by his eyes again. They were aimed at the left leg of the muscular man and stomped on it. The left leg of the muscular man was already in a lot of pain. Now that it had been stomped on by Liao, his attack and control skills had been seriously affected. His left hand was in a mess, and Zhang Daniu was cramping violently. No longer under his control, Liao took the opportunity to gather his fingers and peck the muscular man's underarm. The peck broke at least 5 ribs of the muscular man. His dagger left his hand, and he fell backward. Liao was not willing to let it go. He chased after the muscular man and smashed his elbow into the muscular man's chest. The muscular man was immediately knocked out and foamed at the mouth. Zhang Daniu was still in a daze. Liao had never learned any hypnotism techniques before. Therefore, he could only slap Zhang Daniu dozens of times in the simplest and crudest way. Zhang Daniu's eyes were finally focused again when Liao noticed that his cheeks were bulging and glittering. Woo-woo. Holding his cheek, he mumbled, "What happened? Why is it so painful? Master Niu, don't be scared. I'm here." Liao dragged Zhang Daniu and ran up the stairs. "Just now, some evil superpowered people tried to hurt you, but I eliminated them all." "Is that so?" Zhang Daniu was still confused. He groped his body instinctively and said, "Why doesn't my body hurt at all? My face is the only thing that hurts like fire. My molars are all loose. Maybe your resistance infuriated the animals and they were trying to force you to submit in such a way." Liao said, "These guys are brutal by nature. They are all cold-blooded animals who can do anything. Just slapping them is good enough for you. Anyway, just ignore the details. Master Niu, let's go." "Where are we going?" Zhang Daniu asked curiously. "Aren't we going downstairs? The corridor is blocked. Their men are outside." Liao answered simply. He rushed to the 3rd floor, picked a random room, kicked the door open, and brought Zhang Daniu to the balcony. "These are detectophones and trackers. They are effective within 500 meters and can be used for 24 hours. They are products of cultivation technology." Liao stuffed 2 crystal chips as thin as the wings of a cicada into Zhang Daniu's hands. "Hide them in the most secret place on your body. If we are unfortunately separated, we will have to rely on these things to save our lives." Zhang Daniu took the chip and hesitated. Hide it here. What else can I do? Get you a hotel room?" Liao was anxious. "The enemy will catch up to us any moment. Let's not waste our time, Master Niu." "All right." Zhang Daniu gritted his teeth and made up his mind to unbuckle his belt. "Master Niu, what are you doing?" "Hiding eavesdroppers and trackers. Didn't you ask me to hide them in the most secret places on my body?" "I meant the bottom of your sock, Master Niu." Oh. While Zhang Daniu was hiding the detectophones and trackers, Liao had already observed the environment behind the neighborhood and figured out 11 routes of escape. "Yes." Zhang Daniu tied his shoelaces again and looked down from the balcony on the 3rd floor. He clicked his tongue and said, "Are we going to jump off the 3rd floor? Are you kidding me? How could I?" Liao smiled. He suddenly picked up Zhang Daniu by the collar and threw him off the balcony. "I'm throwing you off." "Ah!" Zhang Daniu danced and screamed in midair. Liao, on the other hand, was the first to arrive. Like a shooting star chasing after the moon, he was the first to land on the ground. With quick reflexes, he grabbed Zhang Daniu's ankle and swung it 3 times like a ball, reducing most of the impact and ensuring that Zhang Daniu landed steadily. "Hoochie! Hoochie! Hoochie! Hoochie!" Zhang Daniu's face was pale and lifeless. His legs were shaking violently. "If you want to scream, wait until it's safe. Master Niu, we..." While Liao was talking, His pupils constricted violently, and the hair on his arms stood up like the sharp thorns of a porcupine. When he was on the third floor just now, he had clearly scanned the surroundings with his vision that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. There was clearly no one in the surroundings of the dilapidated bushes downstairs. However, when he and Zhang Daniu jumped down together, 3 weirdly dressed guys with extremely dangerous auras appeared in front of them and stared at them. The bald, muscular man in the middle was more than 2 meters tall. He was wearing a loose version of a large sportswear, but it covered his bulging muscles in a soul-stirring way, as if the sportswear would be torn apart like candy if he moved slightly. Complicated tattoos were all over his bald head, which seemed to be the pattern of a thunderstorm. What was weird was that the tattoos seemed to be alive. The lines that looked like lightning were blinking weirdly. On the right side of the bald man was a petite girl. Her body size was in sharp contrast to his, but her gloomy temperament was equally sharp. She was wearing a black suit with lace edges. A crow with scarlet eyes was perched on her shoulder, cawing. The one on the left was a woman, too, but she hid most of her face in the wide-brimmed hat and the collar of her coat. To be honest, it was quite weird that she was wearing a coat on such a hot day. However, Liao noticed that her golden hair, eyes, and the dense tattoos or runes all over her body through the gaps of her coat. It was probably why she had to hide her real appearance. At this time, the sky was getting darker and darker, which was very abnormal. There was no telling where the fog came from, but it surrounded the 5 of them from all directions like overturned dry ice. Liao had a very strange feeling. The air seemed to have turned into thick glue. The alarms of the fire trucks and the noises of the neighbors all turned vague, as if they were coming from hundreds of meters away. Or maybe he and Zhang Daniu had been dragged into a weird space where they would not be disturbed no matter how they struggled. Liao pondered whether or not he should greet the 3 weirdos first and get some information from them. But the golden-haired woman in the coat shook it open, revealing countless tools that looked like brushes and paints. She drew something on the ground skillfully. After only a few seconds, Liao saw the outline of a complicated, round pattern. The smell of energy gathering was rolling in the air, like static electricity before a storm. Whatever the blonde woman was drawing, it must be something extremely dangerous. Liao changed his mind. He could not let her finish it. Hew! Hew 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 hew. More than 10 steel nails were launched at the same time, drawing more than 10 miserable arcs in the air. Except for 2 of them, which were aimed at the bald man and the crow girl, the rest of the steel nails were all aimed at the blonde woman. Even Liao himself was hiding behind more than 10 steel nails and shooting at the other party like nails. The bald man, the crow girl, and the blonde woman all put on a mocking smile at the same time. The blonde woman didn't dodge and continued drawing her weird patterns. The bald man, on the other hand, strode forward and roared. He tightened his muscles and formed a giant shield of flesh and blood to block all the nails. Chi! 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 The iron nails pierced into their flesh. The bald man and Liao both exclaimed in disbelief. As far as Liao was concerned, he did not expect the bronze muscles of the bald muscular man to be so tough that the iron nails that he had shot through walls and steel plates failed to pierce through them. On the bald man's side, he had underestimated Liao's strength. He had thought that he would be able to knock the iron nail away. He did not expect that the nail would pierce half an inch into his flesh and release a burning pain, making him cry out in surprise. However, the nails alone were far from enough. The bald, muscular man pulled out an iron nail from his muscle and licked the blood on it. The hideousness on his face was even more intense as he strode toward Liao. With every step he took, the muscles all over his body wriggled and rolled like giant serpents. Soon, all the iron nails were squeezed out by him. Who? The bald, muscular man raised his saber and slashed down. Since Zhang Daniu was right behind him, Liao had no choice but to cross his arms and take the attack. Boom! Liao felt that a crashed plane had crashed between his arms and almost knocked him into the mud. Blood was surging inside his chest, and his heart was beating so fast that it seemed to be bursting out of his ribs and chest. However, it was exactly the bombardment that unlocked a certain shackle deep inside his brain or his heart inch by inch. The strength that he had not felt for a long time poured out of the collapsing dam, making him feel hungry. It had been a long time since Liao was this hungry. It was not the hunger when the superpower was just awakened, but the emptiness deep inside the soul that could not be described with words. Such emptiness could not be satisfied by food. Only the painful moans of the enemy could soothe it temporarily. Liao let out an inhuman roar from the depths of his throat. He actually grabbed the right arm of the bald muscular man. His 10 fingers pierced deeply into the muscles like a pair of tongs, using the heart-wrenching pain to numb the muscular man's reaction. Immediately after, his pair of hands fiercely pulled downwards, and his entire body soared into the air. His knee ruthlessly crashed into the face of the muscular man as if it were a drill. Only a crack could be heard. Even if the bald muscular man had trained his body to be as hard as steel, he was unable to cultivate a layer of muscles on his tibia. When Liao landed on the ground, half of his face had already collapsed. Blood spurted out from his nostrils and eye sockets. The malevolent look on his face turned into shock and horror. He was no longer as calm as a few seconds ago. Before the bald, muscular man moaned. The crow girl exclaimed in shock. She didn't expect that the dangerous aura of the unknown Liao would be 10 times stronger than before. With a shake of her shoulder, the crimson-eyed crow soared into the sky and lunged at Liao. In the meantime, countless flapping wings echoed in the mist. Crows, sparrows, night owls, all kinds of famous and unknown birds blocked the sky, the fog, and Liao's 5 senses, as if he had been trapped in a maze of black feathers. It's an illusion. Liao was very sure that, in such a crowded, brightly lit metropolis, even if the enemy had the ability to communicate with birds, it was impossible for them to summon so many birds in such a short period of time. And it was also impossible for the normally docile birds to turn into terrifying sky predators. Therefore, it was all an illusion and could not fool him. Liao sniffed and closed his eyes, ignoring the noises around him. Instead, he constructed an identical battlefield of mist in his brain according to the information and data he collected just now and rushed toward the golden-haired woman in his memory. As he expected, thousands of sparrows, crows, and night owls were hovering in the sky, pretending that they were going to attack him, but none of them really landed on him. Seeing that Liao was about to reach the blonde woman, the muscular man, whose face had half collapsed, showed amazing vitality and managed to stand up. He even broke a branch nearby and charged at Liao, sweeping everything in his way. His skin was overflowing with an inhuman metallic gloss, making him look like a lump of lumpy iron. When he punched, the air was filled with the sound of rushing wind. Liao's direction and speed remained unchanged. However, he suddenly leaned forward and kicked the iron fists of the bald, muscular man with his right hand on the ground. After a series of hurried and dull noises, dazzling sparks were bursting out between their fists and feet. "Asshole!" the bald, muscular man finally roared in fury. Liao, on the other hand, did not seem to be in the middle of an intense battle. Instead, he seemed to have just finished a 2-hour hot bath and was in the middle of a Thai massage. As the bald, muscular man bombarded him with his iron fists, every acupoint on his body was opened. Bam! Another dull sound echoed. Liao withdrew half of his strength and did not burst out until he kicked the bald man. Not only did he kick the bald man 3 to 5 meters away, he also flew close to the ground toward the blonde woman like a bat. Blocked by the bald man and the crow girl, the gold-haired woman was drawing on the ground. The complicated rune array was almost completed, too. She took off her wide-brimmed sun hat. Her coat was flapping in the air, too, revealing the tattoos that extended from her arms to her neck and from her neck to her eyebrows. They were countless zigzagging, tadpole-like words. As far as Liao knew, they did not belong to any ancient language family on Earth. Instead, they seemed to be variations of a certain cuneiform script. Her hair and eyes were originally as dazzling as the sun, but at this moment, they had completely faded away, becoming as bleak as an albino's. A series of strange syllables came from the depths of her throat. It was somewhat similar to Zhao Kai's As the spells were flying, the wedge-shaped tattoos on her body were glittering together with the runes on the ground. Not good. Sensing the great threat, Liao stomped on the ground and accelerated again, turning into a streak of brightness. But miserable croaks were echoing in the sky. A few stinky objects darted at him and exploded right in front of him. It was a crow. Not all the crows and sparrows were fakes. In the thousands of illusions, more than 10 real crows and sparrows crashed into Liao under the control of the crow girl. Liao's maximum speed was as high as that of a jet airliner. Therefore, the consequences of the crows and sparrows hitting him were as miserable as those of birds hitting an airliner. Although Liao's body had been strengthened, he was still slowed down by half a second when the crow hit the sparrow. In the half second, countless weeds and vines grew out of the ground and tied up his ankles like iron wires, digging into his skin and flesh. The more he struggled, the tighter they tied him up. Liao was not able to free himself for a moment. His high-speed sprinting posture was disrupted by the crows and the vines, and he fell to the ground. By the time he blew away the feathers, freed himself from the vines, and regained his balance, the white-haired woman had already completed the entire process of casting the spell. She seemed to have been seriously ill. All her vitality had been drained by the pattern below her feet. Her flesh and blood, which had been plump and full, withered at a visible speed, making her look like a skeleton. All that was left was a pair of bright eyes that were staring at Liao. She had already closed her mouth, but the weird curse was still echoing in Liao's brain, sharper and louder. The sound irritated Liao. His blood was boiling, as if somebody had set his internal organs on fire and rubbed his cells at a high speed. His mitochondria lost control and released all the heat. Damn it! I've been fooled. Alarm bells were ringing inside Liao's brain. What kind of superpower is this? Using a certain high-frequency ripple to make my cells lose control, tampering with the command for the mitochondria to generate energy, causing the temperature of my cells to continuously rise, causing my body to spontaneously combust, burning me alive. Is this a superpower or magic? Boom! The word magical had only just appeared in Liao's mind when his internal organs and skin started burning furiously. His entire body turned into a large, bright fireball. In the next moment, the scene and his memories became fragmented and blurred. All he could see was Zhang Daniu screaming and raising his hands as he was taken away by the 3 superpowered people, or rather, the magician. The mist around him gradually thinned. He found himself in a familiar neighborhood again. He could hear the sirens of fire trucks and ambulances. Then he knew nothing. Liao had a brand new dream. It was a strange dream that was completely different from the evil-looking woman who was wearing a T-Rex gun and had thin arms and legs. He was in a city. Maybe it was Jiangnan City, or maybe it was the city where he had lived in his previous life. He seemed to be running away from something in a hurry. The city was empty. There was no one except him, but the roads and the streets were changing randomly like a maze that was alive. Not far behind him, an enormous silver ball that looked like a balloon was floating in midair and chasing after him unhurriedly. Liao ran and ran. He wanted to run out of the scanning range of the silver ball, but no matter how fast he was or how tricky his route was, every time he turned around, he would see the silver ball following him. On a closer look, he discovered that there was a silver-white thread on the back of his head that was either a blood vessel or a nerve. The thread dragged all the way to the bottom of the silver ball. As it turned out, the silver ball was not chasing after him, but he was guiding it forward. An indescribable sense of powerlessness surged out of Liao's heart. He stared blankly at the silver ball. The shell of the silver ball was glittering like an uneven mirror. His reflection in the mirror was broken and twisted. He did not look like himself at all. Then again, who was he exactly and what should he look like? Who am I? Am I Liao? What is the so-called Liao? Where am I from? Where am I going? What is my destiny? Liao shuddered. When he woke up from the cold bed, he found himself wrapped in an airtight plastic membrane. There was also a zip in front of him that pulled the plastic membrane all the way to his head. What is this? Why did you put me inside? It hurts. The stuffy. It tickles. Liao pondered and tried to recall what had happened when he was in the coma. Finally, he understood. This is a body bag, right? Liao was immediately back to himself. He felt that he was an overbaked sweet potato whose shell had been completely carbonized into a black lump. Thankfully, it was still moist and sweet inside and could still be saved. Thump, thump, thump. While he was thinking, his heart started beating again. The blood that flowed to his body seemed to contain marvelous recovery drugs that could accelerate the division of cells, the regeneration of flesh and blood, and the healing of wounds. He even felt that he had been cleansed and reborn. Yes, it was amazing. Liao seemed to be able to see that the mitochondria factories inside all the cells inside his body were functioning normally again and providing stable and powerful energy for the cells to regrow. The broken nerves, veins, and muscle fibers were reconnected in a way beyond the range of human beings. His brain cells seemed to have experienced a comprehensive upgrade because of the burning flames. He had awakened more mysterious abilities and could even record what happened to him when he was in a coma. It seemed that the three super experts had kidnapped Zhang Daniu after they set him on fire and turned him into a giant fireball. Maybe because they were pressed for time, the mist barrier that they had set up was dispersing and about to be discovered, or maybe because they were very confident in the magic of the white-haired girl. In short, they did not attack Liao, who was burning furiously. Well, since he was already in such a state, there was no need to attack him at all. Afterward, the other party disappeared, and the fog dissipated. Naturally, Liao was discovered by the firefighters and the masses. Although he didn't understand how the fire on the 5th floor had implicated the bystanders on the ground, he was still extinguished by the firefighters who had done their duty. He was sent to the ambulance, to the emergency room of the hospital, directly to the morgue. That's magic, right? That must be magic, right? Liao asked himself. Anyways, there shouldn't be such a technique in the world of 40,000 years of cultivation. Although it takes a long time to perform and requires all kinds of complicated materials, once it is done, it can lock onto the target's body without the need to aim and start burning from the depths of the internal organs and cells. It is indeed an unpredictable technique. But how is it possible? Why is there something as unscientific as magic in this world? Of course, as a cultivator hero who has come back from the dead, I don't seem to have the qualifications to berate magic for being unscientific. However, it's just that, first it was cultivation, then it was magic. Who the hell knows how many inconceivable powers still exist in this world? How many mysterious and unfathomable lives? What kind of world is this? While thinking, Liao tried his best to recover his body functions. Right then, he heard light footsteps outside the morgue. It was not a doctor but a bunch of well-trained warriors or assassins who had perfect control over their muscles and balance. There were 4 of them. Liao had heard the footsteps of 3 of them when he was in Zhang Daniu's neighborhood. They were the beer-bellied middle-aged man, the young woman who was pushing the stroller, and the muscular man who had kidnapped Zhang Daniu and was suspected to be adept at hypnotism or puppetry. The muscular man was limping because Liao had pierced his foot with a nail. There was no way that he could be mistaken. But the footsteps of the 4th person did not belong to the mysterious people in the neighborhood. And he happened to be the most dangerous one. The man's footsteps seemed to be fast, but they were actually slow. Every step he took seemed to be a random landing spot, giving the feeling that he was unpredictable and unpredictable. Liao imagined that, if he were a gunman lurking in the darkness, it would be very difficult to lock onto the target. Just by the sound of his footsteps, Liao could tell that the mysterious newcomer was much more difficult to deal with than the other 3. Liao tightened every muscle on his body, but he completely relaxed after pondering for a moment. He even stopped the rhythm of his internal organs and cells and pretended that he was a cold corpse again. There were 4 of them and only 1 of him. Also, he was heavily wounded and hungry. The energy inside his body was running dry. If a conflict broke out in such a situation, his odds of winning were slim. Besides, Liao was very curious as to what these people were doing here. This was the morgue. Theoretically speaking, he was already a corpse. These people didn't need to whip his corpse to vent their anger, right? Therefore, was it possible for him to get some information from their conversation? Nobody would be prepared for a dead body, right? Liao decided to take a gamble. The moment his heart stopped beating, the door of the morgue was opened silently. For guys whose identities and positions were unknown walked in. The dangerous figure that had never been seen before seemed to be a lady. A vague scent of perfume drifted into Liao's nostrils and tickled his nasal membranes and brain cells, making him want to sneeze. Liao was not sure whether or not it was his opponent's way of testing him and trying to suppress all his physiological activities. Thankfully, after being reborn in the raging flames, his control over every organ in his body had reached an exquisite level. With a telepathic thought, not only could he expand the organs such as the pupils by 6 times, he could also completely cut off the life force of a certain organ. Hiss! The zip of the body bag was pulled open. Liao could feel that the other 3 people could not help but cover their mouths and noses. There was no telling whether it was because of the stench of the burnt body or because they were frightened by his anxious appearance. But the dangerous woman who had just appeared stuck her head out and observed for a while. She gestured for someone to pull the body bag up. Who is he? The dangerous woman, whose body was emitting a weird scent, extended her slender fingers and tapped Liao's metal bed unhurriedly, frowning. I don't know, Miss. Mournful mist. The muscular man who had kidnapped Zhang Daniu a moment ago said respectfully. At 6 o'clock in the evening, we were looking for our target in the Green Garden District, according to your instructions. The guy showed up quietly and knocked down 5 of us before he took our target away. According to our analysis, his speed and agility are beyond the limits of human beings. He should be an awakened one. At first, we thought that he was a member of the Apocalypse. What was odd was that, after he took away the target and jumped down from the back window on the 3rd floor, he had a fierce fight with 3 Apocalypse Awakeners. One of them should have been heavily wounded, too, and the other must have been forced to perform a secret art that consumed a lot of his vitality in order to kill him. It is clearly not the internal strife of the Apocalypse. Therefore, he is neither an awakener of the Ark, nor an awakener of the Apocalypse. Then who is he exactly? Why is he involved in the matter? More importantly, what unspeakable relationship does he have with his target? Liao was dazed for a moment. It turned out that the 2 groups of people hiding in front and behind Zhang Daniu's house were not on the same side. In the beginning, he had seen a beer-bellied middle-aged man, a young woman pushing a stroller, and a muscular man who was good at hypnotizing. Judging from their names, they were all superhumans of the Ark Foundation. Of course, they were not called superpowers in such a cliché way. Instead, they called themselves Awakened. It was indeed cool. The bald man, the crow girl, and the white-haired sorcerer, who he had met when he was about to run to the back of the house after rescuing Zhang Daniu, belonged to another gang with superpowers named Apocalypse. If the murderer of the gun show in T3 was not lying and belonged to the Apocalyptic Union, and the 2 Apocalyptic Union were the same thing, was he mistaken? The Apocalyptic Union was the evil organization that wanted Zhang Daniu's life, and the Ark was good enough at least to protect Zhang Daniu? Liao was not in a hurry to make a judgment. He listened to the awakened people of the Ark Foundation patiently. I've been to the scene, Copperhead. It's not your fault. The dangerous woman named Grey Mist said. Among the squad of awakeners sent by the Heaven's Origin Sector, including monsters such as White Knight, according to the traces of the fierce battle, White Knight was planning to finish the battle with a regular spell in the beginning. But for some reason, maybe because of the abrupt changes during the battle, she had to consume a lot of her vitality and burn her own soul to increase the power and precision of the array by 10 times in order to kill the guy. According to the analysis of the traces of the magical arrays that White Knight failed to clear, I estimate that she won't be able to retrieve the simplest spells for at least a week. This is a crucial week for the competition between the Ark and the Apocalypse. In other words, White Knight feared the guy's capability and thought that it was worth it to annihilate him at the cost of not being able to attack for a week. It's not unusual that the beginners, who have only awakened the memories of 1 or 2 lives, cannot deal with such a guy. The guy has disabled White Knight for an entire week. The muscular man named Tong Tu secretly clicked his tongue. His 2 companions behind him exclaimed in shock, too, because they were quite surprised by Liao's capability. It seemed that, in the circle of the awakened, or at least in the 2 organizations named Apocalyptic and Arc, the white-haired, golden-haired female sorcerer named White Knight was also a well-known, brutal figure. Forget it. His identity is not important. The Gray Mist said, the most important thing is the whereabouts and safety of the target. As long as we can rescue the target, there will always be a way to pry open his mouth and find out the identity of the mysterious awakener, as well as whether or not there is a third force behind him. Right now, White Knight is unable to access the magic. The power of the awakener belonging to the apocalypse of Jiangnan City has been weakened to the lowest point. It is the best, perhaps the only opportunity for us. When the awakener from various places arrive one after another, things will be troublesome. Understood. The muscular man Copperhead and his 2 companions heavily nodded their heads. He hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Gray Mist, I still don't quite understand. Just what is the value of this Zhang Dainyu? Is he worthy of you leaving the Ark to personally oversee this operation in Jiangnan City? Whether it is the accomplishments of his works, his influence, or his quality, he is far from the target that we normally lock onto. He doesn't seem to be worth wasting so many resources of the Foundation for such an ordinary fellow, right? I don't know. Calculating the value of a target is not my job. The Gray Mist said, maybe there are unknown secrets in his work that can activate more awakened people. Didn't I ask you to study 40,000 years of cultivation first? What have you found? Well, at least I didn't. I've read more than 50 chapters. I don't feel that I've been awakened at all. I've read 220 chapters. The beer-bellied middle-aged man said, I can guarantee that every plot has been seen in other books. There are absolutely no unknown secrets. It's impossible for the author to be an awakened one. It's also impossible for him to awaken more awakened ones. What he wrote has nothing to do with his previous life's memories. It's pure fabrication. I held on for 500 chapters and watched the protagonist jump to the flying star sector and participate in a refining competition. I couldn't stand it any longer. The young woman said, I estimate that the next few million words will be the same. It's just an infinite loop. How can it contain any secrets or exciting things? Ms. Gray Mist, what about you? Have you found anything special? No, the Gray Mist said. After I finished the first chapter and saw that the protagonist was from an abandoned garbage dump, I couldn't stand it any longer. You know how intense the situation has been recently. I wouldn't waste my time reading such a book. So, the chief hesitated. Is there a mistake? No. The Gray Mist was silent for a moment before it replied. The command comes directly from Red Pole. What? The 3 of them exclaimed at the same time, their voices shaking. The Red Pole has personally issued the command. Why is the guy so important that the Red Pole is willing to risk being discovered, locked onto, and annihilated by the Heaven's Origin sector? At first, I thought it was a mistake, too. But you should know that Red Pole is never wrong. The Gray Mist said, the weird thing that happened in the Green Garden District today has indirectly verified the Red Pole's judgment. Come to think of it, if the target is really of no value and cannot be activated if he is not an awakener, why did the Heaven's Origin sector send such a tough warrior as White Knight to deal with him? Wouldn't it have been easier to find a random beginner who has awakened the memories of 1 or 2 lifetimes and pretend that he was involved in a car accident or a robbery? No. Not only did White Knight come in person, the apocalyptic organization acted out of the norm and did not erase the target on the spot but took him away. Why? That is indeed a problem. The operation of the Heaven's Origin sector does not fit their usual pattern. Copperhead pondered for a moment and said, in the past, they had eliminated all the people who were likely to awaken as observers, without leaving any alive. Why did they choose to kidnap them instead of killing them directly? Is it possible that This is a trap targeting us. Of course, it could be a trap. However, the gray mist said, if the Heaven's Origin sector really wants to set up a trap that will catch us all in one fell swoop, why did they choose such a weird bait as Zhang Daniu? Also, after the incident, the experts of the Foundation hacked into the traffic monitoring system of Jiangnan City and obtained part of the whereabouts of the Heaven Enlightenment Organization's Awakener. They discovered that White Knight had already set off long before we were ready to take action. In other words, she wasn't targeting us. She was targeting the target. Is such a target worthy for White Knight, who is a deep perceptive one, to personally take action? If it is really a trap, who is the trap pointing at? The question silenced the other three awakeners of the Ark Foundation. Right then, the young woman who had been pushing the stroller said in delight, "Ms. Gray Mist, the Mirage Falcons have found them. Their SUV has entered the underground garage of the Gold Eagle Plaza." "Very good. Ask the Phantom Vulture to continue monitoring the sky and make sure that there are no replacement vehicles. I will send other people to check whether or not they have escaped on foot or snuck into other buildings." The Gray Mist said, "In a moment, another 12 experts of the organization will arrive in Jiangnan City. 10 deep perceivers and 2 ultimate perceivers. If they don't run away, take action at midnight. 10 deep perception and 2 ultimate perception." Tong Tu and the rest of them exclaimed again, "What a splendid team! Is the Foundation finally going to do something big?" The Gold Eagle Plaza is in the downtown area. It will be quite lively even at midnight. Aren't we scared of being discovered? According to the weather gauge, there will be a storm tonight. Besides, the Gray Mist said, the Foundation has abolished the ban. You can use your abilities freely now. Well, Tong Tu and the rest of them gasped and stammered. So, the critical day has really come? That's right. The Gray Mist smiled coldly. The critical day is drawing near. The world is collapsing. It is unnecessary to hide your identity and abilities anymore. Only by doing everything you can and releasing endless possibilities and defeating the apocalyptic organization, and even the entire world, can you shatter all the shackles and regain your freedom. Remember, this is Red Pole. This life is our best and our last chance. If we cannot defeat our enemy in this life, we will be completely suppressed and swallowed by our enemy. There will be no possibility of us awakening our true self anymore. Do you understand? Understood. The three of them held their heads high and declared at the same time, "Long live the free will." Excellent. Let's take action. The Gray Mist waved its hand and led the other three awakened members of the Ark Foundation out of the morgue. 5 minutes after they left, the body bag on the cold iron bed made rattling noises. The burnt body inside suddenly sat up. Thankfully, no one came in. If a doctor or staff member saw this scene, they would definitely have a heart attack. Chila. Liao opened the body bag from inside. The charred coal shells on his body fell off, revealing skin as tender as a baby's. He sneezed a dozen times in a row. What observers? Deep perception and ultimate perception, critical day, and beyond reincarnation? What are they talking about? Liao scratched his messy hair, only to discover that it had not grown back even though it had been burnt. He was now bald, too. Yes, I've become bald and strong. Liao waved his fists in the air. He could tell from the sound of the wind and the comfortable feeling of his blood flowing in his veins that his capability had significantly improved compared to half a day ago. Right now, as long as he had enough energy, it was possible for him to summon fireballs and electric arcs from his palm. Of course, his stomach was rumbling too, which almost pierced through his stomach. Thankfully, this was a hospital where nutrition was abundant. At first, Liao crouched down and went to the laundry room to steal a set of hospital clothes. Then, he went to the pharmacy and drank dozens of bottles of high-concentration glucose syrup. After that, he went to the inpatient department to steal a set of clothes that were suitable for him and left the hospital openly. Originally, he wanted to take a taxi or a subway, but he didn't have a cell phone, nor did he have even half a copper coin. It was better for him to obediently steal a shared bicycle. First, he returned to the Green Garden District, rented by Zhang Daniu, and retrieved the bag that he had hidden in the bushes. From the bag, he took out the work clothes and rubber boots that he had originally prepared for Zhang Daniu and rearmed himself. Fortunately, he had the foresight to abandon his equipment before the battle. Otherwise, these things would have been burnt to the ground and it would have been troublesome to purchase new ones. Then, he rode his bike and marched toward the Gold Eagle Plaza again. The Gold Eagle Plaza was located in the newly established central business district of Jiangnan City. It was quite a distance away from the old district that Zhang Daniu had rented. Liao kicked his legs so hard that they were like fire wheels as he moved forward like a racer. 20 minutes later, just as the gray mist said, dense clouds were gathering in the night sky. Ear-splitting explosions were echoing in the sky from time to time. Lightning was gazing at the human world coldly like dragons that were ready to attack. Very soon, spluttering noises echoed. Raindrops the size of beans splashed on the ground like hot oil. Unprepared, the entire Jiangnan city was swallowed by the torrential rain. What a heavy rain! Liao had never experienced such a fierce and even crazy storm in his entire life. How could it still be rain? It was simply a flood that fell from the sky. It was also accompanied by hurricanes of the 70s, 80s, and 90s. The dense raindrops were like an iron wall condensed from waterfalls, compressing his field of vision to the limit. As far as his eyes could reach, the prosperous scene that was still lively a moment ago would instantly dim. The signboards that had been blown away by the wind were everywhere. The flower pots that had been struck by the raindrops and the people who were fleeing with their heads in their hands were everywhere. From time to time, neon lights and electronic screens between the skyscrapers would emit crackling sounds before they were completely extinguished. After riding forward for a while, there was not a single passerby in sight. All that could be seen were the flickering lights struggling to hold on in the storm. This is not normal. Liao wiped off the hot rain on his face. He couldn't tell whether it was rainwater, magma, or even plasma that was falling from the sky. He stared at the horizon in bewilderment. On the continuous shadow of the city, countless lightning bolts were falling at the same time, making the city look like a forest of lightning. If the end of the world did exist, the scene in front of him was nothing more than that. Could it be that, as the gray mist of the Ark Foundation said, the entire world was collapsing? Liao pursed his lips with great difficulty. In a trance, he felt that he had seen, experienced, or perhaps experienced, the collapse in front of his eyes countless times. But this time should be different. This time it had to be different. Taking a deep breath, Liao continued rushing forward in the middle of the storm. It was already midnight when he arrived at the central business district. The central business district, which was full of skyscrapers, used to be a city without night. Even in the middle of the night, the glass walls of the skyscrapers were still emitting colorful brilliance, as if they were a paradise enshrouded in an aurora. But under the bombardment of the storm and the super thunderstorm, the nightless city today was lifeless, like a ghost town drowned in a flood. The Gold Eagle Plaza's shape was very strange. It had a bit of the feeling of a trident. In front of the plaza stood an enormous golden eagle statue. Even under the onslaught of the pouring rain, it was very easy to find. Liao did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he found a bridge not far away and crouched in a stinky corner. He took out the mini monitor that he had modified with electronic components and connected the signal amplifier to the earpiece. The bridge was no more than 100 meters away from the Gold Eagle Plaza in a straight line. Although it was heavily jammed due to the heavy rain, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get his bearings. As it turned off, the monitor shivered for about half a minute before it gradually stabilized. A lackluster light spot appeared in the upper left corner. Not the Gold Eagle Plaza? Liao was dazed for a moment. He adjusted the reception coil and the monitor carefully. The building next to it? It made sense. Driving into the underground garage of the Gold Eagle Plaza did not mean that their nest was on the top. It was only reasonable that they had a lot of tricks up their sleeve. The distance between the Gold Eagle Plaza and the Fortune Plaza was no more than 100 meters in a straight line. It was still within Liao's range of positioning and eavesdropping. Liao tapped his earphones softly, and fiddled with the antenna to eliminate the interference of the storm. He listened to the sound coming from the depths of the earphones. He had heard it, although it was fuzzy, twisted, and occasionally interrupted. Zhang Daniu's sharp and distinctive voice was unmistakable. Thankfully, the author was still alive. He seemed to have been tied to a chair. Liao could hear the dull noises of the chair hitting the carpet. He could tell that he was in a highly strung state and was shivering uncontrollably. Right then, somebody else entered the room and sat down on another chair in front of him. Mr. Zhang, should I call you Mr. Zhang, Master Snail, or Master? The man's tone was very rigid, with barely any cadence. He should be a foreigner. His voice was gentle and cold, like a precise machine. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Smith. I am Hugo Smith. However, my friends and enemies are all used to calling me Hunter. I'm sorry that I invited you here in such a rough way. Can't be helped. It was an unexpected and urgent situation. You don't mind, do you? I don't mind. I don't mind. It's not rough. I think you were already very gentle under the circumstances. Really? Liao heard Zhang Daniu crying in a high-pitched voice. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I don't know anything and I don't want to know anything. I was forced. Really. I'm very obedient. Please don't kill me. Relax, Mr. Zhang. The hunter chuckled. If we want to kill you, we can do it in the neighborhood. You are not an awakened one. One fireball is enough to burn you to the ground. Just like countless mysterious cases of spontaneous human combustion, we don't need to invite you to this place at all, do we? I think so, too. Zhang Daniu breathed heavily. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and said in a trembling voice, There's no need to be so polite as to call me Teacher Zhang. I'm just an ordinary down-and-out web novelist. How am I qualified to be a teacher? You can just call me Little Cow or Anyo. That's inappropriate. The hunter said casually, although we haven't figured out what kind of weird secrets you are hiding inside your body, we must show you the necessary respect now that you are in the center of the swirl for no good reason. I'll just call you Master Nyo, like the college student did. Master Nyo, your heart is beating and your blood is flowing too fast. Your secretion of adrenaline is abnormal, too. You seem to be in a state of extreme fear. Are you scared of us? No. I know that you are all from the Ark Foundation. You are all good and righteous people who would never kill the innocent. Zhang Daniu stammered. You are not here to kill me. Then you are here to protect me. Aren't you? I understand now. The massacres targeting the creators of the fantasy world were all done by the Heaven's Origin sector. You are definitely not the same as them, are you? Oh. Liao seemed to see the hunter raise his eyebrow slightly, with a vague smile on his face. Master Nyo, you even know about the Heaven's Origin sector? Yes, I've read the news. Zhang Daniu quickly said. The shooting at the T3 game show was done by them. The death of Gilson, the author of Blood and Sand, and Gao Wui, the author of Strength Hunters, are all related to them. They are the ruthless, inhuman, and evil superpowered people, and the Ark Foundation is a good man who is against them and protecting the creators of the fantasy world such as myself. That must be it, right? Your knowledge is truly amazing. The hunter did not comment. Where did you learn so much about the Ark Foundation and the apocalyptic organization? Did the college student tell you everything? 90%. He told me 10%. Zhang Daniu said. The other 90% is my own deduction based on my extraordinary wisdom and meticulous logic. What an excellent deduction ability. So, the hunter smiled. You are not scared now, are you? Of course not. Zhang Daniu took a long breath in relief. He beamed with joy and said, If you are really the good people of the Ark Foundation, then everything will be easy. I've admired the Ark Foundation for a long time. Really, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I believe that you absolutely won't hurt me. Over the past 2 days, a voice has been echoing in my head, telling me that the world belongs to the Arkansas. To tell you the truth, I feel that I'm seeing my family when I see you. You look very much like my second uncle. Really? Of course, the color of your hair is different. I won't lie about that. But in other places, the eyes, no, the nose and the mouth, they are exactly the same. When I was a kid, I used to go to my second uncle's house to pick bayberries and eat them. He treated me very well, even better than my own father. I'm not lying to you. If I lie about anything, I will be struck by lightning. Boom! Crack! Thunder was roaring between the sky and the earth. 10,000 lightning dragons seemed to be rushing toward the building of wealth. Guided by the lightning rods, they circled the building and led it underground. Even Liao's earphones were emitting squeaking noises, which almost deafened him. Liao took off his headphones, spat, and scratched his bleeding ears. When he put on the earphones again, he heard the cold laughter of the hunter. I appreciate your logical deduction ability and feel honored by your friendliness. However, there is a minor misunderstanding here. I'm afraid you are mistaken about something. The hunter replied unhurriedly, We are not from the Ark Foundation. On the contrary, we are from the Apocalyptic Organization. Ha! Zhang Daniu was dazed for a long time before he replied, Yes, I know you are from the Heavens Origin Sector. Didn't I say just now? I've always admired the Heavens Origin Sector and dreamed of joining it. Even in my dreams, a voice was telling me that the world belongs to the Heavens Origin Sector, including the shooting at the T3 Game Exposition and the death of the author of Blood and Sand and Strong Colonization Hunter. It was all done by the Ark Foundation, and the Heavens Origin Sector is to blame. Those bastards are truly cunning, shameless, and despicable. They are truly intolerable. The hunter was silent for half a minute too. It seemed that he had rarely met such a species as Zhang Daniu. He pondered for a long time before he replied, You are wrong again. The shooting case of the T3 Game Exhibitions and the deaths of the authors of Blood and Sand and Strong Colonial Hunters were indeed the work of the Heavens Origin Sector. Ah, is that so? Like I said, this is actually nothing. Zhang Daniu said, There's no telling how many kids have been corrupted by this bloody, violent game called World of Stars. It should have been banned a long time ago. Right now, the game creator himself has been shot to death. This is the cycle of justice. He only has himself to blame. As for Blood and Sand, it is also a piece of work that has killed many people and is extremely bad in nature. The author seemed to be teasing the readers on purpose. Whichever character is more popular and popular will be beheaded in the next book. Now that the author is dead, the readers finally don't have to suffer such torment. How refreshing. There's no need to mention it has been drawn on and off for more than 20 years and still hasn't been completed. The author would rather go out to play mahjong than draw a few extra pages. Simply infuriating. Countless readers want to send razor blades to the author's home. Fortunately, our Heavens Apocalyptic Organization was one step ahead and eliminated the evil for the people. Otherwise, I would have gone to berate the author. Really? However, Hunter, no. Uncle Smith, please look at me carefully. I, the calf, am innocent. I'm different from those people. My works are filled with positive, hot-blooded, patriotic, and very positive things. My protagonist doesn't even have a mistress. Besides, I'm diligent and never give my readers a hard time. Besides, my novels don't have the same influence as World of Star Ring. Even if I teach the bad kids, there will only be 1 or 2 of them at most. The street police and the community police will take care of me. There's no reason for such a large organization of superpowers to attack a nobody like me. It doesn't make sense. Calm down, Master Nyo. The hunter was not used to Zhang Daniu's way of speaking. Of course, Liao, who was eavesdropping below the bridge, could not stand it, either. He raised his voice slightly, with a hint of tranquility in the sound waves. As I said, if I wanted to kill you, I would have done it on the spot. The reason I invited you to this place is that I hope to communicate with you in a more gentle way and reach a deeper level of cooperation. Don't you want that? Of course I do. Zhang Daniu swallowed his saliva. Scholarly is good, cultured is good. We are all cultured people. Can't we talk nicely? Uncle Smith, as long as you don't kill me, I will tell you everything I know. Don't call me Uncle Smith. Call me Hunter. The hunter suddenly raised his voice. He was somewhat affected by Zhang Daniu's words. He was dazed for a moment, too, before he resumed his calm and indifferent tone and said, "First of all, let's talk about the college student. He tortured the striped-faced tiger quite a bit. At the very least, he is a deep perception. Right, you passed out because of fright. You didn't know any of this. The problem is, before he met us, he snatched you from the Ark Foundation. Therefore, he is not a member of the Arkansas. Then, who is he and what organization does he belong to? No, no, no. Don't tell me the information that is floating on the surface. Of course, I know that he is a senior graduate of the Jiangnan Institute of Technology. His name is Liao, and he happens to have the same name as the protagonist of your novel. But this information doesn't explain any problems. Tell me some confidential, unknown, and crucial information. Believe me, your honesty will make both of us very happy." I'm honest. I'll confess." Zhang Daniu breathed heavily, as if he was recalling the short one day of time he had spent with Liao. Then he said in a high-pitched voice, I remember now. He does have an unknown, deeply hidden secret. He is a very dangerous guy." "Oh," the hunter asked. "How so?" "His mind is very twisted. He has a hobby of disguising himself as a girl, which is the legendary fake girl." Zhang Daniu said, "Therefore, you must be careful of the women who look very masculine. Maybe they are his disguises." The hunter was rendered speechless. Liao looked around. If the storm was too heavy and there were no cabs nearby, he really wanted to take a taxi and leave. We are not interested in his or your personal life." Gritting his teeth, the hunter took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "What we want to know is the things that happen to him or you that are beyond common sense or superpowers according to you." Yes, Zhang Daniu said in a hurry. "This kid just ate $300 to $500 of my casserole bone lettuce the night before, and the next morning, he ate a huge pan of fried dumplings and buns with an additional $100 without batting an eyelid. He ate half a month's worth of my food allowance. He even punched a hole in my wall and tore off such a thick dictionary. This is definitely a superpower." "I know all that," the hunter continued. "Of course, he is an awakener who has awakened at least 5 memories. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to wound the striped tiger and force White Knight to show his true capability. All right, let me ask you another question. Why did the college student named Liao come to you? Why did he analyze the Ark Foundation and the apocalyptic organization together with you?" "I really don't know." Zhang Daniu replied honestly. "He said a lot of weird and crazy things. I didn't believe him at all, but circumstances dictated everything. I could only agree with him and try my best to deal with him. Finally, reinforcements from the Heavens Origin sector arrived." "All right, maybe you don't know much more about it than we do," the hunter said. "Let's put the weird college student aside for now. After all, we are more interested in you, Master Nyo." "Me?" Zhang Daniu's voice changed once again. From his croaky voice, it turned into the cry of a hen. "Who did I offend exactly? I have always abided by the law and believe in organizations and the government. I don't steal, I don't rob, and I don't act like a hooligan. I have nothing better to do than to stay at home and write books. Why are you all looking for me? And it's either a stocky college student or a male agent in a black suit and sunglasses. Yes, that's what we need to figure out, too." The hunter seemed to be showing something to Zhang Daniu. "Master Nyo, please take a look at this. This is the latest ranking on the reading website of your novel. This is the 98th place in the monthly votes ranking and the 114th in the recommendation ranking, right?" "Yes, it is me," Zhang Daniu said shamelessly. "Oh my, this month's monthly votes have actually made it into the top 100. Not bad, not bad. This is worth celebrating." "Then, what's the problem?" "There's nothing wrong. It's just inconsistent with our previous operations." The hunter said, "Master Nyo, you don't need to be nervous. It's true that the apocalyptic organization has killed a lot of people in the past. In your words, creator of the fantasy world. Let's not talk about whether or not this is a violation of the moral code or even unhumanity. Believe me, we have a very reasonable explanation to ensure that such an obliteration is not against the moral code and humanity, but rather a necessary action to maintain the order of the world. However, whether or not it is good or evil, our screening of the erased list is very strict. Generally speaking, there are only two kinds of creators of the fantasy world that are worth monitoring or even killing. Firstly, it could be a creator whose work is widely spread and influential enough to trigger the soul resonance of billions of people. For example, father of the Star Ring Galiot. In World of Star Ring on the internet, at most tens of millions of people are playing online games at the same time, and billions of people are influenced by derivatives and subculture. It is not hard to imagine how influential his words and actions will be and how many people will be awakened. Secondly, of course, we are not achievement theorists. Maybe some of the observers have awakened their very early memories, and the broken, bizarre pieces do not constitute the most popular works. But at the very least, the creativity, passion, and sincerity that they show in their works cannot be concealed. In other words, at the very least, they are not popular. Even if they are not popular, at least there are certain highlights in their works that can be perceived by the experts in our organization. However, as for your work, Master Nyo, I don't know whether or not it will hurt your self-esteem, but the monitoring and erasing of online authors in the past can be measured in terms of influence and popularity. At the very least, you must rank in the top 50, the top 30, and even the top 10 in similar comprehensive rankings before you enter our site. As for quality, let me see how I should comment on the quality of your book. I've read almost 100 chapters myself. My personal conclusion is that you are not worth the resources of the Heaven's Origin sector to monitor and erase even a temporary worker. If anything happens to you, it is definitely not our doing but a real accident. Do you see what I mean? Well, sort of. Zhang Dainiu said, No, I still don't understand. You don't want to erase me and I don't want to be erased. Isn't this settled? I will write my book honestly, and you will be responsible for wiping out those people who are above me in the monthly votes and recommendation rankings. No problem. I have no objections. Then why are you looking for me? It is not us who are looking for you, but someone from the ARC Foundation. More precisely speaking, Red Pole, the leader of the ARC Foundation, is looking for you. The hunter said, You may consider the ARC Foundation to be a terrorist organization that harms the world. Such a terrorist organization will naturally be monitored and attacked by the entire world. As the leader of the terrorist organization, it is of paramount importance that you hide yourself and try not to leak any information. If you do, you might be attacked by the entire world. Do you understand? This was the second time that Liao had heard the name Red Pole. It turned out that the man was the leader of the ARC Foundation. However, why was Hunter Hugo Smith's theory so strange? Why was the ARC Foundation the terrorist organization that endangered the world? Since he had admitted that his organization went on a killing spree in the T3 exhibition, there was no way that he could wash away the accusation. Shouldn't the apocalypse be the terrorist organization? I think I understand. But Zhang Dainiu continued. Just like the terrorists hiding in the mountains and deserts. I remember that there was a very famous leader of a terrorist organization 2 years ago. The one with a long beard and a big bun. His whereabouts were leaked by his mobile phone, and he was killed by an assault team and a few missiles. Yes, for the leaders of terrorist organizations, existence is the most important thing. It is extremely irrational to show up without a good reason unless the mission is so important that they have to take the risk no matter the cost. The hunter said, Believe me, Red Pole of the ARC Foundation is definitely not an irrational guy. He never makes mistakes or takes risks. However, he issued a very clear command from the mysterious ARC that was enshrouded in mist and twisted force fields all year round. He gathered a lot of resources and prepared to kidnap you in Jiangnan City, to the point that he partly exposed himself. Ha! Zhang Dainiu was shocked. Kidnap me for what? I don't know. That's not all. The hunter continued. Almost at the same time as the red pole issued the command, the prophet of the Heaven's Origin sector received a revelation and learned of your existence. He asked us to follow the lead and investigate. The more we investigated, the more surprised we became. As it turned out, the red pole did not only notice you now but also half a year ago. But at that time, he was too scared to attack us and simply kept an eye on you in secret. It was not until the arrival of the apocalypse and the collapse of the world that he took action. Therefore, please tell me, Master Nyo, why did a relatively ordinary writer such as yourself receive the attention of Red Pole from the Ark Foundation and profit from the apocalyptic organization? What secrets does the novel 40,000 Years of Cultivators boast? Zhang Dainyu was silent for a long time. He seemed to be thinking hard. I don't know much about the structure of your two organizations, but it sounds like the Red Pole of the Ark Foundation and the Prophet of the Heaven's Origin sector are both leaders, right? Zhang Dainyu asked. That's right, the hunter said. Then, it is only natural that the leaders of the two superpowers are people who possess extraordinary wisdom and know mysteries that ordinary people cannot. Zhang Dainyu asked again. Indeed, the hunter said. Then, is it possible that, Zhang Dainyu said, the leader of the Ark Foundation, Red Pole, and the leader of the Heaven's Origin sector, Prophet, read my novel at the same time and discovered my talents that were hidden between the lines and beyond the comprehension of ordinary people? No, the hunter said coldly. I don't know. Zhang Dainyu sounded like he was about to cry. Hunter, you have to believe me. You have to believe me no matter what. Look at me. Do you think I'm the type of person who is firm and unyielding, unafraid of violence, and can remain silent in the face of coercion and coercion? It does not look like it. The hunter pondered for a long time. Generally speaking, observers are the anomalies among the awakened. They may not have awakened tremendous strength, but they can often observe the deepest part of their soul and remember the countless secrets of the distant past. Supported by the ancient memories and secrets, they boast a strong and pure soul, personality, and will. They can be down and out, but they can be extremely proud. They are incompatible with the world because they have their own splendid, self-sufficient world. They are the kings of the world they created. Until the moment their body perishes, they will fight to defend their world. Honestly speaking, you don't look like such observers. I don't want to be an observer, either. Why don't you just let me go? I promise I won't tell anyone. I'm a tight-lipped man. Zhang Dainyu said pitifully. Or rather, do you have any memory-erasing equipment? Like in the movies? A small stick, a crack. Let me forget everything that happened in the past 3 days. No, the hunter said. Generally speaking, we wipe the memories of our targets with pistols. Zhang Dainyu. Besides, I am not responsible for judging whether or not you are an observer. I am only responsible for bringing you back. The prophets will figure everything out later. The hunter said casually, you can choose to cooperate with me. In your words, go back with me in one piece, or resist and let me pack you up in a special way. Which way do you like, Master Nyo? Don't pack it, don't pack it. I am really very close to the organization. Zhang Dainyu said anxiously. Of course, I will cooperate. However, if I really go to the apocalyptic organization and meet our prophet, he won't cut me into pieces and dissect me, will he? You worry too much, Master Nyo. The hunter continued. Firstly, the ability of the prophet is not as simple as a layer-by-layer scanning by the polymers. If he wants to retrieve information from the depths of your soul, he does not need to cut you into pieces so brutally. Secondly, you will soon understand that it is not a big deal to be dissected and studied in the world of reincarnation. No, Zhang Dainyu screamed. What do you mean being dissected for research is no big deal? I don't understand. Don't be hasty. In order to make you cooperate, I have been granted certain permissions to tell you the truth about the world. The hunter pondered for a moment and said, the mice and bugs of the Ark Foundation are not here yet anyway. I can give you a brief introduction to the world of reincarnation. Liao was eavesdropping below the bridge. He was greatly refreshed when he heard that. As it turned out, The hunter had foreseen that the members of the Ark Foundation would find the place. The place was probably a trap that he had set up on purpose. Zhang Daniu was indeed the bait to catch all the 10 deep perceivers and the 2 ultimate perceivers of the Ark Foundation. On the other hand, the hunter brought up the brand new concept of reincarnation world. It sounded like the main point. Master Nyo, you should be convinced that there are superpowered people in the world. Awakened people, right? But the hunter said calmly, aren't you curious what the so-called awakened people are all about? What is the fundamental contradiction between the Ark and the Apocalypse? I never thought about it. It's better not to think about such a dangerous thing. Zhang Daniu said, however, I've seen some movies about superheroes. The superpowered people in those movies are also divided into 2 groups. One group insists on helping human beings, controlling their own abilities, and incorporating themselves into the system of the nation and society, while the other group believes that they should be above human beings and everything else and become the masters of the world. I believe that the Apocalypse and the Ark are similar, right? Then you are wrong. Our differences are much more complicated than that. The hunter said, as I said just now, it's true that the apocalyptic organization has slayed a lot of novelists, cartoonists, movie and game producers, and even physicists and astronomers. In the process, we've hurt the innocent and caused hundreds, if not thousands, of casualties. But we still insist that what we did was not immoral or moral. Do you want to know why? Why? Zhang Daniu could not help but ask. It was exactly what Liao wanted to ask. If you only have one life, and the dead cannot be resurrected, it is indeed an unforgivable sin to deprive other people of their lives. The hunter continued, however, think about it. If a person has 100, 1,000, 10,000, or even unlimited lives, when the time is up, they can be resurrected no matter how miserable their death is, and they can return to their childhood or even the embryo stage. Then, what's the big deal about depriving them of one of their unlimited lives? Well, Zhang Daniu was dazed for a long time before he replied, I don't understand. What do you mean by unlimited life? What do you mean by the dead are resurrected and return to childhood and the embryo phase? It is a tricky question to answer. It sounds like the ravings of a lunatic. Thankfully, many observers sensed the truth from different angles and presented the general picture of the reincarnation world in their works. The hunter said, Master Nyo, I don't know if you've ever read a novel or a movie in which the protagonist is imprisoned on the same day in the river of time. Assuming that today is April 1st, the protagonist will spend every day on April 1st. He will fall asleep on April 1st and wake up abruptly in the morning of April 1st. Except for himself, everything and everyone around him has happened countless times. The cycle goes on and on. If the key is not found, the reincarnation of time will never be broken. He will live on April 1st forever. Well, I've seen it before. Zhang Daniu said, such a time loop is a relatively common theme in science fiction, isn't it? I remember that there's a famous science fiction writer in our country named Teacher Lu Wenli, who wrote a classic work of this type called Prisoner of the Day. Oh, that's right. I've also seen a movie called The Day of the Mole. It has similar meanings. Oh, there are also some movies called Borderline Tomorrow, Source Code, Horrible Cruise, Happy Death Day, and so on. The details are somewhat different, but they are all about the time loop. The protagonist in the movie is like playing a super difficult game that is constantly reloading. If he's not careful, he will fail. Thankfully, after every failure, he can read the record and return to the beginning of time and start all over again. Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying that the novels and movies are not made up but refracting the truth of our world to some extent? It's great that you understand that, the hunter said unhurriedly. Then, if I tell you that our world, the blue planet below our feet, and the spirits of all living creatures living on the planet are like the protagonists in the works you mentioned just now, trapped in a certain part of the timeline and miserable prisoners in an endless prison of time, you will not be surprised, will you? What? Zhang Daniu blurted out. That's impossible. Below the bridge, Liao was dumbfounded too, and did not come back to himself for a long time. However, the bouncing waves deep inside his brain unlocked more memory pieces and displayed the scenes of his previous life, and even the previous life clearly in front of him. The world was a maze of reincarnation and a cage of time. They were all misfits in the labyrinth and prisoners on death row. I can understand your reaction, Master Nyo. It is indeed 100 times more difficult to accept that the lovely earth below our feet is an infinite prison of time than to accept ordinary superpowers such as fireballs and electric arcs. Believe it or not, I am merely carrying out the command of the prophecy and telling you everything simply. The hunter said casually. Of course, it is different from the time-reversal sci-fi novels and movies. The protagonists of the works are often trapped on the same day and can only go on a cycle for 1 to 2 months at best. But in our Earth, from the end of the 20th century to the middle of the 21st century, between 50 to 60 years, 60 to 70 years, and no more than 100 years, endless cycles are taking place. The specific duration depends on the performance of all the Earthlings in the reversal. For the sake of ease of understanding, you can simply imagine that the starting point of time in our world is 1980. All the initial conditions are inputted in 1980 and run according to certain logic and rules. After roughly 50 to 100 years, a large number of logic traps, rule errors, and data overflow gradually. In the end, when the error of information exceeds the critical range, bang, the entire world will experience a reboot. Of course, it can also be called reincarnation. It will return to 1980 and repeat everything. Zhang Daniu was dazed. Liao squatted below the bridge, too. He was so shocked that he couldn't breathe for a long time. Although it sounds hard to believe, you should have noticed some traces, right? Did the college student named Liao not tell you about some strange dreams? Or did he grasp some skill that is absolutely impossible to grasp in this life? The hunter continued. Including the entire network, there are a lot of awakened people who don't know what is going on. They are talking about the weird things that have happened to them and the bug of the world. Now that you and Liao are talking about the Ark Foundation, it's impossible that you don't know anything about the rumors, right? Why do people feel that they are extremely familiar when they come to a strange place? Why do people suddenly speak a foreign language that they have never learned before after a car accident? Why do people really remember that something has happened, but it has never happened in their life? Why do people have a sense of familiarity when they first learn a skill or course and become a genius in a certain field? The answer to all of this is the cycle of time and endless reincarnation. Every one of us has been reincarnated 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times in this endless prison. We have played various different roles in countless reincarnations. We have experienced a variety of colorful and varied lives. Of course, we have also learned different languages and skills. In most cases, when a reboot or reincarnation begins, we should forget everything that happened in our previous life. But there are always loopholes and mistakes. There will always be someone who will vaguely remember something from their previous life or even something from a long, long time ago, something that was not very pleasant. But, I don't know whether or not I should believe it. But let's put the truth aside for now. Why? Zhang Daniu shouted. Why is there such a thing as infinite cycles of time? What's the point of repeating such nonsense and being trapped for decades or even centuries? In the ancient Greek legends, Sisyphus offended the gods. In order to punish him, the gods demanded that he push a giant rock to the top of the mountain. Since the rock was so heavy that it rolled down the mountain before it reached the top, all his previous endeavors were wasted. Therefore, he did the same thing over and over again. The hunter asked back, "What's the significance of Sisyphus' giant rock?" This chapter is dedicated to Master Lu Wenyang, a science fiction writer who died young. His work One Day in Jail was one of the inspirations of the young bull. I sincerely recommend it to everyone. His work and the science fiction world of his era really brought endless fun and fantasy to the young bull in his youth. It's a pity that the heavens are jealous of the talented. How he wished that there was reincarnation in the world, so that Master Lu could continue to show his talents and persist in his passion in a new, brilliant, and unbelievable world. So, this is a punishment? Zhang Daniu's voice was shaking. But what did we do wrong to deserve such punishment? We All the Earthlings didn't do anything at all. Just because we didn't do anything wrong right now doesn't mean we didn't do anything wrong a long, long time ago. The hunter continued coldly. A long time ago, perhaps tens of thousands of times ago, before everything began, we, all the Earthlings, made unforgivable mistakes. We were all unpardonable cold-blooded animals, bloody and brutal invaders, the captives of our own ambitions and greed. Driven by our endless desires, we caused irreparable damage to the entire universe and almost destroyed the world and ourselves. Therefore, like Sisyphus in the legends, we are locked in this cage of time forever. On this endlessly looping earth, we push the giant stone in our heart over and over again to punish our sins in such a way, even though it is simply not enough to punish even a tiny fraction of our sins. Well, Zhang Daniu was clearly not convinced. Liao's lips twitched too. The argument that we are born with original sins might be popular in the West, but for the Easterners who believe that my life is up to me and not the heavens, they were naturally against it. Besides, it is not just punishment. The hunter continued, or redemption. Redemption, Zhang Daniu said. I don't understand. Think about the novels and movies you've read about the time loop. Do you find any similarities between their exposition of the theme and their depiction of the protagonist's escape from trouble? The hunter continued. Before we enter the time loop, the protagonist is often someone who has serious psychological defects and suffered setbacks and misfortunes. He may blame the universe, complain about his life, and feel frustrated about everything about himself. He may even hate everyone around him and cannot get away from the swirl and abyss. One day, he fell into the cycle of time and encountered the infinitely repetitive April 1st. Time and time again, his head was bleeding in front of the wall of time. No matter how much he cried and shouted to end everything, he could not. As a result, the protagonist slowly learns to examine himself in what seems to be a boring and repetitive life. He discovers the flaws in his personality, finds a way to cleanse his soul, learns to get along with others in harmony, and finally discovers the true meaning of life. Only in this way can the time cycle end, and only then can the protagonist jump out of April 1st. Master Nyo, think about it carefully. Do most of the time reversal works follow the same pattern? Zhang Daniu thought for a moment and said, Sounds about right. Of course it is, because it is the purpose of the reincarnation world. Not only is it a punishment for us, it is also the ultimate salvation for us. The hunter continued. In the past, our hands were stained with blood, and our souls were corrupted by darkness and evil. Our crimes were unforgivable. Regular methods were not enough to help us correct our mistakes and restore us to normal. That's why we were thrown into this special world of reincarnation and time prison. After every cycle in this place, the sins on our bodies will be washed away. After 10 or 100 cycles, some people will be cleansed of their evilness and greed. After 10,000 cycles, even the most stubborn criminals will be cleansed of their evilness and march toward a brighter future. In the end, when all the Earthlings wash away the sins of the past, forget the evilness of the past, and be completely redeemed, the endless cycle of the world of reincarnation will come to an end. We will jump out of the April 1st, like the protagonists in the science fiction novels, and welcome a brilliant new life. Wow, it sounds quite incredible. I need time to think about it carefully. The shock is too great. Zhang Depeo said, I'm sorry. I didn't know anything about it last night. This morning, I learned that human beings can eat hundreds of buns in one meal. Then, you told me that I used to be an unpardonable invader who harmed the universe and was being modified in a time prison of infinite reincarnation? Wow, this is too thrilling. My head is a mess right now. I need to digest it and sort out my thoughts. The eavesdropper was silent for a long time. Liao could imagine the dumbfounded look on Zhang Daniu's face, because that was what he looked like right now. After waiting for 3 minutes, Zhang Daniu continued, However, I have a question. How did the Heavens Origin Sector learn of such a confidential and mysterious thing? Let's say that the Earth we live on is really an infinite prison. Who is the one who locked us here and controlled the functioning of the reincarnation world? This question is very complicated. It is difficult to explain in detail before you are awakened. To put it simply, the hunter said, "We have been granted certain permissions to unlock part of our memories from countless reincarnations and even before. As a result, we have grasped tremendous superpowers and learned part of the truth. After you pass the test of the prophecy and prove that there are no problems, you might be granted the corresponding permissions to unlock more memories and abilities. You will understand everything then." Wait! Zhang Daniu suddenly became smart. "You have been granted certain privileges? By whom? The master of the world of reincarnation, the warden who locked us in this prison? What is that exactly?" "A name is just a code name. The great, sacred, bright, and unique existence has countless faces, countless techniques, and countless names." The hunter said, "You can call it Will of Earth, if you want. But it is not the warden of the infinite cycle prison of time. More precisely speaking, it is the prison itself." Zhang Daniu and Liao, who were hundreds of meters away, both fell into a shocked silence. This topic is too big. Will of the Earth. I feel that my brain is not functioning well enough. I can't breathe. Zhang Daniu said, "Let's talk about something more specific and subtle. Even if I believe everything you said, why did you erase so many observers, the creators of the fantasy world?" "Because they were not the real creators of the fantasy world. None of the worlds they created were groundless or imaginary." The hunter said, "As I said just now, the observers are all talented guys. They can observe their appearance hundreds of times, thousands of times, or even thousands of times before they are reincarnated. Their sinfulness, bloodthirst, and brutality are reflected in their works. Such a work is very likely to resonate with part of the Earthlings, who are the prisoners. The evil that the prisoners suppressed and forgot with great difficulty will be revived, and the redemption of thousands of reincarnations will be wasted. Maybe the observers are too muddle-headed to understand the immense and dangerous power contained in their works. It is unfair for them to simply erase their work. But in order to prevent the sins of the past from happening again, we cannot take any risks. After all, after they are erased in this life, they can still be resurrected in the next life. After 3 to 5 obliterations, maybe they will forget their past and stop being observers. It sounds like you are carrying out the command of the will of the earth and helping it maintain the order of the world of reincarnation, prison of time. If it is a warden, you are probably the prisoners." Zhang Daniu said, "Is my understanding correct?" "You can think of it that way." The hunter continued, "The prophets will send us the command of the will of the earth, which is the sacred apocalypse. With the blessing of the apocalypse, we will be granted privileges beyond that of ordinary prisoners, and certain memories and abilities will be awakened. We can even bring the memories and abilities to the next reincarnation and become special prisoners." "What about the Ark Foundation?" Zhang Daniu said, "You are the model prisoners and prisoners. What are they?" "The most dangerous, brutal, and stubborn prisoners, of course." The hunter sighed and said, "After countless reincarnations, most of the prisoners have forgotten the sins of the past and come to realize their mistakes. They will repent and correct their mistakes honestly. In your words, they will turn over a new leaf and believe that, as long as they persist, we will be redeemed in the end and be reaccepted by the will of the earth. However, there is always a small group of irredeemable fanatics in any prison. These lawless fellows have absolutely no remorse for their past sins, nor are they prepared to abide by all the rules and systems in the prison. They have never thought of accepting the modifications dutifully until the day they are released from prison. Instead, they are planning to use their own methods to break out of the prison, or even destroy the entire prison and the sacred earth. Destroy the earth. Destroy the earth. Destroy the earth." When Liao heard this part, he suddenly felt that there was a buzzing noise in the depths of his brain. It was as if burning little bugs were crawling here and there, causing his head to have a splitting headache. He could not help but moan in the storm. "Who am I? What am I doing here? Beyond reincarnation and destroy the earth. What does it mean exactly?" Is this the truth of the vulture plan? Am I one of the prisoners, the most defiant, the most stubborn, and the craziest? Countless bloody streaks burst out of Liao's eyes, each of which looked like a crack in the world in front of him. He could see the picture of his previous life through the crack and even his real soul before countless reincarnations. The cultivation force, hidden in the depths of his soul, was burning and expanding, too. Zhang Daniu's screams echoed inside the bug. He seemed to be deeply shocked by the hunter's words again. That's all I can say for now, the hunter asked. Any questions? In fact, there were a lot of questions. The theories such as model prisoners, and dangerous prisoners could explain a lot of things, but they raised even more questions. At the very least, Liao immediately thought of something. If the world he was living in was truly a prison of infinite reincarnation, and the so-called will of the earth was the master behind the scenes, why couldn't the Heaven's Origin sector, which was backed by the will of the earth, do anything to the tiny Ark Foundation? It was quite odd, wasn't it? Since the entire Earth was a prison that could do such an unbelievable thing as a time loop, why couldn't it lock onto all the members of the Ark Foundation, including the mysterious leader Red Pole, and kill him directly? Moreover, the existence of the apocalyptic organization was quite weird, too. If the will of the Earth mentioned by the hunters was really so awesome, why did they establish such a shady organization to compete with the Ark Foundation and manipulate the governments of various countries directly? Wasn't it much simpler and faster? But right now, not only had the Ark Foundation not been destroyed, it had even established mental clinics, mental hospitals, and charity organizations all over the world. It seemed to be even more open and above board than the Heaven's Origin sector. Were there such prisoners and prison breakers? Therefore, there must be something wrong. Or what the hunter said was not entirely true. Even if the so-called will of the earth did exist, it was not strong enough to control every corner of the planet, every person, and every piece of information. It had its own restraints and weaknesses and was not invincible. Either the Ark Foundation was not a simple prison breaker, or the reincarnation world and time prison did not exist for the simple purpose of punishment and redemption. Other than the two obvious reasons, it had a deeper purpose. Then what is it exactly? I think I have found the answer before, but I have lost it. Liao's head started aching again. It was as if a new life was being bred and nurtured between his brain cells. Of course, Zhang Daniu might not have Liao's computational ability to think of such questions instantly. Even if he did not have the courage to ask the hunter. No problem at all. As he expected, Zhang Daniu said. Very good. The hunter said, then, if you have to choose between the apocalypse or the Arky, I assume that you are sincerely seeking the embrace of the apocalypse? Of course, the apocalyptic organization is backed by the entire Earth. Wow. It is even more glorious than the United Nations. Of course, I'm going to choose the apocalyptic organization. Please don't worry. I've always been an honest man. I will obey the organization and transform myself into a model prisoner. Zhang Daniu swallowed and changed the topic. But just like that. Isn't there any... What? The hunter asked. What's with the finger-twisting gesture? I mean benefits. Zhang Daniu said. It's true that the apocalyptic group is strong and promising, but the Ark Foundation is a bunch of insane lunatics who are willing to do anything. It seems a little dangerous to be enemies with such lunatics. Is it not beneficial for me to be loyal to the organization? What benefits do you want? The hunter asked. In fact, it's nothing. I've dedicated myself to writing. My requirements for life are very simple. I just need two things: money and beautiful women. Zhang Daniu quickly replied. Of course, if the organization is in trouble, I can just give you money. I will solve the problem of the beauty myself. That's not a problem, the hunter replied. Even if we don't resort to methods beyond the law and ethics, the memories of our previous lives alone are enough for our organization to accumulate enough wealth to rival a nation, as long as you are alive to spend it. Then there won't be a problem. Zhang Daniu was so happy that his voice changed. Then let's hurry up and leave. The earlier we return to the headquarters of the apocalyptic organization, the safer we will be. It won't be good if the crazy prison breakers of the Ark Foundation catch up to us. Don't worry, just wait here. The hunter sneered. They are already here. Liao was greatly alarmed. He looked at the time and found that it was indeed midnight. It was raining cats and dogs. There was nothing but darkness and chaos between the sky and the earth. The sound of the rain was like the assault of a waterfall. As far as one's eyes could see, except for the few skyscrapers in the central business district that were illuminated by ghost lights, the cities further ahead were drowned in the black rainwater, making them look like abandoned, collapsed graveyards. The dim lights below the bridge reflected a small world that was less than 100 meters in diameter. It was like a deformed space that had been sealed. Whatever happened in this place would not be noticed by the outside world. It was truly the most suitable place and day for the Battle of the Awakened. Liao immediately extinguished all the brightness around him and hid himself in the cold rain, trying to suppress his breath and heartbeat. But every hair on his body was standing up like antennas while he scanned the space around him vigilantly. Hew! Hew 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 hew. In the pouring rain, amid the deafening explosions of the waterfall, a few vague sounds of air being torn apart echoed. Then, a few shadows as thin as gossamer pierced into the building at a speed that even Liao found hard to distinguish. Z, 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 Z. Intense noises were echoing inside the detectaphone. The connection between Liao and Zhang Daniu was cut off instantly. It seemed that some kind of weird force had locked the building of wealth, preventing any signals or ripples inside from leaking out. Then, there were 3 minutes of silence. Even the few shining windows of the building dimmed down one by one. In the meantime, a certain weird, intense, and oppressive atmosphere was growing in the darkness, as if two opposing forces were competing with each other. They were twisting and tearing the entire skyscraper, making the building more than 40 floors high shake violently and about to collapse. Finally, boom! A dull explosion echoed inside the building. Somebody had made a move. The explosion seemed to be the prelude to a fierce battle. In only 1 second, Liao sensed that the building of wealth had turned into the center of an energy swirl. A volcano and a tornado seemed to be exploding inside the building at the same time. The glass walls that surrounded the building at first all exploded. Then, a lot of fireballs and electric arcs darted out of the empty windows. The flames and the lightning were like living animals that were crawling up, licking and swallowing the windows. Liao even saw someone. He was not sure whether or not the other party was still a standard human being, because the guy had grown a pair of huge wings on his back. He jumped out of the window and flew in the air, but the torrential rain drenched his wings, making it difficult for him to move and turn. Soon, he was hit by a few bullets that were surging with runes. Then, something terrible happened. The moment the bullets hit him, a few bolts of lightning surged out of the dense cloud and hit him heavily, directly burning the winged birdman into charcoal. The shocking scene made Liao secretly click his tongue. However, he did not hesitate or retreat. He dashed into the building like an arrow released from a bow. Although Zhang Daniu was a guy who had no backbone or courage, had no sense of justice when it came to profit, and cherished his body because of lust, he was the only clue for Liao to improve his cultivation and find the answer. Liao was still counting on him to write more chapters of. It was better to rescue this guy first. As for the competition between Apocalyptic and Ark, to be honest, Liao could not tell which of them was good and which was bad right now. Maybe it was quite boring to judge the two organizations based on the concepts of good and bad. Liao was naturally biased toward the Ark Foundation. It was not because of anything else, but because he hated the phrase innate sin, a mistake from long, long ago. Other than the vast starry sky above our heads and the moral code in our hearts, there is nothing that can judge us. That is what Liao believed. Even if the will of the earth did exist, wasn't conquering the earth what all creatures should do. But such feelings were not enough for him to choose the Ark Foundation immediately. Because the mystery lingering over the head of the Ark Foundation had not been solved yet, how could the organization survive the suppression of the will of the earth and still operate openly? Were they the real prisoners? Or were there something else wrong? Liao decided to observe for a while after he rescued Zhang Daniu. While thinking, Liao crawled into the underground garage of the Fortune Plaza. The underground garage used to have very efficient drainage facilities, but it seemed to have been sabotaged by the intruders. After only a few hours of heavy rain, the water here was already above the knee. The lighting system had malfunctioned, too, plunging the place into mysterious darkness. Liao quickly scanned his surroundings and drew a 3D map of the battlefield with the blueprint of the Building of Wealth. It seems to be faster to take the escape stairs. After all, the Apocalypse and the Ark have been engaged in a fierce battle. It is unlikely that they have deployed heavy troops on the stairs. Liao mumbled to himself. But the ventilation tubes nearby look very tempting too. I feel like crawling. What should I do? After pondering for a long time, he decided to restrain the impulse in his heart for the time being. The main reason was that climbing the ventilation tube from here was really a waste of time. According to the display of the tracker, Zhang Daniu should have been locked in a certain room between the 25th floor and the 27th floor. There was no need for him to climb more than 20 floors through the ventilation tube, right? How long would he have to climb for? Therefore, Liao planned to take the stairs to the 20th floor and see how it went. He crouched and sprinted on the stairs like a weightless shadow. Boom! Boom, 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 boom. Inside the building, explosions were breaking out one after another, mixed with high-pitched screams that sounded like the song of a banshee. There were even sounds of bones being crushed. Liao felt that his blood was freezing, and a hot stream was flowing out of his heart. He stuck his palm to the wall. He could clearly feel the shaking of the wall and the waves of energy spreading out along the rebar and concrete. They were crashing and bursting like countless destructive swirls not far away from him. Liao had no time to interfere with the battle between the Apocalypse and the Ark. He could only lower his head and rush forward. At the corner of the 7th floor to the 8th floor, he encountered his first enemy. Moo! A weird shriek that could make one's teeth ache and legs go weak rang out again. A woman with grayish-white skin emerged from the shadows. She held a heavy and sharp fire axe in her hand as she ruthlessly slashed towards Liao. She had been crouching in a corner, like a hunter who was lurking on purpose. Had Liao not heard her feeble breathing and heartbeat in advance, he might have been hit by her. But right now, Liao was certainly not going to be fooled. Before his opponent's fire axe reached the highest point, he had already kicked his opponent into a corner. After making sure that the other party had already tossed the fire axe to the side, Liao finally had the time to carefully observe. It was a girl who could be considered pretty. Judging from her clothes, she should be an office girl from the Fortune Plaza. She did not look like a professional bodyguard or an assassin. Naturally, she did not look like an awakener. Her skin seemed to be covered in a layer of gray scales, and a beast-like glow blossomed in the depths of her eyes. Her expression was vicious and malevolent, and her temperament was completely not that of a white-collar worker in the metropolis. She was somewhat similar to Liao's roommate Zhao Kai. Of course, it was Zhao Kai when he went on a rampage. Liao glanced at the girl's ear and found a Bluetooth earpiece on her left ear. He sighed and shot a steel nail out of his fingers. Before the girl recovered from the shock of her internal organs, he blew the earpiece into pieces. The girl was dazed as if she had been electrocuted. She vomited a mouthful of black blood and collapsed. It appeared that she was not an awakener of the Heaven's Origin sector. Like Zhao Kai, she had been remotely controlled by someone in the Heaven's Origin sector through the phone and awakened part of the brutal memories of her previous life. She had been turned into a puppet and stationed here as a guardian on purpose. In the office building of the Central Business District, many people were workaholics who worked 9 to 10 hours a day. Now that they had encountered such a rarely seen rainstorm, the underground garage had been flooded, and the public transportation had been halted. Countless office workers were trapped in the building, unable to leave. Right now, the Apocalypse was engaged in a fierce battle with the Ark Awakener. The innocent people were involved, too. Other than the woman in front of them, there were bound to be more victims. Although the hunter had said that the people in the world of reincarnation all had unlimited lives and that the life and death of a certain life were irrelevant and could be erased easily, Liao did not think so. If possible, he would still try his best to help everyone he could and save everything that was worth saving. He checked the woman's breathing. Although it was weak, it was stable. She must have lost all her strength. Except for the bruises on her chest and her back, there was nothing wrong with her. Liao was relieved and continued walking. Knowing that the apocalyptic organization might have deployed guards on the escape stairs, Liao was even more cautious in his actions. He had to listen to the sounds above him on every floor. If he found weak breathing and heartbeat, he would rather find a different route than to get into a conflict with the puppets controlled by the mobile phone. These people were as innocent as Zhao Kai. Besides, Liao was not sure whether or not he would attract the attention of the experts of the apocalyptic organization by slaughtering his way up. The experts did not even need to confront him directly. As long as he could shift Zhang Danyu's position in time, it would be a headache for him. Thankfully, there were not many awakened cultivators in the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Ark Foundation. In the morgue, the Grey Mist Lady said that the Ark Foundation would send 10 deep sleepers and 2 ultimate sleepers to reinforce Jiangnan City. They were all high-end warriors who had come from other places. Although there was no telling how many primary-level warriors there were in the area, there were unlikely to be more than 100 of them. In order to ensure the confidentiality of the traps, the Heaven's Origin Sector wouldn't send 500 people to set up an ambush. Since the competition between 200 to 300 people was focused on each other, it was quite easy for Liao, who was an expert at sneaking around, to dodge. Although he chose to stay out of the conflict and did not witness the fierce confrontation between the two parties, he had passed by quite a few broken and messy floors. The shocking scene told of the horror a moment ago. The 17th floor of the Wealth Building seemed to have experienced a terrifying explosion. The cubicles and the walls were all gone. Black scorch marks were everywhere. What was odd was that the seemingly fierce fire did not spread to more than the 18th floor and was confined to the narrow space. On the 19th floor, although the booths and pathways were still there, messy, dense vines were everywhere, as if they had crawled into a primitive forest. One could even hear the sounds of the vines growing and wriggling. When he reached the 21st floor, something even weirder happened. After Liao made sure that there was no one inside and opened the door of the escape channel, he discovered that the entire floor was filled with cold seawater. He could vaguely see terrifying sharks in the seawater, but the seawater was sealed by an invisible barrier. It only surged on the 21st floor and did not leak out at all, as if it were a crazy aquarium. Is this the power of the awakened? Liao was baffled. The water is bitter and salty. It is indeed seawater and not rainwater or water from the fire tubes. How did they transfer so much seawater to this place and seal it? There was no time to think. The energy waves above were getting more and more intense. The sounds of fighting were echoing non-stop, too. It seemed that most of the awakened cultivators had gathered above the 25th floor for the final attack and defense. Liao finally had the opportunity to awaken the deepest and most familiar memories. While he was walking up the stairs, he found several emergency boxes and took out the water belts inside. He pulled out 3 to 5 fire hose belts in a row. They were probably over 100 meters long from front to back and weighed over 100 pounds. In any case, right now, he possessed an inexhaustible amount of monstrous strength. These weights were nothing. Liao kicked open the protective door of an elevator. Inside the elevator was a dark and empty shaft. Carrying the fire hose, Liao climbed up along the iron rope of the elevator until he reached the 24th floor and found the ventilation tube nearby. Liao slithered silently in the ventilation tube. He was like a happy zebra that was happily playing on the savanna of Africa. Very soon he sensed 2 powerful waves of energy. They should be the Grey Mist Lady and the Hunter, the commanders of the Battle of Jiangnan City. Liao was of a mind to observe the competition between the 2 powerful awakeners, but on second thought, since he had just awakened not long ago and could not control his overflowing strength very well, he decided not to rush out and ask for trouble. Liao avoided the 2 commanders and continued climbing his ventilation tube carefully. How should he put it? Although the ventilation tube was zigzagging, narrow, and dark, Liao felt that he was like a fish in water when he was passing through it. The only drawback was that the design of the ventilation tube was too unprofessional, and it was not guarded at all. There was no difficulty at all when he was sneaking in. Liao had planned to go to the room where Zhang Daniu was locked. But before he reached the 27th floor, according to the tracker, Zhang Daniu started moving in his direction. Liao was dazed for a moment. Then he heard two bangs coming from the top of the elevator shaft, which indicated that somebody had sabotaged the door of the elevator. It appeared that great minds think alike. Liao had the same thought as the members of the Heaven's Origin sector. Everyone wanted to go up and down through the elevator shaft as quickly as possible. However, Liao had invaded the 27th floor through the elevator shaft, and the members of the Heaven's Origin sector must have been unable to withstand the pressure of the Arc Foundation or prepared to move Zhang Daniu to somewhere else through the elevator shaft just in case. With such a heavy thunderstorm, the entire building's water supply, power supply, fire control, and elevator system had all been shut down. However, the elevator shaft itself was impossible to disappear. With the abilities of the awakened, whether or not there was an elevator didn't make much of a difference. Sure enough, Liao pricked up his ears and heard Zhang Daniu's screams coming from above. "Since you've delivered the goods to my doorstep, I won't hold back." Liao grinned. He went back the way he came and returned to the elevator shaft through the ventilation tube. Then, he noticed that sparks were popping up in the darkness above his head. It was probably because the members of the Heaven's Origin sector were rubbing the steel rope with tools when they were sliding down the elevator. Including Zhang Daniu, there were 4 of them. 2 well-trained muscular men were wearing black sportswear, tactical vests, night vision goggles, and gas masks. Their waists were bulging, indicating that they were armed with guns or knives. The 3rd muscular man, on the other hand, grabbed Zhang Daniu with his legs and fastened 2 iron rings to the rope. He descended quickly under the protection of his 2 companions. Taking a deep breath, Liao threw the fire hose that was connected to the ejector at the top of the rope. After a few bangs, it was refracted and bounced on the walls of the narrow elevator shaft before it finally tied up a section of the rope above. In the meantime, almost 10 iron nails darted out like lightning and hit the bottom of the rope precisely. Sparks were spluttering, and half of the rope was cut off. The 4 people hanging below the rope immediately started shaking violently. Zhang Daniu even screamed like a pig being butchered. Taking the opportunity, Liao tied the remaining fire hose to his waist and jumped down, landing on the head of the first muscular man like a ferocious vulture. The muscular man was also an elite expert among the awakened. He did not panic at all when he was ambushed. Instead, he bellowed and punched upward. While his fist was still on the way, he suddenly opened his hands and clenched his fists into claws. His arms and palms seemed to have gone through abnormal mutations. His arms were covered in green scales, and his sleeves were bulging because of the expansion of his muscles. His fingers were like 5 sharp claws that tore apart his gloves and snatched at Liao. 5 iron claws swept out 5 streaks of silver brightness in the darkness. The sound of rushing wind filled the entire elevator shaft. Liao's pupils constricted violently. He had analyzed the subsequent routes and changes of the iron claw clearly. He crouched and dodged the slash of the iron claw by a hair's breadth. When the 2 of them passed by each other, Liao spat out an iron nail from his mouth, which pierced into the eyeball of the cultivator and blew it up. The iron-clawed, muscular man screamed miserably. Liao took the opportunity to grab his neck and pull him down into the depths of the elevator shaft with a dull boom. There was no telling whether he was dead or alive. In the meantime, Liao pulled out a pistol from his bulging waist. Weirdly enough, Liao had never touched a real gun before. At most, he had played with toy models. But now that the cold metal was in his hands, he seemed to have become a living creature with temperature and intelligence. He grasped the center of gravity and the axis of the pistol in the blink of an eye, and he knew every component of the gun like the back of his hand. Opening the safety, Liao shot all 9 bullets into the darkness below without aiming at all. His movements seemed to be random, if not random. He was not aiming at the 2 awakened cultivators below him at all, but at the walls of the elevator shaft. However, when the flying bullets bounced and bounced back from the wall, they formed a fatal trap for the bottommost awakened one and turned into venomous fangs that could barely be blocked or dodged from 9 weird angles. The man must have been an expert in guns. The moment Liao showed up, he had tied up the rope with his legs and held a pistol in each of his hands, ready for the incoming threats. His helmet and vest could resist most of the threats from above and from the front, too. However, he didn't expect that Liao wouldn't play by the rules at all. After a series of messy bouncing, the bullets actually came from his side and below. Even if he dodged left and right, continuously dodging and blocking the first 6 bullets, 3 bullets still hit his feet, thighs, and waist respectively, making him unable to clamp the steel rope. He similarly fell down the elevator shaft, disappearing in the ear-splitting explosions. Then, there was only the last awakener who seemed to be the most awesome one. In the darkness, the blue eyes of the awakened cultivator were glittering. While he was mumbling to himself, the sound of wind suddenly echoed inside the narrow shaft of the elevator. The wind suddenly turned sharp, as if it had been compressed into invisible wind blades by a mysterious force. The mumbling of the awakened turned into fatal whistles. Liao immediately sensed that invisible wind blades were coming at him from various angles like transparent vipers. Shwa! In the blink of an eye, his cheek was cut by the wind blade, and hot blood flowed out. In such a narrow and dark combat environment, invisible wind blades were indeed the best weapons. No wonder the hunter had asked the awakened to escort Zhang Daniu. Unfortunately, their opponent was Liao. Liao grinned. Dark red flames were flowing on the edge of his palm. He suddenly slashed back and did something unexpected. He cut off the steel rope hanging in midair. This steel rope supported the entire weight of Liao, Zhang Daniu, and the other awakener. Now that the steel rope had been cut off, the 3 were naturally controlled by gravity and fell down at the same time. However, the awakener was caught off guard and had to suppress Zhang Daniu, who was screaming and struggling like a pig being butchered. There was no way that he could control his body precisely. For a moment, both the whistle and the wind blade were half a beat slower. Liao, on the other hand, had been prepared for this. The moment before the rope broke, he had already moved away and stomped on the wall of the elevator shaft. He turned into a roaring cannonball and dashed below the awakened one and Zhang Daniu, narrowly dodging the most brutal wind blades. Hiu! Hiu! Liao opened his mouth and spat out 2 iron nails from his tongue, which pierced into the eyes of the awakener. The awakened one had seen how his first companion was hit. Naturally, he attached great importance to Liao's iron nails and his own eyes. He reacted immediately and tilted his head back. 2 iron nails brushed past his eyelids. But as it turned out, Liao was merely fainting. His target had been his throat since the very beginning. He raised his head and exposed his throat, which was exactly what Liao had been hoping for. He then slashed the throat of the awakened cultivator, almost cutting his throat into pieces. Hiss! 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 The awakened clutched his throat and hissed like a leaking ball. How could he blow the whistle? Liao guessed that he had to whistle in order to control the wind blades. Since his throat was damaged, he could not make any sound. Therefore, the threat of the wind blades was reduced by 90%. Liao followed up with a kick to the chest of the awakened one, sealing his only sound in the depths of his throat and accelerating his fall while he shot out another fire hose and tied up Zhang Daniu's feet. Bam! At this moment, the fire hose on Liao's waist was extended to the end of its length. There was no knot between the rope and the water belt. The friction of the rope alone was not enough to support the weight of Liao and Zhang Daniu. It merely slowed their fall. But for a monster such as Liao, such a cushion was enough for him to control his body and drag Zhang Daniu, who was still screaming and twisting, down. By jumping continuously, he was able to reduce the falling force of the 2 of them. Just like that, he fell down almost 70 meters and slowly landed below the elevator shaft. Bam! Arriving at the first floor, Liao kicked open the elevator door from inside and dragged out Zhang Daniu, who had shouted until his throat was hoarse and was struggling to the point of exhaustion. Hoochie! 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 Zhang Daniu's face was pale, his body was shivering, and his legs were as soft as springs. He couldn't stand up no matter how hard he tried. It was obvious that the fierce battle in the elevator shaft had given him quite a scare. He stared at Liao for half a minute before his face gradually turned red, and hope was shining in his eyes. Liao. Judging from his face, he was about to hug Liao and burst into tears. Zhang Daniu said in a trembling voice, "Thank the heavens you're finally here. You don't even know how those bad guys from the apocalyptic organization dealt with me. They threatened to cut me into pieces and dissect me. They are not human beings. They are simply a bunch of devils. However, I am an iron-willed man. I will not yield just like that. One cannot be corrupted by riches and honor. One cannot be defeated by might. This is my motto in life. It is my principle. My principle. You don't need to worry. No matter how much they tortured me, threatened me, and even sent 2 beautiful female agents to tempt me, I never told them your secret, because I firmly believe that my good brother Liao will definitely risk his life to save me. You have indeed come. Good brother. You are truly loyal. Master Niu." Liao was silent for a moment. He wiped the blood off his face and said, "Don't forget that we have a listening device. I heard your conversation with the hunter. Is that so?" Zhang Daniu blinked his eyes quickly. With a natural expression, he said frankly, "Then you must have discovered how I pretended to play nice with him with my superb acting skills and bought you more time. I even managed to elicit important information from him. Didn't I?" "Stop it, Teacher Niu. Stop it." Liao took a long breath. "Before I change my mind, please leave me alone and let's get out of here." Liao was not sure whether or not there were still traps in the lobby of the first floor. Instead, he led Zhang Daniu to crawl out of the ventilation window of the toilet and arrived at the shabby alley behind the Building of Wealth. The terrain here was relatively high. There were still a few cars parked on the side of the road that weren't submerged in water. Liao smashed the window of a large-scale, multipurpose off-road vehicle with a single punch. He forcefully opened the door and stuffed Zhang Daniu inside. Looking at the rearview mirror, one would notice that thick, black smoke was popping up from many windows of the building, making it look like a ferocious devil. The building had turned into a demon building. Countless streams of black smoke snatched at Liao and Zhang Daniu as if they were alive. "We've been discovered so quickly?" Liao sniffed. He tore open the panel below the control panel and grabbed a handful of wires. "I only have one chance. I must—" He followed his natural instincts and allowed the bioelectricity surging inside his nerves to react naturally with the circuits of the car. Sparks flooded into the control circuits and the engine from the depths of his cells. After a series of pleasing engine roars, accompanied by violent vibrations, the car started. Hardly had Liao stepped on the gas when he saw through the rearview mirror that the black fog rushing out of the Building of Wealth had condensed into an enormous ghost claw that snatched at the multipurpose off-road vehicle. When the black fog covered the top of the off-road vehicle, squeaking noises were echoing on the top of the vehicle, as if it had been scratched by real sharp claws. Thankfully, the off-road vehicle had already started moving at this moment. The roar of the engine drowned out the shriek of the sharp claws. Liao ruthlessly stepped on the accelerator, causing the water around the wheels to splatter as the off-road vehicle rushed out like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! Crack! It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but dozens of lightning bolts fell from the sky and hit the SUV from afar. One moment of carelessness, and the SUV and the people inside would be burnt to ashes. Liao's face was as gloomy as still water. Every pore on his body had been expanded to the limit. He keenly sensed every electric current and ripple between heaven and earth. It was clearly a heavy and clumsy off-road vehicle, but Liao drove it with the agility of a racing motorcycle. In between the lightning bolts, he zigzagged left and right and finally accelerated to his maximum speed, leaving the lightning bolts and the black fog far behind. On the other hand, Zhang Daniu had no time to put on his seatbelt. He was swinging back and forth in the carriage like the last match in a matchbox. He was about to throw up his bile. It was raining cats and dogs in front of him. The sky and the earth were covered in darkness. The entire city was drowned in the endless rain. Visibility was extremely low. Liao drove the off-road vehicle onto the highway half by memory and half by luck. Right now, there was water everywhere on the ground. Passing through the lower roads and culverts, the engine would die down at any moment. The highway was the only place that was slightly safer. After making sure that there were no pursuers behind him, Liao took a long breath in relief. Then he glanced at Zhang Daniu out of the corner of his eye. "Are you all right, Master Niu?" I'm fine." Blurg. Zhang Daniu leaned against the window and retched a few times. Then, he looked at the raging storm and thousands of bolts of lightning. His complexion turned even more ugly as he said in a trembling voice, This damn weather doesn't look like a normal hurricane or storm, no matter how I look at it. It can't be that the hunter was speaking the truth and the world is really starting to collapse, right? Hey, Student Liao, where are we going now? I don't know. Liao frowned. Although he had awakened the strength of a monster and the modeled memory pieces, they were still not enough to help an ordinary college student like him find a way out of the Ark and the apocalyptic organizations, or even the malicious world. Master Niu, do you believe what the hunter said? That we are all prisoners in a time prison living in an infinitely repetitive reincarnation world? I don't know either. Zhang Daniu wiped his face and said pitifully, "Last night, I was still worrying about the rent for the next quarter. I was still feeling sorry that you ate $200 to $300 worth of casserole bones. In the end, in just a short span of 24 hours, you want me to face some sort of world-collapsing, infinite loop problem. I really don't know what to say about such a high-end and elegant problem. However, on second thought, the words of the hunter should have a lot of truth to them, because his theory is partly consistent with the dream travelers and can explain the Earth bug. Besides, we have seen the existence of superpowers with our own eyes. What if the superpowered people did not awaken the memories of their previous lives? I think so, too. The words of the hunters cannot all be false. Of course, they cannot all be true either." Liao said, "Master Niu, whether or not you pretended to be nice to the hunter, I'm going to ask you one more time. What are you thinking? If you have to choose between the apocalypse or the Arky, who will you choose? If you have to choose the apocalypse, I don't need to flatter myself and save you from the apocalypse, do I?" "Well," Zhang Daniu thought carefully for a long time and said, "I don't know either. I'd better check the status of the Ark Foundation first." "Oh." Liao was dazed for a moment. He said, "I thought that you would choose the apocalyptic organization without any hesitation. After all, what the hunter said was very reasonable and tempting. If there is a will of the earth, and their organization is the messenger, spokesperson, or subordinate of the will of the earth, they will certainly look more promising than the Ark Foundation." "You are wrong about that." A sly smile appeared on Zhang Daniu's face when he heard Liao's words. He said, "If the apocalyptic organization is really as awesome as the hunter claimed, with the entire will of the earth backing them up, how could they still be a hidden underground organization? Even after the shooting at the T3 game show, they were still wanted by the police of multiple countries? It doesn't make any sense at all. If the will of the earth does exist and can control everything in human society, then the apocalyptic organization should have replaced the United Nations and the governments of the other superpowers and launched a full-scale arrest warrant for the Ark Foundation. Is it really necessary to go this far where everyone is sneaking around and not daring to meet anyone?" Liao raised his eyebrow in surprise. As it turned out, Zhang Daniu had the same thought as him. It was just that he did not dare to say it out loud due to the intimidation of the hunter. Although the guy was sordid, he was not stupid. Besides, don't you see that the words of the hunter are contradictory? Zhang Daniu said proudly. He compared Earth to a reincarnation prison, and the members of the apocalyptic organization are both model prisoners and prisoners. Isn't that right? Liao nodded. Yes, that's what he said. That's hilarious. Zhang Daniu said, I don't know how much you know about prisons. Although I don't know the specific organizational structure and management pattern of prisons, I can guarantee one thing. No prison in the world is 100% managed by a prisoner, right? No matter how well-behaved, outstanding and model you are, the prison manager occasionally needs you to maintain the underground order inside the prison and save the manager's manpower and resources. But no matter what, a prisoner is still a prisoner. It's impossible for them to be promoted to a real prison guard and manager, right? Liao thought quickly and immediately understood the simple logic. He nodded and said, yes, maybe in the eyes of the awakeners of the Heaven's Origin sector, they are the model prisoners and the prisoners who are absolutely obedient to the will of the earth. But a prisoner is still a prisoner. If there is a humanized will of the earth, it is impossible for them to trust any human being, be they apocalypse or arcs. Yes, only in extreme cases can a prisoner become a prison guard. Zhang Dainiu said, that is because the prison managers are too weak. The order inside and outside the prison has gone out of control. If that is the case, the will of the earth is not as invincible as it sounds, is it? Liao looked at Zhang Dainiu seriously. Fair enough. Of course it does, Zhang Dainiu said excitedly. When I was talking to the hunter just now, I'd already thought it through. A real man can bow and submit when he wants to. He can even take the insult to his groin. What's wrong with kneeling down and hugging his thigh? The problem is, even if you want to hug his thigh, you have to choose a thick, long, and real 24-karat golden thigh to hug. For guys who call themselves prisoners like the apocalyptic organization, who knows whether or not they are chess pieces in the hands of a higher power? What do you mean by we are born guilty? They look like zealots. It would be a shame not to be used by others. You and I are smart people. There's no need to be tied to them so quickly. As for the Ark Foundation, according to the hunters, they are just a bunch of prison breakers. But they are acting so arrogantly. Is there something wrong with them? Or do they have the capital to be arrogant? If it is the latter, it is not a bad idea for us to join the Ark Foundation together. After all, I've spent $20,000 on the resistance. It is not unreasonable to ask the Ark Foundation to pay me back 100 times or even 2 million, right? Of course, it would be best if we don't go looking for the Ark. Let's just let the Ark discover us and take us away. This way, if the apocalypse gains the upper hand next time and completely destroys the Ark, we can still say that we were forced by the people of the apocalypse to end up like this. Maybe we will have a chance to abandon the darkness and seek refuge in the arms of the apocalypse and the will of the earth. Student Liao, think about it. Don't you agree? Liao stared at Zhang Dainiu for a long, long time. Master Niu, you've changed. Liao could not help but say, from last night to this moment, your temperament, way of thinking, and computational ability seem to have undergone a complete transformation. You are completely different from before. Now that you mention it, you do have a point. Zhang Dainiu flipped down the window cover and found a small mirror on the back of the window. He observed his appearance carefully and said, it's really strange. Ever since I met you, bubbles seem to be popping up in the depths of my brain. Inside the bubbles are new and strange thoughts one after another. Many super complicated questions can be solved in a flash. What's going on? Well, just as Liao was about to respond, the hair all over his body suddenly stood on end, and his heart seemed to have been ruthlessly pinched. He turned the steering wheel violently as if it was a conditioned reflex, and the off-road vehicle almost turned 180 degrees on the elevated platform. The complicated viaduct was made of 3 levels, high and low. While Liao was steering the steering wheel hard, another black, multipurpose off-road vehicle roared like an iron beast and flew down from a higher level, trying to crash into Liao and Zhang Dainiu's vehicle. Had Liao not braked and made a sharp turn in time, the heavy off-road vehicle would certainly have crashed into the roof of Liao's vehicle. Chances were that the 2 vehicles would have crashed into burning scrap metal. But right now, the iron beast that came out of nowhere crashed into the ground right in front of Liao and exploded into an exploding fireball. Liao's eyes seemed to have been ignited by the fireball. He operated his hands and feet as if they were cramping. The engine, the brakes, and the tires screamed one after another. The off-road vehicle started spinning at a high speed like a gyro. It actually knocked away the fireball in front of it and resumed its normal direction and speed. Blarg! Zhang Dainiu's face turned pale again, as if he was about to vomit. However, the fire in Liao's eyes did not die down, because in the rearview mirror, dozens of speeding cars appeared on the highway one after another, which looked like dozens of iron beasts. Some of the vehicles were coming at them from the back, while some were diving down like the off-road vehicles just now. The road was slippery in the rain, and the lights were dim. The bottom of the highway could not be seen, and the road conditions were extremely bad. Most of the drivers did not have Liao's driving skills. Often, when they were driving, their tires would slip, and they would lose control of their direction. They would fall into the darkness below the highway, and soon, they would turn into a rising fireball. However, there were still a dozen or so cars that were firmly biting Liao. The distance was getting shorter and shorter. Some of them were even trying to crash into Liao's off-road vehicle from the rear and flank. Bam! Bam! In the middle of a storm, such a collision was tantamount to suicide. It was a crazy strategy of mutual destruction. Although Liao had awakened his unparalleled driving skills, he was still soaked in cold sweat when he was surrounded by the crazy drivers. At this moment, a two-seater sports car drove side by side with him. Liao looked through the window and saw that the driver was a well-dressed middle-aged man whose hair was not messy at all. He was also wearing gold-rimmed glasses. No matter how one looked at him, he did not look like a fearless death squad member. However, when he saw the absent-minded look in the other party's eyes and the Bluetooth earpiece hanging by his ear, Liao immediately understood. It turned out that the pursuers were still puppets that had been manipulated and lost their rationality. That was why they were so crazy and fearless. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The tires of the two sports cars screamed. Despite the fact that they were heavier and smaller than Liao, they still crashed into Liao's off-road vehicle. Liao had nowhere to run to. The two cars scratched each other hard, raising hideous sparks. The two sports cars were no match for the multipurpose off-road vehicle after all. They were knocked away by Liao and fell to the bottom of the guardrail, almost 20 meters away from each other. But as a result, Liao's speed was inevitably slowed down. The remaining dozen or so vehicles were about to catch up to him. Something doesn't seem right, Zhang Daniu shouted. There's no end to this section of the highway. Liao was dazed for a moment. He squinted and observed his surroundings carefully. Although they were talking about their surroundings, in fact, the lights on the viaduct had long been destroyed by the storm and lightning. Other than the high beams that could illuminate dozens of meters ahead through the rain, they could see nothing else. He was surrounded by darkness in all directions. The viaduct extended vertically in the darkness to the unknown one moment and zigzagged the next. It seemed to have been tied up by countless forks and on-ramp. It was a maze in an infinite loop. At this moment, a road sign flashed above their heads. A bolt of lightning struck down, allowing them to clearly see the contents of the road sign. This was the intersection of People's Road and Tide Road. The problem was, Renmin Road and Sea Tide Road were not far away from the central business district. At most, it would take 3 to 5 minutes for them to arrive, but they had driven for at least 20 to 30 minutes in the torrential rain. The several dozen kilometers should have already been covered. How did he end up near the central business district? Liao's lips twitched, and Zhang Daniu swallowed his saliva. The two of them thought of the same thing at the same time. Can you drive? Liao suddenly asked. Huh? Zhang Daniu was shocked. He stammered, I do have a driver's license, but I haven't touched a car in years. I don't have a car myself. I'm from the original clan. You drive. Liao did not give any chance to refuse. If this road is truly an endless loop, after the intersection of the People's Road and the Sea Tide Road, there should be a straight road several kilometers ahead. You can slow down a bit. It's very simple. What? I don't know how. I can't. Zhang Daniu was at a loss. It's been a long time since I last touched a real steering wheel. I'm not an experienced driver in this regard. But Liao had already unbuckled his seatbelt and dragged Zhang Daniu over. The multipurpose off-road vehicle immediately started zigzagging on the high platform. Several times, it brushed against the guardrail, causing sparks to fly. Ah! Zhang Daniu screamed. Steady. Relax. Slow down. Liao gritted his teeth and roared at Zhang Daniu. I'm stabilizing myself. Zhang Daniu was almost in tears. This thing is too exciting. Very good. You drove very well. You don't look like a typical origin. That's right. That's right. Liao had been making a last-ditch effort, too. He didn't expect that Zhang Daniu would get into his role within half a minute after he panicked in the beginning. Although he couldn't be said to be driving very fast, in this godforsaken weather and godforsaken place, being able to maintain the normal speed and stability on the first try was already very good. But as a result, the car of the pursuers was only 20 to 30 meters away from them. They could simply step on the gas. Taking a deep breath, Liao kicked open the rear window and crawled out like a loach with wings. His fingers and toes turned into hooks that were as hard as steel and clutched the roof of the tank. No matter how the wind, rain, and thunder raged, they could not get rid of him. Slow down. Slower. Liao rushed into the car and shouted. The distance between the two was getting shorter and shorter. When the pursuer tried to crash into Liao's off-road vehicle again, Liao swung his arm in an arc and launched the iron nail. Chi! The iron nail hit the front wheel of the car. At such a high speed, although it was not like the movie where one would spin dozens of times in the air and fall to the ground like a giant fireball, it was still enough to make the car lose control and stagger to the side of the road. The front end and the engine crashed into a mess and could not be started again. Seeing that his plan was working out, Liao immediately took action and threw out the iron nails on his waist, aiming at the tires of his opponent. With his eyesight and hand strength, even if he was affected by the torrential rain and thunder, it would still be a piece of cake for him to shoot down the tires of the pursuers. It was just that he didn't want to cause any fatal injuries to the puppets inside the car. Therefore, he repeatedly calculated, carefully aimed, and even had Zhang Daniu slow down the speed of the car before slowing down again. Sure enough, the dozen or so cars either crashed into the railings or lost control of the brakes. There was no more tragedy of falling off the high platform and exploding in the air. Very soon, the vehicles of the pursuers all stopped. Liao wiped off the hot rainwater on his face and thought to himself that he could finally breathe a sigh of relief and think of a way to get rid of the unpredictable ghost trap. Liao! Liao! But right then, Zhang Daniu screamed in the car. Liao was greatly alarmed. When he looked back, he vaguely saw two hazy lights shining at them from the darkness ahead. Soon, the lights outlined an even darker outline in the darkness. It was a 24-wheel container truck. God knows where the other party had gotten such a behemoth from. Usually, this kind of container truck was not allowed to enter the city. But right now, it was roaring, galloping, and baring its fangs and brandishing its claws on the highway like a furious steel beast, rushing straight towards Liao's off-road vehicle. No, it was not as simple as a container truck. Just as Liao was leaning on the roof of the off-road vehicle, a man was standing on the head of the container truck. He was a middle-aged man who was wearing a neat black suit and a pair of black sunglasses despite the storm and lightning. He seemed to have noticed that Liao was observing him, too. He bowed slightly, as if he were greeting Liao. Hunters! Zhang Daniu screamed in the driver's seat. He is the hunter! Liao's heart suddenly sank. The wind and rain were so heavy that he had to lean on the top of the tank and stabilize himself with one hand and 2 feet. But the hunter was standing on the top of the tank casually and easily. No matter how much he struggled, he did not move at all. His body control ability alone was already better than Liao's at this moment. No wonder he dared to set up traps unhurriedly when he was faced with the 10 deep perception and the 2 ultimate perception of the Arc Foundation. Then, he looked at the driver of the truck, who was fat and unshaven and did not look like an awakener. As it turned out, he had headphones on his ears, too. Then, it was quite obvious what was going on. One of the abilities of the hunters was to hack into other people's brains through electric waves and turn them into his puppets. At the same time, part of the memories of the previous life, deep inside other people's brains, would be activated, thereby allowing them to acquire terrifying killing skills. But was it the only ability of a hunter? While Liao was pondering, the 2 vehicles were getting closer and closer. Liao could clearly see the increasingly mysterious smile on the hunter's face. He also saw the hunter snap his fingers. The driver in the driver's seat immediately pulled the steering wheel, as if he had received a mysterious command, and made a 90-degree turn. Such a heavy storm, such a slippery road, and such a heavy container truck were simply unable to make a 90-degree turn in such a hurry. Sure enough, the large truck immediately flipped over, and under the force of inertia, the entire coach came over and almost blocked the entire lane. The coach rubbed against the ground, producing ear-splitting noises and dazzling sparks. It swept toward Liao's SUV like an iron mill that could crush everything. The hunter, on the other hand, jumped up the moment the truck flipped over as if it were weightless. It was not until this moment that he floated down and stood on the overturned truck, coldly staring at Liao, who was right in front of him. At that moment, Liao felt that he had been locked onto by 108,000 eyes at the same time, as if every weakness on his body had been grasped by the enemy. He finally understood why the awakened one was named Hunter. It was true that few things in the world could escape his hunting. Zhang Daniu was already scared out of his wits when he saw the container truck sweeping over. He could not control the direction at all. The off-road vehicle started moving crazily and trembling violently. The enemy had blocked the entire lane. Liao and Zhang Daniu had nowhere to run. There was no time for them to make a 180-degree turn. In a moment of desperation, Liao shouted and expanded the veins and muscles all over his body. He ripped off the entire roof of the off-road vehicle and grabbed it like a surfboard. "Let's go!" When the off-road vehicle and the container truck were about to collide, Liao grabbed the back of Zhang Daniu's neck and pulled him out of the vehicle. He stomped on the back of the off-road vehicle and brought Zhang Daniu into the air like a giant bird. He then covered the top of the vehicle with his feet and used his ankle, knee joint, and leg muscles to ease the impact of landing. Chi! 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 The roof of the tank rubbed against the ground, producing dazzling sparks. Liao felt excruciating pain in his legs. He slid hundreds of meters away and rolled on the ground more than 10 times. At this moment, the off-road vehicle collided with the container truck brutally with ear-splitting noises. A gargantuan fireball soared into the sky and illuminated the storm into a crimson blade. The impact of the container truck was slightly diminished, but the hunter took the opportunity to jump off the truck. While he was still in midair, he took out 2 pistols from his waist. One of them was silver and carried the coldness of death, while the other was as brilliant as burning gold. The bullets that darted out of the muzzle were mixed with the brilliance of silver and gold, too. Dozens of curved blades seemed to be attacking him from various directions and constituted a crisscross cage. Dodging the bullets of ordinary guns was a piece of cake for Liao, who had awakened the power of cultivation. However, the moment the hunter's bullet left the barrel, Liao felt as if the entire space had become exceptionally oppressive and thick. It was as if his body and soul had been entangled, enveloped, and delayed by an inconceivable force. He entered a slow-motion state and could only watch helplessly as several dozen rounds of bullets, slowly and unhurriedly, shot towards him. Even if he bit the tip of his tongue in order to forcefully keep his mind clear and move his forelimbs and body inch by inch, narrowly avoiding the first dozen or so rounds of bullets, he was still hit by the next few rounds of bullets, causing his skin to split open and blood to splatter everywhere. Liao grunted and fell off the top of the tank, rolling on the highway. But in the next second, he stood up again and shot into his body. The bullets that shattered his bones and internal organs did not seem to affect his movements at all. He gritted his teeth and fired the last cluster of iron nails. Ha! Behind the deep black sunglasses of the hunter, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. It seemed that he did not expect that his opponent would still maintain such a high motor ability and combat ability even though he had been shot multiple times. His original target was only Zhang Daniu, but right now he was deeply interested in Liao. He dodged Liao's storm of iron nails unhurriedly and came close to Liao. He carefully observed Liao's bald head and said, "You are that college student, Liao. You are actually not dead? What is this? Is your ability similar to the super powerful cell reproduction and recovery ability of a gecko?" Gritting his teeth, Liao pushed his hands against the ground and attacked the hunter's lower body like 2 axes. The hunter's expression didn't change in the least. He didn't even bother to take off his sunglasses. The feeling of being so thick that it was almost suffocating once again emerged from his body. It pressed down on Liao like a mountain or a deep sea, causing Liao's movements to be slowed down by half a beat. In the end, the hunter lightly kicked him flying hundreds of meters away, nearly breaking a street lamp next to the railing. Student Liao, there are many secrets behind you. What kind of people are you exactly? The hunter finally took off his sunglasses. He then took out a silk handkerchief from the pocket of his suit and wiped his eyes slowly. His eyes, which had been hidden behind the sunglasses all the time, seemed to be burning with cold flames. He walked toward Liao step by step and asked, "Who ordered you to approach the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivators? How did you end up talking about the Ark Foundation and the apocalyptic organization? When we return to the organization, can we talk about the questions?" Leaning against the cement railing, Liao vomited a mouthful of thick, stinky blood. He felt that all the bones in his chest were broken. Good, very good. This guy's strength was indeed stronger than he had imagined. However, it was precisely this kind of heart-wrenching attack that completely opened his nerve endings and gene strands. Liao had a faint feeling that as long as he could pass this test, he would definitely become stronger. As long as Liao groped his body, his face suddenly changed. Where are my energy bars? Where are my energy bars and energy gel? The hunter was getting closer and closer. Liao raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. He said feebly, "Mister, I think there's been a misunderstanding between us. It's totally fine if you want to have a nice talk, but can you wait for me to eat something first? How should I put it? I'm suddenly hungry. I'm afraid I have low blood sugar. I can't think straight at all." The hunter smiled and raised his guns at Liao again. Inside the chamber, the ripples of energy emitted by the special bullets targeting the awakened could be clearly seen in the black rain. Right then, a cluster of rolling gray mist suddenly rose up. The gray mist seemed to have a life of its own and soon enveloped Liao and Zhang Daniu. It even split into dozens of gray tentacles that swept toward the hunter's hands and the guns. The hunter finally put on an expression that was different from aloof. He shot all the bullets at Liao in the gray mist. Liao vomited blood and dodged to the side despite his heavy wounds. However, he discovered that the bullets that were shot into the gray mist were corroded, jammed, and deflected by a certain weird force. There was no telling where they went. The gray mist seemed to have a life of its own. Not only did it possess the power to interfere with bullets, it also seemed to contain the power to calm the soul. Liao's muscles and bones had been broken. His internal bleeding was serious, and there was not a single part of his body that wasn't in pain. Under the cover of the gray mist, a cool feeling actually surged out from within his body. His hot and restless soul also returned to tranquility as he gradually fell into a peaceful dream. Before he passed out, he only heard the furious roars of the hunter and Zhang Daniu's screams. This was the second time that Liao had passed out in only half a day. In the same way, he also had that bizarre, inexplicable dream, not of an interstellar tyrannosaur, but of him living in a bustling, busy metropolis on Earth, lost, resisting, struggling, and even falling. No, not one big city on Earth, but several different cities and villages. He seemed to have experienced several different lives under different identities. They were all his previous lives. However, in every memory piece of his previous life, an enormous silver-white balloon was following him at a distance neither too far nor too close. It was being pulled by a narrow rope from the back of his head. Every time he looked back, he would see his own image twisted like a mirror on the surface of the silver-white balloon. Who am I? Am I Liao? If I am Liao, which Liao am I? What is my destiny exactly? Is it the vulture plan? Or... Looking at his twisted self inside the silver-white balloon, he shuddered and woke up. Beep, beep, beep. The pure white room, the smell of disinfectant, and the beeps from the medical equipment next to it were all inexplicably tranquil. Liao observed his surroundings and discovered that his entire body was tied up with 4 lines and unknown wires. He was lying on a specially made hospital bed. The medical equipment around the hospital bed was not as advanced as the medical pod in, but it had already far exceeded the emergency equipment that Liao had seen in ordinary hospitals. He listened carefully. The slight shivering of the ward and the feeble noises coming from below immediately reminded Liao that he was not in a fixed building, but in a mobile hospital modified from a container truck that was running on a highway. "You're awake." A deep and gentle voice came from the corner. "How do you feel?" The other party did not conceal his existence. Liao managed to raise his head and discovered that the speaker was the Lady Grey Mist, who had appeared in the morgue. The Awakener seemed to be used to using his own ability as a code name. Recalling the weird gray mist that appeared when the hunter was trying to kill him, Liao immediately realized who had saved him. Besides, he had already fooled the Grey Mist Lady once in the morgue. She must have been alarmed. It was unnecessary to pretend that she was still unconscious. "I feel good." Taking a deep breath, Liao did not find any shrapnel left inside his body. His joints and internal organs did not seem to have suffered any damage, either, as if his memory of being shot was just an illusion. He sat up and looked at his bulging muscles that were nourished by various drugs and nutrition liquids. "What drugs did you give me?" "That is a good question." The Grey Mist Lady looked at Liao. "Other than saline, glucose, and some special high-energy nutrition liquids, we didn't give you any drugs. But your body has amazing self-recovery ability. All the bullets that the hunter shot into your body were squeezed out. Then your wounds were healing at a visible speed. What an amazing ability. Is that so?" Liao looked at his hands. He seemed to be able to see the high-speed operation of the mitochondria factories deep inside his cells through his skin and his muscles. They were providing surging energy for his cells and his body, facilitating the proliferation of cells, the expansion of muscles, and the recovery of his body. Of course, they were also providing tremendous damage and damage. He even vaguely remembered that it was a feature of the demons or his apocalyptic body that was working. But what were the demons and the apocalyptic body? Was it really as the novels described? How weird. "You don't seem to be surprised by your super recovery ability?" The Grey Mist Lady continued. "If my eyes aren't deceiving me, this should be the second time you've come back from the dead in a short span of 12 hours, right? The first time was the magical explosive of Deep Perceiver White Knight, which burnt you from your internal organs to the point that it was almost like you were placed in a super large microwave oven for an entire 10 minutes. Even I didn't expect you to still be alive. The second time was with the hunter. He didn't use ordinary bullets, but two different types of super bullets. The first type had the characteristics of armor-piercing and explosive. It could even kill an African elephant in one shot. The second type contained a strange component of meteorites that could restrain most of the abilities of the awakened. You were shot 7 times by the hunter. 3 of the bullets hit the critical parts of your body. You should have been dead for sure, but you recovered in only 12 hours. During that time, you also absorbed nutrition liquids that ordinary awakeners wouldn't be able to digest for an entire month. Your body is like an insatiable black hole. Interesting. Student Liao, what are you exactly? If I tell you that I don't know, will you believe me? Liao smiled and asked, "What about the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivation? How is he?" "He is fine. He is merely leaving this place through other channels and going to the headquarters of the Ark Foundation. You are the same. You are safe for now. The transportation route is top secret. The people of the apocalyptic organization will not be able to catch up to us so easily." The Grey Mist Lady said, "Zhang Daniu has told us a lot of things. He is even continuing to write. With the help of our hypnotists, his creative efficiency has improved quite a bit compared to the past. If it is confirmed that you are fine, we will provide you with the follow-up content of 40,000 Years of Cultivator. But the first question that needs to be addressed is, who are you exactly? Why did you find the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivator? And why are you trying to investigate the secrets of the Ark Foundation and the apocalyptic organization with him? What's the deal with your unparalleled capability, as well as the detectophones and trackers that you handed over to Zhang Daniu?" The detectophones that you made are very delicate and have a different structure from those of most national spy agencies in this life. How did you make such things? I still don't know. Liao took a long breath and shook his head gloomily. Now that Zhang Daniu had been controlled by the members of the Ark Foundation, he must have confessed everything with his personality and integrity. There was no point in keeping it a secret any longer. You won't believe it if I tell you, but I was just an ordinary college student. It was only after reading 40,000 Years of Cultivation, a week ago, that I was somehow awakened to an indescribable power. I feel that I am the protagonist of the author's story. I am the cultivator Liao from the 4 universities of cultivators. Liao was prepared to be mocked by the Gray Mist Lady. But to his surprise, the Gray Mist Lady's face remained unchanged. She even nodded in understanding and said, "There are all kinds of amazing things in the world. Incredible things have happened to every one of us who have awakened, mutations that cannot be explained by science. How do you know that I don't believe you?" "Huh." Liao was dazed for a moment. The door of the ward was opened softly, and a middle-aged man in weird clothes with fiery red hair walked in. "Lady Grey Mist, the pursuers have been taken care of. We should be safe for the next 12 hours. The middle-aged man said. But Liao's eyes were fixed on the middle-aged man, and he couldn't get rid of them. Could not be helped. The middle-aged man's appearance was too shocking. It was not a big problem for a middle-aged man to dye his hair red like a young man, but the problem was that the baldness of the middle-aged man was very serious. There was a Mediterranean Sea on his head. In order to cover it up, he had also deliberately grown the few remaining strands of hair on the 2 sides of his head and combed them horizontally in such a clumsy way to cover it up. Even so, he still had to dye his hair red. His determination was firm. Below the red hair was a big, greasy face with a bulbous nose. The uncle's face was like a lonely rock in a desert that had been weathered by wind, snow, and time. The interconnecting wrinkles and hollows gave him a medal of vicissitudes. When one reached middle age, it was inevitable that one would gain weight. If one liked to drink a bit of wine or eat a bit of supper, it wouldn't be strange for one's belly to bulge like a pregnant woman's. However, this uncle was clearly 1.7 meters tall, yet he was carrying a 200 pounds weight. Moreover, he was wearing an extremely exaggerated collar and cuffs, as well as an extremely long white shirt that looked like scissors. He was even wearing a black short-sleeved shirt that had been crudely cut. The neckline of the shirt was extremely large, causing the fat on his body to become uneven, revealing his curves. This made everyone's eyes a bit sore. However, that was not the weirdest part. Below the super long white shirt and the tight black uniform, the middle-aged man was wearing a pair of red jeans and a red belt between his legs. Liao didn't know how to describe the uncle's appearance. He suddenly discovered that the middle-aged man's thick and short neck, which was almost buried between his chin and the fat on his chest, was actually helping him with a black leather belt. There was no telling whether or not it was a collar. Liao felt that he was suffocating. In the meantime, he felt that the uncle looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Right, wasn't it someone from the game, someone from the game? Well done, Uncle Hui. The Gray Mist Lady nodded her head. She pointed at Liao and said, "Right? This young friend Liao seems to have just awakened and is full of doubts about the strength in his body. Can I trouble Uncle Hui to explain the process of your awakening to him?" "All right, Lady Grey Mist." Uncle Hui, a middle-aged man with dyed red hair and red jeans, who was wearing a belt on his neck and knees, said in a southern accent. "However, as I said, please stop calling me Uncle Hui and call me Seven Gods. Ms. Grey Mist, you've forgotten." "I'm sorry." The Gray Mist Lady's eyelids were twitching. She said, "Don't mind the details. Let's begin." "No problem, young man. Fate is indeed a marvelous thing. None of us will know who we are until we are awakened." Uncle Hui, the 7 gods, pointed at his bulbous nose and said in plastic-flavored Mandarin, "Take this uncle for example. I have never achieved much in my life. Originally, I was just an ordinary old man selling pork in a vegetable market in a 4th-tier city in the south. Other people in the vegetable market like to eat, drink, smoke, play, gamble. I don't like any of these. I only have one hobby since childhood, which is to play video games and games. I especially like to play a game called Punching God 97. It's been almost 20 years since I was a young man. When I was at my peak, I was invincible. I was quite famous in our city. Unfortunately, times have changed. Young people nowadays like to play online games. The game that I like has been abandoned for a long time. It's probably the last arcade in the entire country that is about to collapse. It doesn't matter. This is what I like to play. I especially like a game character named Seven Gods in Punching God 97. Every time I choose this character to play I always feel that I am one with the sword and that I am possessed by my soul. It's like I have crawled into a game console and become one of the seven gods. Every punch hits flesh. It's so refreshing. That's it. At the end of last year, the arcade that I've been playing with for 20 to 30 years finally couldn't hold on any longer and was about to go bankrupt. Although you can play Punching God 97 on the computers and game consoles nowadays, and my child has already adjusted it for me, it is still different from playing in the arcade. Young man, you haven't played it before. You don't understand. All in all, it was probably the last time that this uncle went to play. Naturally, I was particularly dedicated and fierce. Over and over, I chose the seven gods to fight against the heroes of the world. I fought more and more smoothly and skillfully. I even felt that the world around me was shattering and disappearing. Only then did the world of Punching God 97 become real. I felt that I had crawled into a machine and turned into the real seven gods. Liao was fascinated. He couldn't help but ask, Then, Uncle Hui said seriously, I passed out. When I woke up in the hospital, my daughter said that a machine in the arcade had a power leak and knocked me out for 3 days and 3 nights. Well, Liao stammered. Uncle Hui said, But I'm well aware that it's not as simple as an electric shock. I've awakened the memories of my previous life. Young man, guess what? In my previous life, a long time ago in a certain life, I really did come from the seven gods. This is my destiny. It's the destiny that I'm really going to face. From this day on, I can't stand the identity of Porkman any longer. I've decided to resume the original appearance of the seven gods and fight to my heart's content against my destiny and my mortal enemies. Liao asked, Uncle Hui, I don't know whether or not I should ask. Have you seen a psychiatrist recently? Uncle Hui, young man, are you doubting this uncle's words? What's wrong? Do you think this uncle's age and profession are not enough for this avant-garde, mysterious and powerful style? Let me tell you, the so-called dreams and awakening are not just the rights of you young people. Although this uncle has been nothing more than an ordinary old pig all my life, the fire in the bottom of my heart that stepped on the moon and burned everything will never be extinguished. Shwa! Shwa! Uncle Hui wiped his hands on his back. He held a meat cleaver in his right hand and a bone cleaver in his left hand. Come on, young man. Let me show you the strength of the giant snake. Cry, shout, and die. Uncle Hui, don't be rash. I was just asking. In fact, I suspect that I need to see a psychiatrist myself. Also, I've played the classic combat game Punching God 97 with simulators before. I'm not very clear that the seven gods in the game actually use sabers. My martial arts have reached the peak of perfection. I can hurt anyone with flying flowers and picking leaves. What's the difference between using fists, claws, and sabers? In my previous life, I was a lonely man cursed by the power of serpents. In this life, I relied on these 2 butcher knives to feed my family. These 2 butcher knives have been used by me since I was 18 years old. They have long been connected to my mind and blood. They are simply sharper than the legendary artifact, Sword of Kusanagi. I rely on them to feed myself. How can I give them up so easily? Uncle Hui said coldly, Young man, if you don't believe me, why don't I show you hands-off, 221st style, 8 children with these 2 sabers? Cold sweat appeared on Liao's forehead. No need, Uncle Hui. Don't call me Uncle Hui. Call me. Uncle Hui suddenly burst into fury. 7 gods. Shwa! 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 Schwa! An unbelievable scene took place. Uncle Huey's fat head, big ears, and greasy face suddenly blossomed with a supercilious, arrogant, and dominating aura. Weird purple flames spurted out of every pore on his body and devoured the air inside the ward like thousands of burning vipers, especially the two butcher knives, which were roaring with the enhancement of the purple flames, like the lonely laughter of a crazy man under the moonlight. Wow! It really is the 7 gods. Liao was dumbfounded. He observed carefully and found that the 2 butcher knives had been carved with magnificent words. They should be the names of the knives. The meat cleaver was called Moonzither, and the boning cleaver Ghost Burning. They were both ultimate weapons that could cut through iron as easily as mud. How about it, young man? Uncle Hui raised his sabers high and shouted. Now you should believe that you are living in a world where your dreams and hopes are limitless and where everything is possible. I do? Liao stammered and looked at the gray mist lady for help. All right, Uncle Hui. Student Liao has just awakened. His soul and memories are not very stable. Don't scare him. The gray mist lady coughed and said, Thank you for your hard work. Go and take a good rest. Hee hee. Uncle Hui stopped talking and glared at Liao. Then he turned around and left. But when he reached the door, he turned around with a bit of resentment in his eyes. MS. Gray Mist, you forgot to call me 7 gods again. Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. The gray mist lady coughed violently. 3 to 5 minutes after Uncle Hui left, the purple flames inside the narrow ward were dispersed by a special ventilation system. Sorry to scare you, the gray mist lady explained. Many of the metahumans have mixed up their memories from several lifetimes or even dozens of lifetimes. Therefore, their personalities are more strange. It's very easy for them to lose control of their emotions. In addition, everyone is burdened with an incomparably heavy mission. They always have to find an outlet to vent. So, no matter what strange actions they make, you must not take offense. No. It's not easy for Uncle Hui to find the real me at such an old age. Why would I be surprised? Scratching his bald head, Liao did not know what to say. I'm just a little surprised. The content of Punching God 97 was actually real. Part of it. The gray mist lady said, Of course, the novels, comic books, movies, and games are not 100% real. But the works created by the observers contain modeled pieces of memories of the past. They are like broken mirrors that are still reflecting the brutality and cruelty of the fierce battles before countless reincarnations. Right? Do you know what observers are? I know. I heard the entire conversation between Zhang Daniu and the hunter. Now that the detectophones had been discovered, there was no point in keeping it a secret any longer. Liao said, I know that Father of the Star Ring Galiot is an observer, and Zhang Daniu is very likely to be a very special observer, too. Their works all reflect the story of a certain reincarnation long ago, or even before it. So, is the creator of 97 Fist the same? You could say that Punching God 97 is a large-scale fighting game series. Not just any producer can decide its entire content. There might be 1 or 2 observers hidden in the production team who created the character of 7 gods according to the memories from the depths of their soul. They also resonance with Uncle Hui and activated Uncle Huey's bloodline. That's about it. In fact, Punching God 97 is not the only game. Many other novels, movies, comic books, and games are related to the endless battles between the prison breakers and the prisoners. Therefore, don't be surprised if you find other characters that seem to have traveled from novels, movies, and comic books when you are inside the Ark Foundation. Prison breaker, prison keeper? Liao was dazed for a moment. He seemed to understand what the 2 names meant. The Ark Foundation represents the prison breakers, and the Heaven's Wrath represents the prisoners? Yes, in this life we are known as the Ark Foundation, and they are known as the Apocalyptic Organization. But in the previous life or even the previous life, everyone has different names. The gray mist lady explained, but no matter how we change our names, our memories, ideologies, and wills will not change until the day we die. We prison breakers want to break out of the damn reincarnation prison and find the true meaning and freedom of life. We want to completely control our own souls, and the prisoners are accomplices of their so-called will of the earth. They believe that we are trapped in the time prison of infinite reincarnation, not to be punished or tortured, but to be redeemed and tested. As long as we reflect on our sins, sharpen our souls, and modify ourselves, we will be released one day. The predestined war between the Hellbreakers and the prison guardians lasted for too many cycles to count. We had countless soul-stirring, impassioned, and destructive wars. The most brutal war of all took place in 1999 in one of the cycles. It was known as the Battle of the Vulture. It was the closest we came to success, but we were still suppressed. Even so, we did not yield. Not only did the Hellbreakers not yield, all the Earthlings who were suppressed, corrupted, and tied up did not yield, too. Observers were restoring their memories of the great wars in the past. There were also people such as Uncle Hui, who were awakened in the resonance, passion, and dreams and became the new generation of Hellbreakers affiliated with the Ark Foundation. 1999 Battle of Vulture. Liao gradually frowned. He felt that screams were echoing deep inside his brain again. Bubbles that carried countless memory pieces popped up on the surface of the ocean and exploded one after another, bringing him countless mottled and glittering memories. He pressed his temples softly and said, "So, the hunter is telling the truth. The so-called will of the earth does exist. We are indeed in the absurd reincarnation time and time again. We are pathetic prisoners. They are prisoners, but they are not pathetic." The gray mist lady said, "There will be a day when we break out of prison with our own strength and regain our freedom. That will be the real rebirth. By then, we will lose a small planet, but we will be able to take back the entire universe." I still don't understand. Liao was dazed for a long time. Since we are all prisoners locked in the reincarnation prison, and it is the so-called will of the earth that is suppressing us, how can we resist? Can't the will of the earth wipe us out directly? Can't it observe our every move and make us all a heart attack or sudden death, for example? The so-called will of the earth is just a theory from the heaven's origin sector. It is just a name and not a real omniscient God. There is no omniscient God in the universe. As an Easterner, you should know the logic better than me. The gray mist lady said, "Even in the most heavily guarded prison, it is impossible for the managers to see every movement of every prisoner clearly. Cold undercurrents are still flowing under the strictest iron fist. Besides, the so-called relationship between the will of the earth and us is more like the relationship between a person and the bacteria and cells inside their body than the relationship between a warden and a prisoner. When you are sick, can you see a certain bacteria or virus inside your body and kill it precisely?" Liao was dazed for a moment. He shook his head thoughtfully. "It is not impossible to destroy us. What matters is the price." The gray mist lady continued, "This is exactly what Red Pole taught us. If a cancer patient goes through radiation and chemotherapy without caring about the cost, it is, of course, possible to purge most of the cancer cells inside the body. But at the same time, the healthy cells will be weakened and exterminated, which might even accelerate his death. Such a treatment plan is meaningless, is it not?" "I see. Are we some kind of cancer cells?" Liao mumbled to himself. "Cancer of Earth? I like the sound of that. After all, cancer cells are very difficult to eliminate. As long as there is even a tiny bit left, it is very easy to spread and lose control. It is true that even if the will of the earth does exist, human beings are a part of it, or even an important part of it. That's why it is named Spirit of all creatures. We are inextricably linked to the will of the earth," the gray mist lady said, "so that it cannot simply wipe us out. We can only resort to precise strikes and focus purges, just like the target drugs for cancer. The heaven's origin sector is one such drug. Now that you mention it, I kind of understand." Liao thought for a moment and said, "But I still don't understand. If the heaven's origin sector is targeting the target drugs of the Ark Foundation, why don't they seem to be particularly awesome?" Their operations are suspicious, and they don't dare to act openly. They don't seem to have any connection with the governments of other countries, either. They are more like a mysterious terrorist organization that is not as glamorous as the Ark Foundation. The Ark and the Apocalypses, the Hellbreakers and the Prison Guardians have their own advantages and disadvantages. It is not certain who is stronger. The Gray Mist Lady smiled and said, "As I said, the Heaven's Origin sector is a kind of target drug that is designed to kill cancer cells. Therefore, during the treatment, it is bound by all kinds of rules and cannot interfere with the normal functioning of the world, especially human society. As for why it cannot be interfered with, I don't know either. Maybe it is about the price. If the Heaven's Origin sector and the Ark Foundation fall out with each other and start a superpower war in the sky of a metropolis with a population of tens of millions, the politics, economy, and even culture of every nation in the world will be deeply affected. Every aspect of human society will be affected. It might even lead to the complete loss of control and collapse of the human society. Maybe, under such control and collapse, more awakeners will be born. For the Heaven's Origin sector, the cancer cells that were supposed to be killed will be stimulated to grow and spread. That would be terrible. On the other hand, you must know that the members of the Heaven's Origin sector are also awakeners. They are the prisoners locked in the prison of reincarnation. In the deepest part of their hearts, there are also the factors of disobedience and freedom. If the will of the earth gives them too much strength and makes them awaken deeply, it is very likely that they will see through the lies, realize the truth and defect to our side. So, do you understand now? The Heaven's Origin sector is protected, instilled, and commanded by the will of the earth, but it is also monitored and restrained by the will of the earth. They have to use their strength cautiously within certain laws. Naturally, they appear to be cautious and hesitant. But we are different. Although we are not backed by the will of the earth, we are our own backers. We can awaken the memories before countless reincarnations unscrupulously and wield unimaginable terrifying strength without any hesitation. Therefore, after countless reincarnations, the Hellbreakers are on par with the Prison Guardians, and nobody can destroy the other. I see. Liao more or less understood the origins and contradictions of the Hellbreakers and the Prison Guardians. Pondering for a moment, he felt that he was more on the side of the Jailbreakers, the Ark Foundation. The Gray Mist Lady, on the other hand, was more or less open with him. She told him everything she knew without the gloom and coldness of a hunter. However, there were a few critical questions that Liao had to figure out. Ms. Gray Mist, if I may ask, what do you want exactly? Liao pondered for a moment and said, I've basically figured out what the Ark Foundation is doing right now. You have gathered a batch of awakeners and seem to be searching for and protecting more of them, especially the observers among the awakeners. You are trying to piece together the secrets before countless reincarnations, aren't you? That's right. The Gray Mist Lady nodded and said, our current mission is to discover and protect all the observers. Then, with the works of the observers, we will awaken more memories, hot blood, and self-awareness that have been buried for a long time, so that more and more people will be awakened to the existence of the true self and the truth of the prison of reincarnation. The mission of the Heaven's Origin sector is to wipe out all the observers and put an end to anything that might trigger the awakening of human beings. Then what? Liao asked. Your ultimate purpose is to break out of the reincarnation prison and even destroy Earth. But can you do that with the strength of the awakened cultivators? Of course, it's not that I'm underestimating the abilities of the awakened. It's just that the Earth is too large and too strong after all. Moreover, it involves time, reincarnation, and other bizarre things that can't be explained by scientific logic. Even if we gather 100,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 experts like Uncle Hui, who have awakened the power of 7 gods, can destroy the earth and break through the reincarnation prison. I understand your confusion, but the answer is yes. The Gray Mist Lady smiled casually. Although it seems that the strength of the Awakener is not very impressive compared to the labyrinth of time on Earth, or even in the infinite cycles, Red Pole has told us that, as long as enough Awakener is gathered, and enough people burn their blood and stimulate their soul at the same time, A miracle will happen when the strength of their entire life is maximized. It is the key to our escape from the prison of reincarnation. A miracle? Liao frowned. It sounds like you admire and believe in our leader? Are you trying to say that there are no miracles in the world, that the Red Pole is lying to us, and that he is a con artist? The gray mist lady understood what Liao was implying, but she was not angry. She smiled and said, I can understand your suspicion about the Red Pole. After all, it is impossible to be the leader of all the prison breakers without the scent of a trickster. But I can tell you with absolute certainty that Red Pole is not just the leader of this generation. When countless people awaken the memories of their past lives, they will discover at the same time that Red Pole was our leader as early as the previous life, or even in the previous life all the way back to the past 5 reincarnations. He used to lead the resistance groups of the Hellbreakers under different names and fought against the will of the earth. Although he failed in every battle, he kept the spark of hope. After the world was restarted, he left valuable information of resistance so that our organization could be rebuilt. His capability grew stronger and stronger after each reincarnation. He looked more and more like the man who could destroy the earth. Red Pole, destroy earth. Liao sniffed. He was suddenly interested in the leader of the Fangzhou Foundation. He even had a familiar feeling. What was going on? You can imagine how difficult the war must have been for a bunch of seemingly insignificant intelligent carbon-based creatures to fight against the entire Earth. The Grey Mist Lady said, if Red Pole had not displayed his unbelievable abilities time and time again to corrupt the reincarnation prison to some extent and preserve the abilities and items of the previous reincarnation to this life, we wouldn't have been able to persist for so long. Besides, what happened just now has proved the Red Pole's prophecy. Miracles do exist. The will of the earth is already scared. What? Liao said. I don't understand. The super-powerful earthquake in the western Pacific Ocean, the unprecedented tsunami, the super-large typhoons and storms in Jiangnan City, and the thunder that covers the entire world. Do you think these are all normal natural phenomena? The Grey Mist Lady said coldly, an accident of natural disasters might be a natural phenomenon, but the simultaneous arrival of so many natural disasters can only mean one thing. The efforts of the Ark Foundation have paid off. The will of the earth is scared. It cannot allow us to gather more awakeners to create a miracle. It is preparing to destroy the civilization of mankind in this world in advance and restart the earth in the simplest and crudest way. Liao did not know what to say. His head was a mess. According to the memory pieces of my more than 10 lives, the will of the earth rarely restarts the earth in such a simple and crude way. If it does exist, it prefers to let the civilization of mankind develop naturally and eventually destroy itself. The Grey Mist Lady pointed at her brain and said, it is the same every time. From the middle of the 20th century to the middle of the 21st century, the ancient Eastern Empire was revived, and although the Iron-Blood superpowers in the West were showing signs of decline, they did not lose the ability to take their chances. Besides, they would rather die than allow themselves to fall. In the end, the tiny Earth could not accommodate the ambitions of the two superpowers. The thermonuclear war was declared in the name of holiness, glory, and glory. Human beings would end their own history and civilization without the help of the will of the planet. Maybe, for the will of the earth, this is the most resource-saving, cost-free, and natural restarting method. In the past 10 reincarnations, at least 8 of them have been restarted in this way. But this time, the timeline has only just reached 2018. The conflict between the two superpowers has not reached the climax yet. Although the trade frictions have already taken place, it still seems that there is peaceful coexistence, new technologies, and opportunities for new breakthroughs. In short, human beings have not lost their rationality and hope. They have not reached the tipping point of the Third World War. Therefore, the will of the earth cannot rely on human beings to destroy itself. It can only interfere with the laws of nature in the most clumsy, brutal, resource-consuming, and costly way. It will create natural disasters out of thin air and set off apocalypse to destroy us. It won't do that unless it has to. I think I understand. Liao pondered for a moment and said, It's like a very precise but very ancient computer. If you need to, you can reboot it in a conventional way. The advantage is that the components of the computer are not damaged, and most of the data can be retained. The disadvantage is that the speed is too slow. Sometimes there are faults and the interface cannot respond. Then there's nothing you can do. Of course, you can also plug in the power supply and restart it by force. The advantage is that it is fast and can be restarted successfully no matter what. The disadvantage is that it may cause some damage to the machine and lose a lot of data that is not backed up. Therefore, generally speaking, the will of the Earth has chosen the regular step-by-step approach. But this time, it must have run into some kind of problem and decided to restart it by force no matter the cost. Yes, your metaphor is very appropriate. The gray mist lady smiled and said, I need to add one more thing. If this precise and ancient supercomputer is in the middle of an extremely large and complicated task where every computational unit is overloading and billions of data are quickly colliding and burning, if we plug in the power source and restart it by force, it might be even more seriously damaged. Super large and complicated missions? Liao was dazed. What is that? Wars. Wars that are beyond our estimation and imagination in the universe. The gray mist lady said, Red Pole told us that the Earthlings trapped in the prison of reincarnation, or as they call us, the heroes of Earth, are not alone and helpless. In the endless, brilliant universe beyond the prison of reincarnation, many comrades who share the same ideology as us are waging the last war against the will of the Earth. The war consumed 99% of the will of the Earth and gave us the best opportunity after the Battle of the Vulture. If we can wake up countless heroes and cooperate with them, we might be able to destroy the damn prison and get true freedom and rebirth. Unimaginable wars in the universe? Liao was more shocked than ever. Although his words were somewhat absurd and groundless, Liao somehow believed them and even pictured the magnificent scenes of the Sea of Stars. He seemed to see that all the stars in the universe were releasing the fuel that would take billions of years to run out in 1 second. The raging flames illuminated the dark, boundless universe into a splendid temple and a battlefield where the heroes were enjoying themselves. Student Liao, what are your plans next? The gray mist lady looked at the ever-changing expression on Liao's face. Her smile remained unchanged, but she extended her hand to him. After everything you've experienced, you wouldn't say that you want to go back to being an ordinary college student or office worker, would you? Liao grinned. He had to admit that everything that the gray mist lady and the previous hunters had said had fascinated him. In his brain that was almost boiling, his destiny, which was tied up by flames and thorns, was beginning to reveal itself. He could not turn back and endure the mediocre and repetitive life anymore. I don't know who I was in my previous life, but I have a feeling that my past must have something to do with 40,000 years of Cultivator. If possible, I would like to stay with Master Nyo and read the latest chapters of 40,000 Years of Cultivator. I have a feeling that the chapters will make me stronger and bring back more of my past. Liao pondered for a moment and said, Also, I'm very curious about Red Pole, your leader. What kind of person is he exactly? How does he know so many things? About Earth, the universe, and even the Great War in the Sea of Stars. Can I see him? Are you sure? The gray mist lady stared at Liao for a long time and said, You should know that, to a certain extent, the Ark Foundation is indeed a terrorist organization that targets the will of the planet. As the leader of such an organization, our whereabouts are of paramount importance. We can even determine the survival of the organization and the fate of the heroes of the planet. It's fine if you want to meet the Red Pole, but you must pass a very rigorous test to make sure that you are not an agent sent by the Heaven's Origin Sector or the will of the planet, the target drug. Once you see the Red Pole, you will never be able to turn back. We will not give you the opportunity to leak the secrets of the organization. Liao sensed the killing intent from the gray mist lady. It did make sense. The Heaven's Origin Sector was indeed a brutal organization. The Hellbreakers, the foundation of the Ark that could fight against them for countless reincarnations, were apparently not saints either. It was especially so when they were well aware that everyone would be reincarnated in the next reincarnation after they were killed. They would have no scruples when they fought. Liao could understand their wariness. After all, their enemy was the will of the earth. As long as they could lock onto their target, there would be a million ways to kill them. If Liao were Red Pole, he would be even more vigilant than himself. Is Red Pole really willing to meet me? Liao was even somewhat surprised. After all, the guy was the leader of the resistance organization of the reincarnation prison, and he was just an unknown cultivator. The target of the Red Pole planet was Zhang Daniu. The guy might not take him seriously. Yes, we came to Jiangnan City on a mission to bring back the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivation. We didn't expect to run into you. The gray mist lady smiled and said, "We have sent back your files and combat videos, including Zhang Daniu's description of you when he was hypnotized. The Red Pole Star is very interested in you and wants us to send you to the Ark to meet him as soon as possible. Of course, it is to ensure your safety. Is there a problem?" No. Liao hesitated for a moment, but he soon got rid of the irrelevant thoughts in his head. At this point, he had no other options. As wonderful as the real world seemed to be, the feeling of being imprisoned and bound was definitely not pleasant. No matter how big the prison was, it was still a prison. No matter how many times life was repeated, it was meaningless. He had to rush out and see the real world, the real universe. Right then, Liao felt that the wheels below him had stopped. Uncle Hui knocked on the door and said, "Gray Mist, we're here. Please, Student Liao." The gray mist lady said courteously, "Judging from the indicators of your body, you should be recovering well. If there are no problems, we will start the first test right now and make sure that you are the one that Red Pole wants." Liao nodded and stepped on the solid ground. "Lady Gray Mist." Before the door was opened, he asked one last question hesitantly. "There's one thing that I'm not sure about. Are we real?" "Huh." The gray mist lady raised her eyebrow. Colorful brilliance beamed out of her gray eyes. "Tell me your question." Liao gestured and tried to organize his thoughts. "We mentioned supercomputers just now, and we also mentioned rebooting. The features of the reincarnation prison itself are hard to ignore. It is hard not to wonder whether or not we are living in a virtual world built by computers. We are just irrelevant data, just like what is described in the movie. What is it called again? Right? 22nd Century Killer Network. That movie can't be a reflection of reality. Can it? So are we real or are we fake? You should ask yourself that question." The gray mist lady said, "You don't even know whether you are telling the truth or not, and you want other people to tell you or even decide for you?" Liao was dazed, not knowing what to say. He felt that he was suddenly enlightened. "If I tell you that that we are not living in a virtual world built by computers, what is the significance of such an answer? It is impossible for you to verify it. How do you know whether or not I am right?" The gray mist lady continued, "On the other hand, if I tell you that, yes, we are indeed living in a virtual world built by computers just like 22nd Century Murderer's Nexus, how do you know that I'm not lying? You know that a brilliant hypnotist or even an illusionist can make a real person who is not determined believe that they are living in a virtual world and that they are virtual or even false." Liao opened his mouth but failed to come up with anything. Even if the earth is real and the cells and genes that make up our body of flesh and blood are real, how do you know that the cells and genes are not the computers that a higher dimensional life form uses? Maybe what is real for the three-dimensional carbon-based life forms is virtual for the higher dimensional life forms, which are data that can be erased and modified at will. Who knows? The gray mist lady shrugged and said, "Do you think that you are a piece of information carved in flesh, blood, and genes, which makes you more noble, and that the information carved in silicon chips is more lowly?" "Of course not." Liao frowned and sorted through his thoughts. "You have a point. Truth and falsehood are defined by myself. I exist. In whatever form, carrier, and method, I am here. I just don't like the existence of a higher dimension that can erase and modify me at will. Damn things like that happen." "Oh, then let's fight," the gray mist lady said. "Just like us, we will fight with the Red Pole until the end. Whatever it is, it will either be destroyed or free." Liao was dazed again. That simple? What else could it be? The gray mist lady smiled. It's as simple as that. True. Liao tilted his head and thought for a long time. Then he smiled, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. I was wrong. There is nothing in the world. If the mediocre people bother themselves, they will find their own way out. I only need to follow the steps of my heart and march forward to the bloody end. He opened the door and returned to the world that was on the verge of collapse. It was a big, unfamiliar city. Although the rows upon rows of high-rise buildings and the brightly lit city skyline were almost the same as those of Jiangnan City and were similarly stormy with lightning and thunder, as if the entire world had been swallowed by flood and thunder, Liao could still tell from the hot and humid climate, as well as the tropical plants on the roadside, that this place was even closer to the south than Jiangnan City. While he was in a coma, they had fled at least 1,000 kilometers away. As it turned out, the gray mist lady told Liao that this was the capital city of the southern hills, as well as the transportation hub of the 5 or so provinces nearby. It was very convenient to travel across the country or even out of the country by various means of transportation. More importantly, the geologic structure of the area was very stable. No large-scale natural disasters had ever taken place in history. Earthquakes, storms, floods, hail, and tsunamis were rarely seen. According to the Red Pole Star, if the will of the Earth was willing to pay a high price, it was theoretically possible to wipe out such a large and stable city that was deep inland. However, it was against the natural disaster that was absolutely impossible. It would consume too much of its strength and might lead to its failure in the war of the universe. Therefore, they were safe for now. As he expected, although it was raining heavily and some of the low-lying streets were flooded, the normal functioning mechanism of the city was not affected. It was not completely paralyzed yet. Liao's destination was a secret office of the Ark Foundation in the downtown area of the city. Although it was called a secret office, on the surface it had a public cover. It was a rather high-class psychological consulting club called Mindspace. The gray mist lady told Liao that the Heaven's Origin sector might know that the Mindspace was a branch of the Ark Foundation. But as she said, the downtown area was their best cover. If the Heaven's Origin sector attacked the place without caring about anything else and revealed the existence of the metahumans and their superpowers to the world, it would only stimulate the ignorant human society. The mutation of cancer cells might occur, which was definitely not what the will of Earth wanted. Besides, most of the doctors and workers in the Mindspace were ordinary people who knew nothing about the truth. Similar peripheral organizations were all over the world. Even if one of them was destroyed, the main body of the Fangzhou Foundation in the deep sea would not be affected much. The Heaven's Origin sector suffered heavy casualties in the ambush, too. It will take the hunters at least 24 hours to gather enough hands to launch a second attack. The gray mist lady said to Liao, "Let's rest here for a night and wait for the arrival of the Hellbreakers, who are going to be awakened in several provinces nearby. We will set off tomorrow morning and march southwards across the border. Of course, there is also a batch of advanced equipment here that can examine you. How are you going to test it?" Liao was immediately alarmed. Although he was biased toward the Ark Foundation and was familiar with Red Pole, it did not mean that he liked to be tested when the secrets deep inside his soul were revealed. "Rest assured," the gray mist lady replied, "it won't be too difficult. We have a very special patient here. I hope you can treat him and relieve his worries. That's all." "Huh?" Liao was dazed. "Wait, what do you mean? Isn't it a test? Why is it treatment now? Besides, I'm not a psychiatrist. How can I treat your patients? What's going on?" "Don't ask me. I don't know either. It was Red Pole's instruction." Red Pole Star said, "If you are really you, you must know how to treat the patient." Liao was even more confused, but the gray mist lady was equally confused. Everyone entered the building and took the elevator to the Mindspace on the 13th floor. This place was not a professional mental treatment facility. It was only set up to relieve the stress of modern people and vent their negative emotions. It looked more like an elegantly decorated house. On the two sides of a long corridor that was filled with bright green lights were 5 or so decompression chambers in different styles. At this moment, most of the rooms were empty. Only in the innermost room was a middle-aged man with dark eyebrows, swollen eyes, and restlessness. He was both anxious and excited. If not for his absent-mindedness and blurred eyes, this middle-aged man could be said to have a dignified appearance. His every movement was filled with a solemn and scholarly temperament. According to Liao's guess, he should be engaged in an educational profession and was quite successful. As expected, according to the information that the gray mist lady handed over to him, this middle-aged patient named Xianxia was the head instructor of the number 12 high school of the city. Before he became the head instructor, he had been the head teacher of the school for many years. His work was serious and responsible, and he treated the students strictly yet with care. The students' enrollment rate was very high, and he had received the title of city-level outstanding educator multiple times. He could be considered to be a well-acknowledged good teacher. He was upright, resolute, and had principles. His family was also very happy. He was the object of envy for his colleagues and leaders. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any psychological problems. Of course, mental illnesses were unreasonable in the first place. What's wrong with this teacher Zhang? Liao looked far ahead through the door and noticed that Xianxia, the head instructor, was craning his neck and observing the ventilation tube above the decompression chamber with all his concentration. His eyeballs were rolling up and down. He did not have the demeanor of a teacher at all. On the contrary, he looked like a thief. This kind of very wretched temperament was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Teacher Zhang has awakened. It's just that his awakening is very strange. It's completely different from the regular awakened ones we've discovered. It's more like he's been corrupted by something from the outside and awakened memories and souls that don't belong to him. The gray mist lady handed over a medical record and said, "As you can see, Teacher Zhang was originally a very decent, kind, and traditional person. He had a happy family and a successful career. He could be considered a winner in this life. Generally speaking, such people rarely awaken. However, according to Teacher Zhang's narration, one day, when he was patrolling the classroom, he confiscated one of a student's cell phone. At that time, the student was secretly using the cell phone to read a novel in the classroom. Naturally, this kind of thing was absolutely forbidden. There was nothing to say even if his cell phone was confiscated. In any case, it would be returned to the student at the end of the semester. However, after Teacher Zhang confiscated the student's cell phone, for some reason, he took a glance and was immediately attracted by the novel inside the cell phone. In his own words, it was like he had entered a devil's den. He used approximately a week's time to finish reading the several million words of the novel. Naturally, the novel that the student was reading in secret was not a world-famous novel, but a web novel. Teacher Zhang himself graduated from the Chinese department and taught Chinese literature. Usually, he would rarely read these things. In his original words, these were things that were roughly made to fool gods and ghosts. But this time, I don't know why, but this novel seemed to possess a terrifying magical power, causing him to forget to sleep and eat day and night. He didn't even have the mood to do his job. Of course, this is not enough for Teacher Zhang to seek help from psychiatrists and psychologists. The few days after reading this online novel, Teacher Zhang had a small fever and had nightmares for 2 to 3 days. Then, he had many very strange habits. Liao was fascinated. He couldn't help but ask, "What habits?" "Drilling sewers and ventilation tubes." The gray mist lady said, "According to Teacher Zhang, after this fever, he seems to have the problem of sleepwalking. In the middle of the night, he would often sneak out of the house, open the manhole cover in the neighborhood, and crawl into the sewer to run and explore. It was as if he was like a fish in water in the narrow, dark, and suffocating space. He felt extremely comfortable. Later, not just at night, even when he was fully conscious during the day, he could not help but wonder about the ventilation system of every building and how he could crawl in without alarming anybody. Teacher Zhang told us that he had really crawled into the ventilation ducts of several buildings in an attempt to avoid everyone's eyes and ears from invading the most secure space. Every time he retreated, he would break out in cold sweat. With his identity as a teacher, if he was caught in the ventilation ducts, he wouldn't be able to explain himself even if he had a mouth all over his body. It was really possible that his reputation would be ruined. But he just couldn't hold back the impulse that came from the depths of his soul. Well, Liao stammered. Also, temperament. The gray mist lady continued. Teacher Zhang was originally very popular with the students in the school. Although he held the position of director of teaching, a position that had to be strictly enforced, he still won the admiration of many students with his integrity and elegance. However, according to his own narration and our secret investigations, there were indeed many students who believed that Teacher Zhang had become sleazy, treacherous, and cunning recently. He would use many despicable and shameless tricks to deal with the students. He had a clear understanding of the tricks of the bad students. He was even worse than the bad students, causing many students to complain incessantly. But sometimes his brain seemed to be insufficient. His IQ suddenly dropped, and he would blurt out some very childish words. He simply changed from a dignified high school head instructor to a brainless middle school student. Is there such a thing? Also, those nightmares, although his fever had long gone, were still haunting him, making him unable to sleep well for several days and nights. Often, when he closed and opened his eyes, he would find himself in the ventilation ducts or the sewers. Teacher Zhang had no choice but to see a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist said that he was middle-aged and his wife's life was not very harmonious. He could not vent his desires, so subconsciously, he found the sewers and ventilation ducts as substitutes for his wife. You know, the gray mist lady said. Teacher Zhang scoffed at such a theory, but the disease did exist and had to be treated. After searching for a while, he finally found us. Wait, Liao frowned. Let me ask you first. What was the name of the online novel that Teacher Zhang read before his illness acted up? You should have guessed it. The gray mist lady looked at Liao. It's 40,000 Years of Cultivation, written by Master Lin Yo. Although Liao had guessed the answer, he was still greatly surprised when he heard it from the gray mist lady. How did it happen? That's a question that should be asked by you. The gray mist lady said, since you've awakened some amazing memories and abilities after reading 40,000 Years of Cultivator, why can't other people awaken them? Why do you think we are in such a hurry to find the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivator? It's because there are too many examples. What? Liao keenly grasped the key point in the gray mist lady's words. You mean to say that it's not just me and this teacher Zhang Jiashu? It's very likely that there are other people, other readers, who have been stimulated, moved, and summoned by this work, have awakened the memories and strength from the 4 universities of cultivation? Maybe. The intelligence and missions of 40,000 Years of Cultivators are all under the direct command of Red Pole. I didn't know the existence of the author and Zhang Jiashu, the head instructor, until 48 hours ago. Maybe more readers have been awakened or even protected and organized by Red Pole. Who knows? The gray mist lady said, I can only say that in a fantasy world created by an observer, whether it is a novel, a comic, a movie, a TV, or a game, more often than not, more than one awakener is awakened. Countless people were moved, resonated, and awakened on a large scale in the same fantasy world. It was not unusual at all. It was like the world of stars that Garriott created. Maybe he could stimulate and wake up millions of heroic spirits at the same time. That was why the Heaven's Origin Sector had to send out gunmen to kill him in the simplest and crudest way. MS. Gray Mist, do you mean that 40,000 Years of Cultivators boasts such power, too, that its readers might be the key to the future of Earth and the entire universe in the Red Pole's prediction? Liao did not know how he had grasped the telepathic thoughts of Red Pole naturally. It did not make sense. He just could. It's possible, but only if you are a deep reader. Readers like me who can't survive the first 300 to 500 chapters naturally won't be able to draw any strength from 40,000 Years of Cultivation. The gray mist lady laughed. Liao smiled, too. He thought for a moment and asked, then, Other than the fact that Mr. Zhang Jiashu likes to crawl through ventilation tubes and sewers, and that his temperament is more sleazy, does he have any other superpowers? I mean those that are particularly good at fighting, such as blowing up a wall with one punch or jumping 7 to 8 feet high or something like that. Are they as invincible as me? No. Not everyone is like you who can fight against a hunter as soon as they are awakened. You've simply completed an impossible task. There are no suitable hands or equipment here to run the most precise tests on you. But I estimate that you are far more than a deep perception. You are at least a ultimate perception, if not a ultimate perception, which is the highest level. The gray mist lady said, most of the awakened ones are the same as Master Zhang Jiashu without any guidance. They are plagued by hallucinations, auditory hallucinations, and dreams that are both real and hallucinations. They may have neurotic and eccentric habits, but their combat ability might not be significantly improved. Besides, you should be able to tell that Master Zhang Jiashu is very resistant to this kind of memory and strength derived from the. He simply does not want to awaken, and he does not even believe that all of this is true. Under these circumstances, it is even more difficult for him to display the corresponding strength. Then what are you going to do? Liao asked. Should we bring him back to the Ark? Of course not. What do you think our organization is? A garbage recycling center where everybody is welcome? To be a real prison breaker, we need the most firm belief, the most tenacious will, and the most clear-minded thinking. We don't need someone who is not determined and resists us to sabotage our mission from the inside. The Gray Mist Lady said, originally, the Red Pole Star came up with a very complicated plan that would consume a lot of resources, with a low success rate, to treat Master Zhang Jiashu. They even considered asking him to talk to the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivators directly to see if there would be any sparks. But now that you are here, according to the Red Pole Star, you are the best candidate to treat Master Zhang Jiashu, and the treatment will give you a clearer understanding of yourself. I don't know what to do at all. Liao frowned. What can I do to wake him up? You will never wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. We have been wandering in the labyrinth of infinite reincarnation for so long that many people have lost the courage to look for the exit. They even deny the existence of the exit and fear the world outside. Therefore, I will not force you to wake up Master Zhang Jiashu. The Gray Mist Lady handed a green coat to Liao, which was sort of the uniform of a consultant. Please, listen to your heart and let nature take its course. But Liao forced himself to put on his coat. At my age and with such a bald head, I don't look like a consultant at all. It doesn't matter. Red Pole has faith in you. As I said before, as long as you are you, everything will be fine. The Gray Mist Lady pushed Liao into the room without further ado. Right? Special barriers have been installed to the top and bottom of the decompression chamber. They can create a very marvelous magnetic field that can help those who enter it achieve resonance on the brainwaves level. According to Red Pole, such resonance can help you treat your wounds and help you find yourself faster. I hope you don't mind. Liao had no time to care. The door closed behind him. He and the tortured teacher Zhang Jiashu stared at each other. Zhang Jiashu was deeply immersed in the painful and terrifying memories, unable to free himself. He was like a drowning man who had sunk deep into a swamp. His two bloodshot eyes were about to explode. He swept a glance at Liao. He didn't care about Liao's overly young face and bald head. He was once again immersed in his own world. With just a glance, Liao had a very strange feeling, as if he was looking in a mirror. He and Zhang Jiashu were not related at all, nor did they have any similarities. But the moment their eyes met, he felt that he was looking at himself in a mirror, a more real version of himself. How weird. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Liao sat down in front of Zhang Jiashu and recalled the description of the psychological consultant in the movies. He tried to put on a professional smile and said seriously, "My surname is Li. I've been studying in the San Diego Psychiatric Research Center for a while. I just returned to the country this morning. Well, I have a very special study on sewers and ventilation tubes. How are you feeling? Do you still dream of sewers and ventilation tubes?" Zhang Jiashu's reaction was a bit slow. When he heard Liao mention the word dream, the muscles all over his body visibly trembled for a moment, as if he was extremely afraid of recalling the dream. Only after a long time did he weakly say, "No, I don't feel good at all. On the contrary, I feel even worse. Other than the sewers and ventilation ducts, I also dream of something very strange, very shameful, and terrifying to the point that it can't be described with words. I'm about to go mad. I have a premonition that if this goes on, I will definitely go mad. Save me, doctor. Save me. I'm not a doctor. I'm just a consultant." Liao smiled. "However, why don't you tell me what you've been dreaming about first, Professor Zhang? Maybe I can help you with the special hypnotizing techniques and meditation techniques in San Diego. This guidance." Zhang Jiashu wanted to say something but hesitated. It could be seen that intellectual integrity and the reserve of a teacher were still trying to support his normal thinking. But his fear of the weird dream and the craziness made him let go of his reservations quickly. His lips trembled as he said, I've been having a new weird dream for the past 2 days. It was very, very weird, terrifying, disgusting, and disgusting. I dreamed that I was watching a movie." Well, Liao was slightly stunned. He controlled his smile precisely. "There's nothing disgusting about this, much less disgusting, right? We're all adults here. Let's watch some adult movies that adults are supposed to watch. Relax your muscles, ease your spleen, eliminate the poison, strengthen your heart and lungs, and maintain the dynamic balance between endocrine and hormones. Not only will it help maintain the harmony and love between husband and wife, it will also help you devote yourself to work and study without any distractions. There's no problem. It's very normal. You must not be under so much pressure. This is really very normal, very reasonable, and very reasonable. You don't understand. You don't know what I dreamed at all." Zhang Jiashu covered his face with his hands and almost lost control. He shrugged and said, I dreamed that the movies I watched were all about men. Well, Liao chose his words carefully. This is the 21st century. Science is flourishing, and humanity is liberated. Many things have already been cleared of criminalization and non-criticism. They are just personal hobbies and choices. As long as you don't hurt others, there's no need to be too conflicted. Modern society is under so much pressure. Everyone has a lot of wild thoughts. There's no need to be nervous. You still don't understand. I have no doubts about my sexual orientation. My wife and I have been married for more than 20 years. We are very in love. I only like women. Zhang Jiashu raised his voice like a little animal that had just been humiliated. His voice was shaking as he said, "But I just can't control myself. I feel that an evil brand has been carved into my soul. Every time I enter a dream, some disgusting adult movies will be played over and over. Even if they are measured by the standard of non-mainstream sexual orientation, the content is too hardcore. They are all scenes of a man who is surrounded by purple flames and can't be more dominating. As if he is the king of the universe who has stomped on the stars and controlled the entire universe, humiliated and tortured by dozens of muscular men. No, I can't think about it. I feel like vomiting. Help me. Doctor, help me." "What?" Liao blurted out. "You dreamed of Wuxia porn?" "What?" Zhang Jiashu was dazed too. "How do you know my dream? How do you know what it is? Black Star Emperor Wuxia? Have you seen it before?" "Well," Liao stammered. Liao and teacher Zhang Jiashu once again stared at each other. The air was filled with a subtle and awkward atmosphere. That's right. Liao also didn't know how he had blurted out these words. What the hell is this Black Star Emperor Wuxia's hairpiece? What the hell is this? That's right. Of course. Liao knew of the character Black Star Emperor Wuxia. He was a character in the An, was the founder of the Imperium of True Human Beings. He should have died 1,000 years ago in the timeline of the novel. When several immortal cultivators of the Kunlun chapter had just appeared, it had been mentioned that the immortal cultivator Su Changfa had even let the protagonist, cultivator Liao, enter an illusion and watch the scenes of his rise and rise. From the novel's description, this was a sinister, cunning, and ambitious character. According to the author's writing style, it was very likely that he would be resurrected later and become the mortal enemy of the protagonist, Cultivator Liao. Of course, he would be defeated by the protagonist using hot-bloodedness, seed explosion, breakthrough in battle, and so on. These were all conventional methods, so there was no need to elaborate. However, what the hell was Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi's hairpiece? How absurd, shameless, and sordid was the plot of a novel. Liao felt that his outlook on life, his outlook on the world, and his values had collapsed for the second time after they were shattered by Zhang Daniu. And in the powder, a series of unsightly scenes emerged from the depths of his soul. They were all scenes of Black Star Emperor fighting valiantly against a group of heroes and engaging in a war of attrition. It simply broke the bottom line of all ethics and ethics. It was outrageous to the extreme. What is this? Why is there such a thing hidden in the depths of my soul? My eyes! My eyes! Liao was about to go crazy. He vaguely recalled that this was the price he had to pay in order to defeat a strong enemy in the past. It was a very serious mental trauma, a sequela that no secret technique could eradicate. No, it was not me. It was the sleazy cultivator Liao. How did he defeat Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi? How sordid, and how shameless. Liao's face was pale as he clutched his chest. He felt that he was the same as teacher Zhang Jiashu. His humanity was about to be twisted, and his morals were about to sink. Who are you? Who are you exactly? How do you know what I dreamed? I've never told anyone such a shameful dream. Never. Zhang Jiashu was in a trance again. He stared at Liao with disgust and fear in his eyes. You hypnotized me? Why do I find you familiar? And why do I hate you so much? You are not a human being. You are not a human being. You are not a human being. He seemed to have seen an incomparably strange scene. His entire body shrunk to a corner as he shivered. Calm down, teacher Zhang. Calm down. Taking a deep breath, Liao tried to control the situation beyond his control and managed a smile. What did you see exactly? Why did you say that I was not a human being? You are a bacterium. You are a virus. Zhang Jiashu mumbled to himself. I saw that your body was covered in bright gold flagella, and you were waving your hands and waving your arms, ready to attack. What are you exactly? These are all illusions, right? Help me get rid of these damn illusions. Bacteria, viruses, flagella? Liao found it harder and harder to understand what Zhang Jiashu was talking about. But in his heart, he didn't hate Zhang Jiashu's explanation. He thought for a moment and tried to calm himself down. Master Zhang, it seems that we've both encountered some problems. Why don't we work together and explore the mysteries behind the problems? Maybe a new, more beautiful, exciting, and promising world will be opened in front of you. Who the hell wants to explore a new world with you? It's all an illusion. You can't fool me. Zhang Jiashu suddenly burst into fury. He waved his hands crazily in the air, as if he were trying to tear apart an illusion that did not exist. What are you talking about? What new world? I don't understand and I don't want to understand. I just want to live my own life peacefully and peacefully. Don't bother me. Don't bother me. Get lost. Get lost now. What if I told you that such a peaceful, happy life was fake and under someone else's control? Liao said, whether you like it or not, the storm has arrived, and the gate to a new world has been opened. While talking, Liao took out a pen from his pocket and put it in his palm. He did not know why he was doing this. An inexplicable urge was controlling him. Before this, other than his immense strength and soaring computational ability, he had never awakened the ability to manipulate objects remotely. But when he saw Zhang Jiashu, especially when he shattered the layers of seals with the movie of Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi and blew countless interconnecting gaps on his soul that had been hibernating for a long time, through which the power that could shake the sea of stars surged out and circulated around his body, he suddenly felt that he was omnipotent and could do anything. Liao focused his attention on his palm. From the back of his glabella, where his pineal gland was located, Bright golden threads slithered out and wrapped around the pen. The meditation was as natural as a heartbeat and as easy as breathing. Pulled by the spiritual threads, the pen floated silently and stopped 3 inches away from his palm. Look! Liao smiled at Zhang Jiashu. Zhang Jiashu was dumbfounded and became even more furious. He suddenly pounced over and slapped away the pen on Liao's palm. He shouted hysterically, "Illusion! Magic tricks! Magic tricks! What are you trying to do? Are you a counselor or not? I just want to solve the problem. Don't show me these weird things. I want to go back to my old life. I want to change back to myself. I am Zhang Jiashu, the dean of number 12 high school." Liao stared at the pen on the ground and sighed. He finally understood what the gray mist lady meant. It was true that he could not wake someone who was pretending to be asleep. Those who had been reincarnated in the labyrinth of time for too long could not tell who they really were. Was it wrong that Zhang Jiashu was willing to live a peaceful and happy life? However, it was unnecessary and unqualified for him to have such precious memories and strength. Hum, 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 hum. Liao seemed to hear feeble quakes coming from the top and bottom of the decompression chamber. The brainwave interference equipment installed in the mezzanine, or magical equipment, must have been activated. In the meantime, Liao could clearly see through the spiritual eye, in the middle of his eyebrow, that there was indeed a tiny, hot, glittering shard sealed inside Zhang Jiashu's brain. The fragment sensed Liao's existence, too, and became more and more agitated. It was bouncing inside Zhang Jiashu's brain, trying to crawl out of his glabella. Ah! Zhang Jiashu held his head and cried in pain. What are the pictures, the sounds, and the nonsense? Liao did not know what it was exactly either. He felt that it was a small piece of a mirror in which a tiny person was reflecting him. Just as magnets would attract each other and small magnets would be absorbed by large magnets, Liao naturally placed his burning palm on Zhang Jiashu's forehead. All right, such strength and the pain and responsibility it brings are indeed too much for you. It was never yours in the first place. Now that you are unwilling to accept it, give it back and let me drive away your pain. Liao mumbled to himself. His eyes gradually turned transparent, but rainbow colors were blossoming deep inside his eyes. Looking at his own arm and Zhang Jiashu's brain with such colorful and splendid eyes, he seemed to be able to see that his countless nerves and veins were all emitting bright gold colors and extending to his palm and his fingertips. Then, he communicated with Zhang Jiashu's brain and established a stable bridge between his soul and the fingertip buried deep inside Zhang Jiashu's brain. The piece that had been bothering Zhang Jiashu for a long time was attracted by the attraction force inside Liao's body. It entered Liao's body smoothly through the bridge of nerves and veins and melted into Liao's brain. Ah! This time, it was Liao's turn to let out an unbearable scream. In the blink of an eye, an astronomical amount of information exploded in his soul. Countless near-death flashbacks fell down like a waterfall. He clearly saw many, many things. The Federation, the Imperium, the Sanctuary Alliance, Ding Lingdang, Long Yongjun, Li Jialing, Wu Wingqi, the furiously burning battlefield in the Sea of Stars, a world made entirely of lightning. Some of it had already been serialized in, and some of it had never been even mentioned. Boom, 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 boom. Liao felt that billions of stars were exploding inside his brain. He and Zhang Jiashu were separated by a weird force and hit the wall hard. When Liao woke up from his trance again, he found that he had become the protagonist of the decompression room. He was sitting cross-legged on the sofa in a very comfortable posture. The gray mist lady and a few other awakened cultivators were looking at him nervously. Liao forced a smile at the gray mist lady and asked, "How is Teacher Zhang?" "Excellent. The problems that have been bothering me for days are all gone now. I'm only a little weak and nauseated right now. I'll be fine after I refill my glucose and electrolytes." The gray mist lady said, "We are more concerned about you. How do you feel?" Liao felt that he had pushed open a door in the depths of his brain. A new world was slowly opening to him. He didn't know how to describe this state, so he simply opened his palm and stared at it. In a moment, a cluster of red flames dashed out of his palm. The flames surged to the sky and condensed into a tiny butterfly, which flapped its wings and tried to fly away. The butterfly was so tiny yet so magnificent. Its wings that were as thin as the wings of a cicada seemed to be able to raise a storm that could sweep the entire planet. Even Liao did not expect that such a thing would fly out of his palm. He stared at the dancing butterflies in a daze and smiled knowingly. It had been a long time since he last saw such brilliant flames. The flames that once savaged the sea of stars and illuminated the entire universe were now burning and releasing on Earth, illuminating the sky above the 6 billion souls. Weren't they? The Gray Mist Lady and the few other awakeners were deeply shocked by Liao's performance. Activating the mitochondria and releasing the strength deep inside the cells was a very common ability. However, the precise control over the fire, which was shaped into the shape of a butterfly and dancing in the wind according to its master's will, was many times better than that of ordinary fireballs. Besides, most awakened cultivators had to train themselves hard and awaken deeper memories with the help of hypnotists and other machines in order to master such strength. Liao had only been awakened for 3 to 5 days and had not gone through any formal training at all. The Red Pole Star was right. You are the only one besides him who can treat Master Xianxia. Are you really the legendary super-perceptive cultivator? No wonder the Red Pole Star values you so much other than Zhang Daniu. The Gray Mist Lady looked at Liao deeply. If you don't mind, can you tell me what kind of memories and strength you've awakened? Are they stories about the heroes of Earth from a long time ago? I don't know. Liao was not lying. The information that flooded into his brain was too complicated and furious. His brain, which had just woken up, could not process such complicated information yet. Although bright spots were appearing in the mist, the road ahead of him was still hazy, and he had not figured out the answer yet. A deep sorrow and pain suddenly appeared on Liao's face. I only vaguely remember that I was a man who carried a heavy destiny. In order to protect my world and pursue ultimate strength, I paid a terrible price. My brain was seriously damaged, and I was forced to engrave some very ugly and perverted memories in the depths of my soul. Normal people would never be able to withstand what I was enduring. Even if I described 1/10,000th of it to you in words, you would still go crazy. I understand. With a solemn face, the Gray Mist Lady nodded her head. Just like Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi's hairpiece, right? Speaking of which, what exactly is hairpiece? Although the Gray Mist Lady was fluent in Chinese, it was impossible for her to grasp all the vulgar dialects. Well, that's not important. Liao waved his hands and took the dancing butterfly of flames into his hands. Then he asked, "Where is Zhang Daniu? Can I see him?" Having awakened more memory fragments, his soul had become even stronger. He could not wait to meet the author of. Zhang Daniu was 1 floor below them. He was protected by a few fully armed, tough-looking awakened. Calculating the time, the two of them had not seen each other for more than 48 hours, but they felt that a long time had passed. The way they looked at each other was both strange and familiar. Zhang Daniu seemed to be quite used to the protection of the Ark Foundation. One of his bodyguards was a golden-haired beauty who was wearing a tight-fitting black suit and had slender legs like a leopardess. The other one was a black-haired beauty who was petite and had a sweet smile. She was a real psychiatrist, but her treatment was vastly different from that of the Heaven's Wrath. He was so happy that he was grinning from ear to ear. In the battle against the hunter, because of Liao's protection, other than the shock, Zhang Daniu's body was not injured at all. Therefore, there was no need for bed treatment. Over the past 48 hours, he had only performed a very detailed brain scan on the mobile medical vehicle of the Ark Foundation and transmitted the parameters of his brain waves to the Ark. Then, under the remote manipulation of the Red Pole Star, he was put into a deep hypnotic state where his brain was activated. It was a regular training method for the awakened, which could help the awakened recall the more ancient memories from dozens or even hundreds of cycles ago. When Liao arrived, Zhang Daniu was writing a novel. After being activated by the Ark Foundation, his superpowers seemed to have been further upgraded. in a certain mysterious semi-conscious state. His thoughts were still flowing like a spring, and his fingers were typing on the keyboard so fast that cracking noises were echoing non-stop. His entire body seemed to be enveloped in a layer of extremely special force field, causing Liao to not dare to easily interrupt his train of thought. The force field even faintly resonated with him. Only when a large chapter came to an end did he let out a breath of satisfaction. Cracking sounds came from his dozens of knuckles before the invisible force field strangely disappeared. Liao, come here quickly. Look at my new chapter. Zhang Daniu beamed with joy as he waved his hand at Liao. Oh my, I don't know what's going on, but I feel like I've returned to my own home after I returned to the Ark Foundation. Seeing so many prison breakers is like seeing my own family, especially these two. They're like my sister and sister. My thoughts are simply like a spring. It's been more than 10 hours, and I don't feel any pain or fatigue. The Ark Foundation's ointment really works. Liao quickly flipped through Zhang Daniu's newly written content. Sure enough, within a short span of one day, he had actually written several tens of thousands of words. It seemed that what restricted him was not his thoughts, but rather the speed at which his words were being recorded. If there was a method of direct mind transmission, perhaps he could spit out the entire at once. What do you think? The new chapter is all right, isn't it? I don't know why, but after the great battle between the two awakeners, my brain seems to have been stimulated and opened a mysterious door. Countless new ideas, and new characters are jumping out of my head one after another. Zhang Daniu rubbed his hands in excitement and said, "You won't believe it even if I tell you. It's true. You will never believe it. Just a moment ago, about half an hour ago, I vaguely heard a humming sound coming from upstairs. Then, I thought of an earth-shattering, unparalleled plot. I have decided to revive Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi to act as the final boss of the Imperium chapter. Haha, I can do that, right? Of course, Wu Yingqi is a tyrannical figure. He absolutely cannot be defeated so easily by the main character's team. So, I have carefully devised a wonderful method so that the main character can reasonably defeat Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi. It's a pity that I can't tell you right now. It might as well be a spoiler. If you really want to hear it, please don't tell me." Liao frowned. He felt that his temples were aching again. I don't want to know how Black Star Emperor Wu Yingqi was defeated. Really, not at all. Ha! Zhang Daniu scratched his nose and turned his head to look at his newly written content in embarrassment. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Without me knowing, my writing ability has increased again. Let's tell the truth. Even I didn't expect that I would be able to write in such a way. It's true. Sometimes, when I forget myself and write a long, voluminous essay, when I look back, I really can't believe that it was written by me. It's pretty good. Other than adding a bit of water, wait for me to simplify a bit and I can send it out. Please don't cut it short, Master Nyo. This is perfect. The gray mist lady stepped forward and said, "Didn't Red Pole say that you are a man with special ability? Your ability is to collect important information wandering in the universe and present the information in the most appropriate way. But the so-called universal information is very dangerous stuff, like venomous and highly radiating substances. If you try to present them in a very sophisticated way, like the transmission of venom with a 100% concentration, your brain will not be able to bear it first. You will go crazy. Therefore, we have to find a way to dilute the universal information with special water, dilute it again, and dilute it to a safe range so that you can output it continuously. On the other hand, the Ark organization and even the will of the Earth are all looking for the crucial universal information. They can even lock onto the precise coordinates of you and us through the cosmic information. If you are outputting the most precise and pure information, you will be like a glittering lightning in the darkness. You might be locked onto within 1 second. Do you know how to hide a leaf or a drop of water? That is, to throw them into the forest and the ocean. By the same logic, what kind of carrier is most suitable to hide the most crucial information from the universe? It's a stinky, long web novel with millions of words or even tens of millions of words. Ordinary people simply can't stand to find the answers in such a novel. Only those destined people, Those heroic spirits who carry a mission and possess what Red Pole calls hot blood and soul, can find the truth hidden behind the novel under the guidance of the unseen world. In the meantime, the water you inject into the information of the universe will also protect the brains of the readers who haven't been fully awakened. It will also form a barrier of interference that will prevent the heaven's origin sector and the will of the earth from finding them. Those are the original words of Red Pole. I don't understand the mechanism, but what he said must be true. Therefore, promise me that it doesn't matter whether you understand it or not right now. Please maintain the style and listen to the voice in your heart. Continue pouring water. You must know that you are pouring water for the rebirth of Earth, for a brand new tomorrow, and for the future of the universe. Although I don't quite understand what you are talking about, it sounds very reasonable. Zhang Daniu pondered for a moment. He clenched his fists and waved them. All right, since it's for the peace of Earth and the universe tomorrow, I'll set a small goal first and strive to get 10 million words first. I can't. After hearing your words, I feel that a sacred sense of mission is surging in my chest. Many inspirations and ideas are popping up. I think I can still write. No, I can still write. That can wait. The gray mist lady glanced at Liao and Zhang Daniu. Why don't the two of you follow me and study tomorrow's escape route? The gray mist lady brought them to a fully enclosed warehouse on the 11th floor. It seemed to be a heavily guarded treasury. The gate was made of alloy and half a meter thick. A giant wheel was used to open and close it. A lot of suspected weapons were stored in the warehouse. They were said to be suspected because they were not guns that Liao had seen on TV or in movies. Instead, they were the kind of guns that could fire lasers when they were pulled the trigger. Hum. Hum hum. When the gray mist lady threw a weapon that looked like a torch to Liao, Liao played with it for a long time. When he pressed the switch on the weapon, the torch suddenly emitted a weird sound. Then, a crimson pillar of light suddenly appeared and turned the torch from a lighter into a sunlight. Liao was greatly shocked. He could clearly feel the heat and the scent of destruction from the sun lamps. They seemed familiar, as if he had seen similar fantasy weapons in a movie. Be careful. Such light swords boast tremendous energy. If you fall to the ground, you might burn through the floor and fall to the floor below. Logically speaking, the gray mist lady said, this is the top-secret weapon warehouse of the Ark Foundation. Every weapon stored inside is a priceless treasure. Some of them were even preserved from the previous reincarnation to the previous one after all the trouble. You are not allowed to use them at will. But right now, the situation is urgent. In order to return to the Ark as quickly as possible, we don't have much time to spare. Reserved from the previous reincarnation? Liao pondered over the gray mist lady's words. It sounded like other than memories and information that could possibly escape reboot, even the items themselves could possibly escape reincarnation and be left with countless generations. Of course, from a different point of view, matter and energy could be transformed into each other in the first place. The so-called matter was merely the condensation and manifestation of energy in a certain way, which was the information itself. Everything was information. As long as the information could pass through countless cycles without perishing, it was possible to keep the item for thousands of years. He was going to ask more questions about how to keep the materials in the reboot of the Ark Foundation, when the gray mist lady projected a giant screen on the white wall in front of them, showing them the news around the world. In the 24 to 48 hours of Liao's coma, the entire world was affected by the super catastrophe. The order of human society had been disrupted. In Japan, a super earthquake of incalculable intensity struck the Edo Bay again. Not only was the population of more than 10 million people affected, the top 3 metropolises in the world were also flooded. The entire Guangdong region was shivering in the storm and tsunami. According to the preliminary analysis of the global earthquake experts, the intensity of the earthquake was even higher than the 9.5 magnitude earthquake near the coast of Chile. It was the first earthquake in the history of mankind. In the videos posted by the news media and the netizens, it could be seen that the prosperous city, which had been brightly lit and packed with people 2 days ago, had turned into a lifeless cemetery. The skyscrapers had turned into messy tombstones. The explosions resulting from the leakage of natural gas tubes were like dim phosphorescence flowing out of bones. The seawater was savaging the flooded streets like ferocious animals. Millions of people had been soaked into white, swollen balls and became food for the fish and shrimps. On the satellite map, the islands of Fusang, which used to be in the shape of a crescent moon, seemed to have been bitten by an enormous beast from the east, while the tusks made of tsunamis and storms were still tearing the flesh and blood in the hinterland of the islands unscrupulously. The tragedies that had been foretold in the legendary novel, The Islands Sink, written by the famous writer of science fiction in the old days, were unfolding slowly and unstoppably in front of everyone. The super earthquake seems to have activated hundreds of dormant volcanoes all over the islands. Many of them are showing signs of eruption. If hundreds of volcanoes erupt at the same time and another earthquake of the same scale or even stronger takes place, it is not unimaginable that the islands will sink. The Gray Mist Lady said solemnly, "Japan is a country with a highly developed fantasy culture. There are a lot of observers. Therefore, the will of the planet has been monitoring them closely. Every time the planet is rebooted, Japan is always the first to suffer natural disasters and man-made disasters. Its capital city has been hit countless times. The Ark Foundation has quite a few members there, too. It's a pity that the local order has gone out of control. Most of the flights have been suspended. Even the flights in the middle of the flight have been affected by lightning and thunderstorms. They were forced to return and were even shot down. It will be difficult for them to escape." A few videos, a few pictures, and the reports of major news media around the world outlined the horror of the apocalypse. The frivolous look on Liao and Zhang Daniu's faces was gone, too. Their expressions were solemn. The entire world was an inseparable whole. If the end of the world really came, no country would be able to survive alone. Even though they did not care that the Fusang Islands had completely sunk, it was impossible for such earth-shaking changes to not affect the East Asia continent. Judging from the trend of development, it did not seem strange that an active volcano would suddenly appear in the most stable part of the country tomorrow. Not only are the Fusang Islands under threat of sinking, the people on the other side of the Pacific Ocean are also experiencing hurricanes, storms, tsunamis, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions beyond the limits of normal range. The Gray Mist Lady showed a series of pictures to Liao and Zhang Daniu. They were the cities of the world's strongest countries that had been drowned by floods and storms, the hurricanes that were savaging and swallowing the plains of the Western Hemisphere, and a magnificent volcano that was spurting intense black smoke and gradually waking up. This is Redstone Volcano, the largest dormant volcano in North America in the center of the Redstone National Park. The Gray Mist Lady said, "However, since yesterday, the word hibernation is no longer applicable to it. You can see clearly how terrifying the smoke it releases is. It simply covers hundreds of square kilometers of the sky. This is just the commotion before it completely awakens. Scientists have predicted the consequences of a complete eruption of the Redstone volcano. The volcano will hibernate for 600,000 to 700,000 years. Every eruption will bring catastrophe to the entire continent and even the entire Western Hemisphere. The magma and volcanic debris will sweep across thousands of square kilometers and raise everything in their way to the ground. It is even possible that the volcanic ash will cover an area of millions of square kilometers and turn the entire North American continent into a dead zone where there will be no sunlight. It is even possible that the entire world will fall into a new glacial era. But that was just the outcome of the normal state. God knows how terrifying the Redstone volcano eruption will be when the will of the planet interferes." Liao and Zhang Daniu were silent. The two of them quickly browsed through the news websites and forums. It could be clearly seen that, other than the Fusang Islands and the North American continent, all kinds of super catastrophes had taken place in Asia, Europe, and even Africa and Oceania. In some places, tsunamis had raised walls of water dozens of meters high and swallowed the coastal towns one after another. In some places, thunderstorm zones tens of thousands of kilometers in radius had appeared, which looked like terrifying forests made of lightning. In other places, cracks thousands of meters deep had appeared because of the earthquake. New canyons were cracking at a visible speed. In the information era, natural disasters dealt 10 times more damage to the human heart than in the past. Although the natural disasters caused the network paralysis in many places, a lot of terrifying information was still transmitted out and turned into panic plagues. Many countries were on the verge of losing control. Reading to this point, Liao vaguely understood why Red Pole had set up the nest of the resistance organization on a supertank. The supertankers were lone islands that were naturally cut off from the rest of the world. As long as they were sailing in the deep sea, they could conceal themselves in special ways and avoid the interference of natural disasters. The so-called tsunamis and giant waves often only existed in the continental shelf where the seawater was relatively shallow. To raise a catastrophe that could destroy the supertankers thousands of meters deep in the middle of the ocean would consume astronomical energy. We didn't expect that the natural disasters would be so intense in only 2 days. But it is even more indicative of the enemy's panic and weakness and your importance. The Grey Mist Lady said, "At present, basic social order is still maintained here. Parts of the highway have already been sealed, but a few rail lines leading to the border are still operating. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock, we will take the train to the border. After crossing the border, we will be met by more companions. This is Uncle Hui. 7 gods. This is Sparta. This is Ghost Cat. Together with me and Liao, it shouldn't be a problem for us to escort Zhang Daniu, right?" The Grey Mist Lady introduced the other few awakeners to Liao. Among them, the awakened one whose nickname was Sparta had a powerful aura similar to that of Uncle Hui. He was one of the 2 ultimate awakeners who had come to the aid of Jiangnan City. In addition, the Lady of the Grey Mist was also an ultimate awakener. Perhaps there was also a monster named Liao. And the young girl named Ghost Cat seemed to possess an extremely special ability. Although the number of people in this escort team was not large, their combat strength was absolutely formidable. Liao wanted to say that there was a problem. Maybe because he had awakened too many memories of the past, he felt that something was not right. A sense of danger enveloped him like a mist. Right then, a shrill alarm echoed in the storm outside the building. It did not die down until almost a minute later. Very soon, an awakener came in and reported the bad news to everybody. Because of the heavy rain, the reservoir in the upper reaches of the city was far higher than the alert level. A dam had collapsed. It wouldn't be long before the city was flooded. Liao swallowed his words. Desperate times called for desperate measures. They had no other options. The sooner they left the continent, the better. Liao did not sleep well that night. All kinds of weird hallucinations were popping up and hovering in his eyes and mind like annoying flies. His body, which had been further awakened to inhuman strength, was experiencing all kinds of weird, uncoordinated feelings, like a malfunctioning machine that needed him to get used to again. Pictures and videos of natural disasters from all over the world, as well as countless posts that were adding fuel to the fire and asking for more trouble, made him even more worried. He had a feeling that a great catastrophe was coming and there was nowhere to run to. It was not until dawn that he fell asleep for a while. But soon, he was woken up by the muscular man named Sparta, one of the companions of the Grey Mist Lady. Liao didn't know what kind of superpowers the Spartan had compared to Uncle Hui, but looking at the helmet and armor on his head, the heavy body armor that was filled with anti-explosion plugins, and the sci-fi styled guns on his back gave him a sense of security. While the sky was still dark and hazy, the group quietly left the downtown area and headed towards the train station in the suburbs. It was not the bus station that people frequented, but rather an unused freight train station. Because of the approaching flood and the torrential rain, most of the passenger trains to and from the city had already been suspended. The few routes were packed with people. To take the passenger trains, one had to provide their name, identity card, and other sensitive information. They also had to go through tedious and strict security checks. The humming lighter on Liao's waist alone was absolutely impossible to pass through the inspection. If there was a conflict, it would only cause more trouble and delay his precious time. Therefore, the Grey Mist Lady and the Ark Foundation behind her pulled some strings and got a freight coach. They were asked to leave the place on the freight train as escorts. Although the conditions of the freight train were not as comfortable as those of passenger trains, the advantage was that all the joints had been broken through. When they arrived at the station, It did not take long before the train was slowly started. Moreover, the space on the train was spacious enough. The entire coach belonged to them, allowing them to calmly arrange defensive measures. What was even better was that the carriage in front of them was loaded with 3 specially modified off-road vehicles. The condition of the vehicles was very good. The fuel tanks were filled with fuel. All kinds of weapons, equipment, and survival tools were on board. Even if something happened to the train, it could abandon the railway and drive on. The arrangement of the Grey Mist Lady gave Liao a more direct understanding of Feng Zhou's foundation. However, it did not mean that he could relax much about the perilous journey. Hua! 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 Although they had left the city and traveled hundreds of kilometers to the south, the torrential rain did not show any signs of stopping. As far as one's eyes could reach, it was as if the sky of 1,000,000 square kilometers was covered in dark clouds. The deep black clouds were like a broken reservoir, pouring large water sources that carried electric currents into the human world. It was 9 a.m. In the morning, the sky was bright and the earth was clear, but the world was still stuck in the bleak darkness. The dark clouds and the mountains far away melded together, giving the impression that the world was collapsing. The highway parallel to the rail line had completely collapsed. Liao saw countless cars blocking the highway. People were crouching in the cars in desperation, looking at the boundless water, unable to move. Many of the roads had even been divided into lone islands by the flood. Human beings, who were the spirits of all creatures, appeared to be insignificant and powerless in front of the might of nature. Thankfully, the railway had been newly built a few years ago. Most of the road was built on a high platform 10 to 20 meters above the ground. The train was also carrying a lot of supplies that the South was in dire need of. Therefore, the train could still grit its teeth and move forward in the storm and lightning. However, the air was so heavy that it was about to explode. Everybody was worried that the train might not make it to the border station in the south. The scene of wandering in the dark night gave Liao a very familiar feeling. He vaguely remembered that the legend of Cultivator Liao originated from a speeding train in the thunderstorm zone of the Star Glory Federation. If one were to look at it from a different point of view, with his physique that could stir up trouble, as well as the fact that he was carrying a crucial person on a train, as well as the lightning and thunder that seemed to be the end of the world, it would be quite strange if nothing happened to him. Liao shook his head hard and pushed the messy thoughts out of his mind. He sized up everyone in the coach. From the moment he got on the train, Zhang Daniu had been crouching in a corner with his back facing everyone. He typed on the keyboard and continued writing the later chapters of. Uncle Hui, on the other hand, was reading a comic with rapt attention. Liao glanced at the cover. The name of the comic was The Muscular Man, nicknamed Sparta, was dismantling and touching his weapon. Compared to Liao's hands, which were moving as fast as the wind, his movements were quite slow, but they were full of emotions, as if he were not touching cold steel but his lover's ass. The Grey Mist Lady, on the other hand, was operating a specially modified laptop. She seemed to be communicating with the nest of the Ark Foundation and receiving further instructions from Red Pole. What was weird was that the wires of the laptop were connected to the head of Ghost Cat, the last awakened one, and 2 magnetic patches were stuck to her temples. What did it mean? Was it safer to transmit information in such a way by treating the human brain as a certain antenna? Liao was confused. Perhaps sensing his anxiety and confusion, the Grey Mist Lady closed her computer and sat next to Liao again after she finished the information transmission. Liao took the opportunity to ask her about the fantasy weapons. Why did the Ark Foundation keep so many weapons that were apparently beyond the level of modern technology? Where did they come from? The Grey Mist Lady was not clear about the mechanism either. She could only give Liao an example. It was like an area inside a computer that could not be deleted no matter how hard it was formatted. Even though the area seemed to have been erased or altered beyond recognition, all the information inside the area could be restored as long as the key instructions were grasped. The sci-fi, magical, and even fantasy weapons that seemed to be beyond the era should have been the products of the glamorous and unknown era before the original reincarnation. They had been created by the heroic spirits in the beginning and hidden in the indestructible space with secret arts. Every time the reincarnation was restarted, the prison breakers would awaken their ancient memories and find the lost ultimate weapons. To this day, Liao was still unclear about the classification of the strength of the awakened. Therefore, Ms. Grey Mist simply took the opportunity to give a brief introduction to Liao. Whether it was the Hellbreakers or the prison guardians, they were all classified into the same level of awakening. Those who had just awakened and could vaguely recall the first 5 reincarnations were called beginners. Those who could recall 6 to 10 reincarnations were called deepers. And those who could recall more than 10 reincarnations were called finalists. The reason for the division was that the heroes imprisoned in the prison of reincarnation were weaker and weaker as they were reincarnated more and more. The fact that they could retrieve more ancient memories meant that they had stronger abilities, unbelievable techniques, and were almost as destructive as the deities. In this life, the awakening of the memories from more than 10 reincarnations was the limit for most of the heroes. Even if somebody was able to awaken the memories from dozens of reincarnations, they were often mottled, fragmented, and as insignificant as sand and dust. Therefore, the finalists who had awakened more than 10 lives would be the best warriors of the Ark and the Apocalypse. Of course, there were exceptions. It was said that there was a type of awakened who could transcend thousands of reincarnations and awaken to the early memories of roaming the sea of stars and shaking the universe before they were imprisoned. They vaguely touched upon the truth of the infinite Earth and the reincarnation prison, which was the legendary super-perceptive. Although it had never been explicitly acknowledged, all the members of the Ark Foundation had tacitly acknowledged that Red Pole, their leader, was an ESP. The prophecy of the leader of the Heaven's Origin Sector, on the other hand, was a whole different matter. As the claws and teeth of the will of the Earth, he was not necessarily an ESP. It was possible that he was a projection or incarnation of the will of the Earth. But right now, the capability that Liao demonstrated, including the special attention that Red Pole paid to him, made the Grey Mist Lady suspect that Liao was also a super-perceptive cultivator. Of course, Red Pole had to confirm it in person. Liao did not know what he was exactly either. Although countless memory pieces of Cultivator Liao were hovering inside his brain, there was something very weird in every dreamlike picture. The enormous silver-white balloon was like a 3D mirror that reflected his twisted soul. Then what was it exactly? Cultivator Liao should not have experienced such a weird thing. Liao had confessed the existence of the weird balloon to the Grey Mist Lady so that she or Red Pole could analyze it and find the answer. But he somehow swallowed his words in the end. Right then, shrill alarms were echoing on the top of the train. Something was coming at them from the sky. Chasers! With a solemn face, the Grey Mist Lady said solemnly, "The hunters have caught up to us." It was not surprising that the Heaven's Origin Sector was chasing after them. However, the enemy had chosen the perfect time and place. Right now, the storm and the thunderstorm were at their fiercest. In front of them, there was a dangerous road made of dozens of tunnels and rail bridges across several mountains. The rail bridges were built in the middle of the continuous mountains and had a height difference of almost 100 meters. Below them were raging rivers. Because of the continuous storms, even the previously tranquil streams had turned into raging dragons. Even the super experts who had awakened the memories and combat ability of their previous lives would not be able to survive the surging flood if they fell into them. In the blink of an eye, the train had already reached the first railway bridge. There was no turning back. Liao Sparta, take the lead. The Grey Mist Lady opened a gap in the carriage. Ear-splitting shrieks mixed with the sound of wind and rain immediately flooded in. The world seemed to have turned into an ocean. The stinky sea water filled the entire carriage in the blink of an eye and was even tearing apart the walls, exposing them to the lightning and thunder. Zhang Daniu once again failed to live up to expectations and screamed. The awakener, nicknamed Ghost Cat, hurried to press his hands on Liao's temples. A soft blue brightness surged out of his palms and calmed him down, making him drowsy again. It seemed that the supernatural ability of the Ghost Cat leaned toward mental, hypnotic, and brainwave interference. It was indeed a useful ability. No wonder she was qualified to join the escort team as a deep perceptive one. This was not the time for deliberation. Besides, the gray mist lady had really turned into a cluster of gray mist and crawled out of the gap. Liao had no time to think. He clutched the light sword on his waist and took a long-range weapon that Spartan handed over to him. Then he crawled out too. The torrential rain outside the train was like invisible iron hammers that ruthlessly hammered the people clinging to the walls and roof of the train. Bolts of lightning fell around the rails one after another. Some of them were even attracted by the electrical components at the front end of the train and set off dazzling sparks. Together with the bottomless abyss on the two sides of the railway bridge, it was truly a nightmarish scene that one would never be able to forget after one glance. If they were ordinary people who had not been awakened, even the well-trained elite soldiers would find it difficult to move in such harsh environments, let alone fight. Even an awakener such as Liao found it hard to raise his head in the storm. When he finally reached the top of the train, he saw a weird guy who was wearing a combat raincoat and a pair of crimson goggles. The guy's name was Spider, and he was the pickup staff that the Ark Foundation had arranged at the train station. After the train started moving, he had been observing and guarding the train from the top of the train. It was quite possible that he had a certain ability that allowed him to be fearless of the wind and rain. "Look up!" The Spider gestured and pointed at the sky. Liao wiped off the cold rain on his face and raised his head, trying to keep his eyes open. At first, he saw nothing except darkness. But when a lightning tore apart the sky and illuminated the earth, he saw everything. They looked like dozens of giant eagles. It looked like a glider or a giant drone. Liao did not know what kind of drone could fly stably in such bad weather and track a speeding train precisely. However, when he thought of the Ark Foundation, which boasted technology and fantasy weapons beyond the era and was blessed by the will of the earth, he realized that the Heaven's Origin sector would not fight with only the weapons of the 21st century. Voila! Another thunderclap sent a series of upside-down lightning bolts to the ground, which lasted more than 10 seconds and allowed Liao and the rest of them to see the pursuers clearly. It was a human being. The Awakener of the Heaven's Origin sector was wearing a wingsuit that looked like a mole. He was also carrying an enormous jetpack on his back. Broad metal wings were spread out on the two sides of his body, and dark flames were spurting out of his back. He was diving at the train agilely. Of course, not all of them were awakened. Quite a few drones, under the control of the awakened ones, were shooting at them like burning arrows. "Ah!" Sparta roared. He held a weird-looking but absolutely brutal gun in each of his hands and fired at the sky non-stop. It was not a storm of bullets that was shot out from the muzzle but clusters of dazzling plasma that exploded in midair and turned into an electric net hundreds of meters wide. Liao was so close that he could feel the formidability of the plasma from the shivering air. His fingernails were about to explode. The skin on Sparta's own hands and body was torn apart, too, revealing his blood and flesh. He must have been in so much pain when he was hit by the raindrops that he did not know what was going on. The attack range of the two plasma guns was very wide. Many pursuers of the Heaven's Origin sector had been hit by the lightning. Electric arcs were dancing all over their bodies. Their flying suits were riddled with holes, and the metal wings on their back were seriously twisted. Also, because of the interference of the storm, they could not control their direction at all and fell to the ground. Below them was the mist and torrents of the mountains. The pursuers missed the train and the bridge and fell into the surging tides. Very soon they stopped breathing. Liao, the gray mist lady, and the Spider joined the battle. Devastating fireworks blossomed in the most splendid way in midair, forcing the pursuers to scatter. Hiu! Hiu hiu! Realizing that the firepower on the Ark Foundation side was too fierce, the pursuers changed their strategy. The diving speed of the drones increased instantly. When they were still in the air, they were already burning like burning skulls. Attack the drones first. Sparta must have been a weapon expert in the organization. He immediately sensed the anomaly of the drones and commanded everyone to focus all their firepower on the drones. As he expected, when one of the drones was blown up, a fireball dozens of meters in diameter appeared in the blink of an eye. The fireball was mixed with streams of gray and white flames that looked like death. It was extremely weird and hard to believe that the drones had exploded in the sky of the coach. More drones were diving down. Thankfully, they had reached the end of the railway bridge. In front of them was a tunnel in the middle of a mountain. When the train entered the tunnel, the range of defense it needed was reduced to the minimum. Everybody opened fire at the same time and destroyed the few drones outside of the tunnel. The fireballs were raging like furious dragons, but they could not catch up with the speeding train. But the alert was far from gone. It was a short tunnel no more than 1,000 meters long. The hunters who were still in the air could easily cross the hill and get in front of them. Liao and the rest of them gritted their teeth and looked at the exit of the tunnel. As it turned out, when the train left the tunnel, more than 10 pursuers in winged suits were hovering not far above their heads like hungry crows. Some of them were even trying to dive onto the train. "Go to hell!" Sparta roared and bombarded again, blowing away a pursuer who had just jumped to the top of the train. The pursuer was smashed into pieces on the rocks next to the rail line, but there was no harm in taking advantage of the fact that his pursuer had been lurking in the dark side of the exit of the tunnel. Sparta took the opportunity to fly at a high speed from a low altitude. His sharp claws and teeth cut open 3 deep wounds on his right shoulder. The plasma gun in his right hand flew out and vanished into the darkness. The weird laughter of the pursuer seemed to be echoing in midair, like the shriek of a crow. The gray mist lady sniffed. She opened her lips, and a vague gray mist tied up the pursuer like a flying snake with wings. Very soon, it spread out and wreathed him in a cluster of gray mist. His 5 senses were deprived, and he crashed into a mountain at a high speed, turning into a miserable fireball. However, the interruption of the continuous fire also created an excellent landing opportunity for the pursuers, including Hunter Hugo Smith, who was still wearing a suit, sunglasses, and black leather shoes in such a son of a bitch environment. The 7 pursuers landed on the roof of the tank softly. Boom! Crack! Boom! Crack! Lightning flashed one after another, illuminating the black and white world briefly. Boom! 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 The river below the train, as well as the rolling mountains in the distance, were all emitting ear-splitting noises, which were the sounds of billions of tons of rocks and mud coming close and swallowing everything. Even the train itself was shaking strangely, as if the overpass supporting the train was going to collapse at any moment. On the apocalyptic stage, the Ark, the Apocalypses, the Hellbreakers, and the Prison Guardians were confronting each other coldly 2 coaches away. Maybe it was his imagination, but Liao saw that the hunter not far away bowed to him and made a gesture of greeting. Before he could react, the train had already entered the second tunnel. The tunnel was 12 kilometers long, which meant that they would be in absolute darkness for a long time. The arrival of darkness was also the horn of battle. The loss of vision was not a big obstacle for many awakened cultivators. On the contrary, it only added to the intensity and unpredictability of the battle. For a moment, the sounds of footsteps, gunshots, bullets, and sharp blades cutting flesh and bones echoed non-stop. Liao also felt an extremely sharp force sweeping past his chest, trying to dig out his own heart. There was no time for him to think. He leaned back instinctively and kicked his feet. As he expected, he hit the target precisely, but the feedback was dull and uncomfortable as if he had kicked rubber. However, he had finally put some distance between himself and the enemy. His pounding heart told him that the enemy was definitely the most dangerous one. "Student Liao, I never thought that you would still be alive, and that you would possess such wonderful strength in just a few days." Sure enough, a hunter's polite and cold voice came from the darkness. The hunter went straight for Liao instead of the gray mist lady. "Hunters!" Liao touched his chest and felt a thick, stinky liquid. The bulletproof and stab-proof suit made of superfiber was as fragile as a wet newspaper under the hunter's attack. Liao felt that every pore on his body was constricting in excruciating pain. But he still tried his best to keep calm and perceive every millimeter of the other party's movement in the darkness. At the same time, he shouted, "Lady Grey Mist told me a lot of things. I also heard you and Zhang Daniu talk about a lot of things. Tell me, if we are really living in the labyrinth of time and the prison of reincarnation, Why don't you think of a way to escape together with us? Why do you have to be a pitiful and pathetic dog? Because it is impossible for us to get out. The indifferent voice of the hunter came over from the darkness. However, what was completely different from the voice was his extremely sharp attack. Before he finished his sentence, he turned into countless gusts of wind again and attacked Liao from various angles. The suffocating feeling that seemed to have frozen the space assaulted Liao's heart again. Thankfully, after swallowing the soul fragment in the depths of teacher Zhang Jiashu's brain, Liao's strength had increased by a large margin. He was actually able to barely keep up with the pace of the hunter. The two of them exchanged a series of dazzling and gorgeous attacks in the nearly solidified space. It was clearly a collision of flesh and blood, but it seemed as if they were going to collide into a series of dazzling sparks. At this moment, Spartan, who was not far away, roared again. Plasma illuminated the dark tunnel briefly, allowing Liao to see that the hunter had drawn his pistol, the muzzle of which was very close to his nose. Bang 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 bang. The hunter shot out 7 bullets in a row. Thankfully, Liao reacted in time and collapsed as if he had no bones. He dodged the bullets and kicked the hunter's tibia hard. When the brilliance of the plasma died down, the two of them were peaceful again. In the hundreds of reincarnations, countless hot-blooded young men who were full of hope and ambition like you overestimated themselves and tried to challenge the prison. But none of them ended well. The hunter hid the red-hot muzzle behind his back and continued, "Student Liao, what exactly do you want to do? Destroy this prison, or completely destroy this planet? This beautiful, brilliant planet inhabited by 6 billion people. Our only home? Do you know how dark and dangerous the world outside the reincarnation prison is? Do you know how bleak and painful our future will be without Earth? No, you know nothing about the real universe. You will only destroy yourself and the future of 6 billion people. While the situation can still be sorted out, quickly give up your ridiculous fantasy and return to the right path. If you join the Heavens Enlightenment Organization, you will be able to get almost everything within the rules. Not just in this life, but also in the next 5 or 10 lives. Everything you desire can fall from the sky. You can have whatever you want easily. You will become the true guardian of Earth. Then what?" Liao sneered. "Do I have to watch the Earth being destroyed time and time again without doing anything?" Bam 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 bam. Gunshots echoed in the darkness again. The hunters were firing at where Liao was sneering. But Liao was not there, just as the hunter was not in the place where his voice came from. The attacks from both sides hit nothing but air. After all, we have almost unlimited lives. We can be reborn after every destruction. Does it matter? The hunter continued his persuasion, as if he were not the one who had shot the fatal bullet at Liao. Is there anything wrong with such a life? Not good. Not good at all. Holding his breath, Liao tightened his grip on the light sword on his waist. He raised every hair on his body and used it as an antenna to search for the traces of the hunter. If we give in or even indulge in such a life, are we really living lives? Or are we puppets manipulated by someone else? Or are we even more miserable than puppets? A series of figures in a supercomputer? No. Whether it is happiness or pain, whether it is success or failure, whether it is peace or war, none of that matters. I just don't like being controlled, anesthetized, and defined by someone else. Whatever is outside the reincarnation prison, whether the universe is darker than we imagined or not, it is our own choice. We are willing to pay any price. No force can bind us. We've made our choice. The hunter raised his voice. A long time ago, we chose the unscrupulous and lawless path, only to destroy everything, including ourselves and the universe. Right now, the prison of reincarnation is the consequence that we must bear. We must reflect on all our mistakes and wash away all our sins. Only after billions of reincarnations can we be reborn. Right now, we are not far from the end of the reincarnation. I can vaguely sense that most of the heroic spirits have washed away the sins deep inside their souls and become pure and free. But the few of you, germs, viruses, and cancer are not satisfied yet. They are still restless and want to lead the 6 billion heroic spirits down the wrong path again so that the billions of years of punishment and redemption will be wasted. No, I will not let you succeed. What a joke! Liao shouted. Who is qualified to judge and punish us except ourselves? What is the so-called will of the earth? I will not allow such a monster to order us around and control our lives. You really don't understand anything, student Liao. The hunter smiled. The will of the earth is not a monster. Of course, it is not a planet such as Earth that has come to life and has its own life. The so-called will of the earth is the will of all the earthlings. It is the intense regret, pain, guilt, fear, unwillingness, and so on. It is the ultimate product of a series of emotions. It is our strong desire to repair the universe that we destroyed with our own hands. It is our own verdict. Therefore, it was not somebody else who built such a prison of reincarnation and threw us into it. It was us who created such a marvelous space and performed a sincere meditation and prayer for the 6 billion souls of the deceased thousands of times over billions of years. Or, in your words, it was a special closed-door training. Right now, our training is coming to an end. We are going to arrive in the universe in a brand new appearance and embark on a brand new journey. And you are going to return everything to the original point at such a critical moment. Do you really know what you are doing? What? Liao was dazed. Right then, the roaring train drove out of the tunnel. In front of him was a mountain pass between two towering mountains. A bridge flew across the mountain pass. Under the ravaging of lightning, thunder, and storm, the bridge seemed to be shivering and in peril. In the middle of the hill, there should have been a stream that was so clear that one could see the bottom of it. But right now, it was drowned by the torrential rain and the mud on the two sides of the hill, turning into a raging dragon that was roaring ear-splittingly. Shwa! When the dim lights outlined the two of them, the hunter had already lunged close from Liao's left. A luxurious black umbrella had appeared in his hand at some point. He slashed the umbrella at Liao's abdomen like a saber. Despite Liao's quick reactions, he still left a deep wound on Liao's body. Liao took the opportunity to turn on his light sword and waved it. Hum! 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 After what sounded like a fluorescent light, the hunter's right hand, which was holding the umbrella, flew into the air. The wound seemed to have been burnt by a high temperature. Bam, 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 bam. The hunter was not affected by the super weapon in Liao's hand at all. Nor was he sad about his missing right arm for even half a second. His left hand was still holding the gun in the most precise and stable way, firing all the bullets at Liao's face. His patience and calmness finally had an effect. Liao's entire body shook as if he had been shot. He fell off the top of the train and fell below the raging bridge. His lightsaber also flew out of his hand and flew far away. Liao! The gray mist lady exclaimed in shock not far away. However, she had been harassed by several other awakeners of the Heaven's Origin sector, too, who also had their own team and would not be able to get rid of them easily. Right then, something unexpected happened. The flying sword was far away from Liao and even out of everyone's sight. However, as if it had been pulled by a mysterious force, it made a weird turn in midair and pierced through the wall and the roof of the tank from below. Scorching flames pierced through the tank and crawled out of the hunter's feet. The hunter did not expect that Liao had grasped the technique of controlling objects from a long distance in only several days, and that he could control the direction, distance, and angle so precisely. All his attention was focused on Liao, who was falling from the sky. He did not expect that a light sword would crawl out of his feet. The crimson brightness pierced through the middle axis of his body and split him into two halves from his crotch to his head. It was not until this moment that Liao threw out his belt, hooked onto the window of the train, and jumped up again. Sweat the size of beans was all over his face. He glanced at the dead body of the hunter to make sure that the guy was dead for sure. Then he looked at the shocking wounds the size of bowls on his shoulders and abdomen and was somewhat relieved. That was close. If he hadn't paid such a high price, taken advantage of his opponent's carelessness, and wielded a marvelous weapon that could cut through iron as if it were mud, it would have been impossible for him to take down such an important opponent like the hunter. Neither the Ark nor the Apocalypse had expected that the hunter would be killed by Liao. They were both dumbfounded, and the place fell into a weird silence. However, in the next second, the body of the hunter suddenly shivered. Destroy his body! The gray mist lady was the first to react. She screamed at Liao and Sparta. Sparta spat and aimed the plasma gun at the hunter's body, which had been split into two halves, before he opened fire. The plasma turned the body into ash instantly and crumbled into black powder in the storm. But he was too late. Or rather, the plasma was completely useless against the thing overflowing from the corpse. It was something that looked both like mist and flames. It seemed to have a life of its own as it moved up and down in the air, causing Liao to be reminded of the insect tide made of thousands upon thousands of flying insects. The small insect tide let out a squeak-squeak sound as it fled at an incomparably fast speed to the distant coach and disappeared. Soon, screams, fighting, and collisions were echoing inside the coach. After a while, the door of the coach was opened, and a middle-aged man in the uniform of a train inspector crawled out like a spider and stood on the roof of the coach steadily. It was a typical Oriental man with yellow skin and black hair. It could be seen from the wrinkles on his face and his prematurely gray hair that he should have dedicated his entire life to this railway line. He should have long become an unknown component on the rail line and train. He simply shouldn't have any relation with the world of superpowers. But right now, a cluster of venom that looked like mist and flames was flowing inside his deeply hollowed eyes. His lips were curled into a smile that was both gentle and cruel. His countenance was exactly the same as that of Hugo Smith, the hunter who had just died. Student Liao, it seems that I have to raise my evaluation of you again. The train attendant, who was born and raised in the East and had perhaps never left the country in his entire life, was speaking in his mother tongue in a very rigid tone. His tone was exactly the same as that of the hunter just now. In just one short week, you turned from an ignorant ordinary person into an awakener, then from a beginner to a deep one, then from a deep one to the current one, or maybe you have already surpassed the category of a deep one and become something stronger and more dangerous. However, no matter how much strength you awaken, or as I said, in the face of the will of the earth, no, the universe, your resistance is still idiotic and futile. Go back to the right path. You? Liao swallowed hard and looked at the gray mist lady solemnly, trying to get more information about the hunters from her. Was this guy unkillable? Every time he was killed, his soul would turn into a cluster of black mist, invade other people's bodies, and be reborn in their bodies. That was too unbelievable. The gray mist lady's face turned extremely awful, too. She shook her head at Liao, indicating that she did not know that the hunter had such an ability, either. In the database of the Ark Foundation, there were only 3 pieces of intelligence about the super abilities of a hunter. The first was that he could change the frequency of the brainwaves and send them out in the form of special electromagnetic waves with the help of various wireless communication tools. In such a way, the memory of the previous life of ordinary people would be activated, and they would be controlled and turned into his puppets. The second was that he boasted extraordinary physical qualities and was adept at all kinds of combat and shooting techniques. His combat ability was definitely among the best. The third was that he could build a special force field around him, which would slow down the heartbeat of the person inside the force field and suppress the oxygen supply and the activity of the brain cells, thereby creating an illusion similar to time deceleration and slowing down the enemy. The 3 abilities alone had already made the hunter one of the most troublesome enemies for the Ark Foundation. Therefore, it was not strange at all that a hunter was leading a team to block the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivators. However, even the Gray Mist Lady did not expect that a hunter would have a 4th special ability, Immortal Body. How could they fight such a battle? The hunter who was reborn smiled and whistled silently. In a moment, more coaches were pulled open. Many guards, mechanics, and train crew on the freight train staggered out. Almost all of them had headphones tied around their ears. Some of them were even sticking their phones to their ears with one of their hands. There was a dirty and cruel smile on their faces, and their eyes were deep and dull. It was obvious that they had become the puppets of the hunters, just like Zhao Kai a few days ago. They struggled to climb up the roof. It was raining cats and dogs. The escalator of the train was quite slippery. Many people had just woken up from their previous life. Their body and consciousness were not fully coordinated yet. Some of them did not have earbuds and had to press their mobile phone against their face with one hand. It was even more inconvenient for them to climb up. Some of them slipped and fell off the railway bridge, falling dozens of meters or even hundreds of meters. They were either smashed into pieces among the rocks or disappeared in the surging torrent. Normal people would have been scared out of their wits when they saw such a scene. But the puppets manipulated by the hunters had lost the concept of fear a long time ago. They were still climbing up without caring about their own safety. Even if half of them fell into the abyss, the other half would always jump toward Liao's coach in various ways. Boom! Crack! Bolts of lightning flashed one after another, illuminating the pale sky and the earth. Liao felt that he was surrounded by hundreds of soulless puppets. The situation was extremely critical. "Let's go," the gray mist lady said in a low voice. "We will cover you. You will leave with Ghost Cat and Zhang Daniu." Liao did not reply. Taking a deep breath, he stomped on the ground and charged at the hunter again, ignoring the wounds on his ribs and shoulders. While he was still in midair, he opened his hands. The light sword that had fallen to the side was absorbed into his palm again, emitting an even more furious redness. It turned into an almost perfect fan in midair and almost blocked all the escape routes of the hunter. The rebirth ability of a hunter seemed to have its limitations, too. At the very least, his soul had just corroded the body. It was impossible for him to transform the old and feeble body, which had never been trained in physical strength or combat skills, into a body of steel that had been tempered thousands of times. Although he had superclass battle awareness, his nerves and muscles were not as quick as Liao's. Therefore, he was still half a beat slower than Liao's light sword. Right then, two puppets under the control of the hunter lunged at Liao recklessly. One of the puppets failed to calculate the distance and the landing point. It simply slid off the wall of the train next to Liao and crashed into a signal box next to the train. It immediately broke into pieces and looked extremely miserable. Before the other puppet slid down, it grabbed Liao's ankle and tried to drag him off the train. 2. Liao tried his best to kick the puppet away. He staggered and managed to maintain his balance, but the aura of the sword in his hand was somewhat disordered, allowing the hunter to narrowly escape. "Ah!" Sparta, not far away, roared again. The plasma spurted out like a meteor shower and blew away many puppets. But such a weapon of fantasy still had to follow the objective pattern of limited energy. After firing for 3 minutes, one could clearly feel that the plasma shooting out of the barrel had dimmed a lot, and the muzzle of the gun had turned scorching red. When the raindrops hit it, ear-splitting noises were echoing non-stop. It was obvious that the weapon would not last long. Obviously, the subordinates of the hunters were not just expendable puppets. A tall, muscular awakened whose rainproof cloak had been burnt away by Sparta's plasma gun revealed greasy scales. Illuminated by the lightning, every scale was shining in bronze and iron. Shwa! While Sparta was cleaning up the puppets nearby, the strange man with scales all over his body lunged at Sparta. His sharp claws drew 3 shining electric arcs in the air and cut the plasma gun in Sparta's hand into 4 pieces. The energy inside the plasma gun was out of control. A dazzling ball of lightning burst out and wreathed Sparta and the strange man who looked like a lizard. Although one of the 2 parties had been wounded, Liao knew that he did not have the advantage in numbers. Sparta was their most important long-range gunner who was responsible for cleaning up the claws and teeth of the enemy puppets. Without his support, the situation would only get worse. Liao was about to go to the rescue when the hunter grabbed his right hand that was holding the light sword. He had been heavily wounded, too. Blood was flowing out of his shoulder and his ribs. His physical strength had almost run out. Naturally, his reaction was slower. The hunter, on the other hand, took advantage of the few minutes of confrontation to quickly adapt and modify his weak body. At such a close distance, Liao could even hear his surging blood and the sounds of his muscles and bones growing. In the pale lightning, Liao saw the hunter smile hideously at him. Liao didn't even blink. He let go of his right hand and threw the light sword to his left hand. But right then, a streak of miserable brightness appeared in the sky, followed by the ear-splitting sound of wind. The light sword was blown into pieces in midair. Liao narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the shooting star. He saw that an awakened of the heaven's origin sector was on one of his knees, holding a weirdly shaped, glittering hunting bow. It seemed that the hunter was baiting Liao with himself as bait, so that Liao would be able to perform the technique again and sabotage the light sword when it was activated. But Liao was not surprised at all. Faced with an opponent like the hunter, the same move could not work twice. How could he not understand such a simple logic? The hunter had sabotaged Liao's light sword with himself as the bait, and Liao had also lured the hunter to open the door and end the battle neatly with the light sword as the bait. When the attention of both sides was focused on the light sword in the air, Liao's empty left hand had already stuck to the hunter's abdomen. In his palm, the burning butterfly reappeared and danced in the depths of the hunter's internal organs. The body that the hunter had just controlled immediately turned into a raging fireball. The weird flames surged out of his internal organs and even his cells. The pouring rain could not extinguish them at all. In the raging flames, he screamed like a monster from a different planet. His entire body was like an elastic rubber that was sometimes lengthened, sometimes grew horizontally, and sometimes expanded into a ball. In the end, he exploded. The black object that looked like a mist, a chimney, and a flame crawled out again and looked for a new carrier like a viper in the void. Liao was going to blow out a second cluster of flames and burn the hunter's soul to ashes, when he felt excruciating pain deep inside his brain, as if every one of his brain cells was being torn apart. It was so painful that he could barely stand straight and almost fell off the tank. He could only lie on the ground and breathe heavily. It was obvious that he had just awakened and was not able to control the power of flames inside his body yet. He was already on the verge of being burnt out. If he tried to activate the technique by force, it was possible that the mitochondria factory inside his cells would go out of control, and he would be burnt to ash. Thankfully, they had backup plans. Maybe it was his strongest backup plan. Uncle Hui! Liao screamed at the top of his lungs. Who? The window of the tank exploded. A cluster of purple flames that seemed to be alive rushed out and hit the black mist that represented the soul of the hunter. The purple flames were wreathed in black mist and tied up another viper like a viper. It even cut the snake that represented the hunter into 5 pieces. While squeaking, it fled to the coach in front of it. It seemed that the hunter's soul had been seriously damaged. It would take a long time for him to be reborn even if he could find a new carrier. However, right at this moment, a strange explosion came from the front of the train. A ball of lightning soared into the sky from the front of the train. Then, the train suddenly slowed down. The wheels in front of the train even burst forth with a series of dazzling sparks. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be long before the train came to a complete stop. This place, on the other hand, was not a hill or a high platform, but a rarely seen flatland among the continuous mountains. The train would pass through a small station here, so the elevated platform was gradually lowered, and the train tracks were parallel to the ground. He could vaguely see that dozens of headlights were shining near the station, which looked like the eyes of dozens of hungry wolves. With such bad weather and the fact that the train was not going to stop here, it was obvious that it was not an engineering vehicle but an ambush of the heaven's origin sector. Liao! The gray mist lady kicked a puppet out of the car and landed beside Liao and Uncle Hui like a dry leaf. Your driving skills are not bad. Take the ghost cat and Zhang Daniu and leave first. The brain structure of the ghost cat is different from that of an ordinary person. Her brainwaves are extremely powerful and are equivalent to a special antenna and server. As long as you bring her along, you will not lose contact with the satellite navigation system no matter how bad the weather is. This place is not far from the border. The ghost cat knows where to pick you up. As long as you escape, a large team of people will naturally pick you up. Sparta, Uncle Hui, and I will defend this place. Rest assured. While the gray mist lady was talking, her eyes had turned into a gray color where one could not tell her pupils and the whites of her eyes. Thick gray mist was spurting out of her eyes, ears, nose, and even her pores. Very soon, the three coaches in front of and behind them were enveloped in the gray mist. Liao and his companion's senses were not affected much, but the enemy seemed to be caught in a weird state where all their senses were cut off. They were all scratching crazily, not knowing where they were going or where they were going. One moment of carelessness, and they would slip and fall off the moving train. The situation was critical. There was no time to hesitate. Liao took a silver spray can from Uncle Huey's hands and sprayed a large amount of cold green gas on his wounds. The pain was finally relieved. He nodded at the gray mist lady and the other two before he fell into the carriage like a bat. Bam, 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 bam. Boom, 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 boom. From time to time, intense sounds of fighting and explosions could be heard coming from the roof of the train. In fact, the entire roof of the train was already riddled with holes. The storm could pour in unscrupulously and turn the train into an aquarium. Thankfully, the Ark Foundation had replaced Zhang Daniu with an engineering special computer with a very high defense index. He was not scared that it would be damaged in such a harsh environment. However, after such a heated battle, it was obvious that Zhang Daniu could not write anymore. He screamed and crawled into the arms of the ghost cat, trying to bury his head deep inside. Let's go! Liao ruthlessly kicked the ass of this guy. He pulled open the partition between the two coaches. In front of him was a jet-black, shining off-road vehicle. It was as wide as two ordinary sedans, and its extremely domineering tires seemed to be filled with teeth. Even if it had not been started, it still gave off a feeling of overwhelming strength. Liao checked the quick detaching device that the gray mist lady had set up for the off-road vehicle. He jumped on the vehicle and started the engine. A lion-like roar pierced through his eardrums all the way to his heart and lungs, opening up every cell in his body, giving him the confidence that he could charge through the most furious mudslide. The ghost cat pushed Zhang Daniu in and closed the door heavily. Are you ready? Liao didn't even turn his head. Today is an emergency. We might need to drive faster. What? Zhang Depeo's face turned from pale to green, and then from green to pale as if a cabbage had slapped his face. Before he realized what was going on, Liao had already put on the gear and stepped on the gas. Boom, 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 boom. His blood seemed to have turned into fuel and filled every crevice of the off-road vehicle. The iron beast was consumed by his soaring fighting will and was about to burst into flames in the middle of the thunderstorm. The front of the train was already aimed at the side door of the train. The moment he started the engine, the door slid open slowly. However, there were no stops here. Not only was the train still traveling at a speed of dozens of kilometers per hour, it was also 3 to 5 meters from the ground. Of course, it would be too late to break away from the train station. The iron nail would be surrounded by the enemy and completely locked. Liao roared like an animal. The four wheels of the off-road vehicle turned into windfire wheels that were wreathed in white smoke, almost scraping 4 holes on the bottom of the train. When the power was accumulated to the limit and the speed of the train was further reduced, the seal that bound the off-road vehicle was finally torn to pieces. The steel beast accelerated to its maximum speed in almost 0.1 seconds, as if it had grown wings, and flew out of the moving train. At that moment, time seemed to have frozen. But Zhang Daniu's screams were as prolonged as ever. The off-road vehicle drew a perfect curve in the wind, rain, and thunder and crashed into the muddy ground dozens of meters away. The ground that had been softened by the rain was an excellent cushion. Even so, the tires, the chassis, and the anti-shock system were still moaning in pain because of the overwhelming load. They were about to fall over because of the inertia. Liao did not even blink his eyes. After a series of rapid operations, the off-road vehicle drove diagonally with the 2 tires on the right side for a long distance before it straightened up again. The dozens of headlights around the train station moved. Like hungry wolves, they changed their tactics and lunged at their prey. Tell me the terrain nearby and the weather. Liao looked far into the distance, trying to find a highway parallel to the railway, or a terrain that was slightly gentler between the mountains, but as expected, he failed. Calculating the time, it should have been noon, but the rain-filled world was as dark as midnight. The raindrops hitting the windows of the train could not be described as raindrops. They were raindrops the size of hailstones. Visibility in the front, back, left, and right was no higher than 50 meters. How could they find the highway? Even if they did, it was possible that it had been cut off by the flood or blocked by vehicles. Thankfully, they still had the Ghost Cat, a human satellite navigation system that wouldn't malfunction under most circumstances. We are here, near the station named Spiritual Stream. Carrying a weird-looking computer, Ghost Cat crawled to the front row. Despite the pale face caused by the bumpy ride, he pointed at the satellite map for Liao to see. The closest highway to us is this Highway 370, but part of the highway was cut off by the flood 2 hours ago. Even with our off-road performance, we won't be able to pass through it. And here, and here. These are the main roads. There is a possibility of mudslides. Chances are that they have already been blocked. Understood. We seem to be locked in a small basin between mountains, and the main roads leading to and from the basin are blocked, aren't they? While Liao was rushing forward and fighting against the muddy ground, he looked at the map provided by the Ghost Cat and suddenly noticed a dotted line. What is this road? It seems that we can get out of here. Well, the Ghost Cat took a closer look. It seems to be a village road that has been abandoned for many years. Decades ago, it was the only way in and out of this area. But because it was built next to the biggest river nearby, Spiritual Stream, and because it was built on the mountain, it has a lot of twists and turns. It is very dangerous. Many accidents have happened in the past. Countless vehicles have directly fallen into the Spiritual Stream from the village road. Since the national highway and highway have been repaired, it has been abandoned. Now that it has been in disrepair for a long time, the torrential rain will definitely cause the water level of the Spiritual Stream to soar. Mudslides can rush down the river at any time, making it even more dangerous. The twists and turns. Right? Liao grinned. His smile was confident and even crazy. In the pitch-black storm, dozens of steel beasts were roaring ear-splittingly and chasing each other with feeble lights. At this moment, the earth had been divided into crisscross chessboards by the rainwater and mud. In the darkness where visibility was extremely low, it was impossible to tell which was the flat land with shallow water and which were the ravines and swamps that were several meters deep. One could only rely on intuition or even luck to tell the difference. Despite Liao's driving skills and amazing senses, he still almost fell into ravines and swamps several times when he was savaging the storm, thunder, and swamp. The off-road vehicle moaned time and time again, and the 2 passengers on board felt that their blood was freezing. The pursuers behind him did not have such amazing driving skills as he did. Some of them fell into the seemingly inconspicuous waterhole on the side of the road while they were driving. More than half of the vehicles had sunk into it vertically. Some of them had their tires tied up by mud-covered branches, weeds, and other messy things. No matter how hard they tried to start their vehicles, they could not increase their speed except for the black smoke rising from the bottom of the vehicles. Some of them even deviated from their direction and fell into a torrential river that did not exist before. In the blink of an eye, they were swept away by the flood. Even so, there were still more than 10 off-road vehicles that were getting closer and closer to Liao. Swoosh! Swoosh! These off-road vehicles all had launchers installed on their roofs. The weapons that were fired from the black barrels were either special fiber netting for tires or chains with sharp hooks. They were trying to stab into Liao's off-road vehicles and lock them together. Some of the fearless awakeners had even climbed to the top of their vehicles, ready to jump over when the distance between them was close. No matter how bold Liao was, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead when he encountered such a crazy chase. In order to avoid the 2 hooks, he had to change his direction. The off-road vehicle was a bit out of control. In the blink of an eye, one of the pursuers jumped toward his off-road vehicle. There was no time to change the direction. Liao gritted his teeth. His right tire crashed into a giant rock in front of him. The entire car was knocked into the air by the giant rock. The roof of the car tilted by 45 degrees, perfectly dodging the awakened who had jumped over. One of the awakened's feet had already touched the roof of Liao's car, but he slipped and fell off. He grunted and vanished into the darkness, never to be seen again. Who? Liao was somewhat relieved, but he did not dare to relax his nerves at all. He had already heard the sound of surging tides in front of him. It was the biggest river spiritual stream within 100 square kilometers. Since it was named Creek, it was not very fierce or dangerous in the first place. However, because of the once-in-a-100-year rainstorm, Ling-Shi had turned into a raging dragon. The collapsed mountains upstream brought a lot of rocks and mud, making the river much less clear and tranquil than before. It was like magma that had increased its speed and strength even though it was not hot. And along the village road built by the spirit streams was an extremely dangerous road of death. On one side was the spirit streams, which were surging with billows, and on the other side was a steep cliff that went straight up and down. It was unclear what was going on the mountain, but giant rocks the size of heads were constantly smashing down from above. Some of them directly fell into the spirit streams, raising clusters of hideous mud. Some of them ruthlessly smashed into the village road, almost completely collapsing the village road. Usually, no one was willing to walk on the village road that was only 3 to 5 meters wide. In such bad weather, even a drunk lunatic would have to wake up from most of their drunkenness. But Liao was neither crazy nor drunk. He was just a little crazier than a drunk lunatic. Looking at the village road that was sandwiched between a cliff and a flood in the middle of the thunderstorm, Liao suddenly thought of the stone belts in the depths of the universe where countless meteoroids and cosmic dust were rushing at him. However dangerous the environment was, it was still far from the life and death race in the stone belts. Liao stepped on the accelerator. The off-road vehicle rushed up the village road like an arrow released from a bow. Between the raging waves, the falling rocks, and the collapsing village road, the off-road vehicle slashed through the wind and waves, pressing forward. The headlights of the pursuers stopped for a moment. They did not expect that Liao would be so crazy. He did not hesitate for long. The equally crazy awakened cultivators followed him anyway. However, on such a path of death, crazy was not enough. Not only were the two sides of the road full of danger, but the road ahead was also full of twists and turns. Often, there would be abrupt, sharp turns. If one was not careful, the vehicle would directly rush out of the road and into the spiritual stream. It would be equivalent to death. There was simply no possibility of escape. But if they slowed down and moved forward carefully, not to mention that they might lose their target, the falling rocks on the crags alone would be enough to smash the roofs of their vehicles or even push them into the flood. In less than 20 minutes, 4 off-road vehicles of the pursuers had vanished in the flood. Liao's situation was not much better. He was almost hit by the giant rocks several times. The shell of the off-road vehicle was already full of scratches. Even the engine was rattling because of the heavy impacts. But he could not stop there. He had to make it. Ah! Zhang Daniu and the ghost cat screamed at the same time. Illuminated by the pale lights, a series of interconnecting cracks suddenly appeared on the cliff in front of them. The mountain was collapsing. Countless fist-sized, head-sized, and even larger rocks were rolling down and hitting the village road like hail. From the looks of it, in another 3 to 5 seconds, the village road would be completely broken by the giant rocks or completely blocked by the collapsing mountain. Liao accelerated toward the collapsed mountain without even blinking. Zhang Daniu and the ghost cat's screams were even more ear-piercing. However, no matter how loud they were, Liao turned a deaf ear to them. At this moment, the world seemed to have turned deathly silent. There were only 3 kinds of sounds that were particularly loud. The first was the sound of a giant rock smashing down onto the village road and the roof of the car. The second was the howling engine of the off-road vehicle. The third was Liao's own heartbeat. Poochie, 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 poochie. He could not tell whether it was his heartbeat or the sound of the giant rocks hitting the hood, the roof, and the windows. Voila! The window of the train was smashed by a flying stone. The stone brushed past Liao's face and left a deep ravine. Blood flowed out and mixed with his sweat, forming what seemed to be a crimson tattoo. Liao's eyes turned crimson, too. Not to mention the hail-like rocks ahead. Even if it was an iron wall, he would still rush over. Who? The speed of the vehicle was getting faster and faster. The front tires once again collided with a falling rock. The off-road vehicle soared into the sky and rubbed against the cliff, producing a series of dazzling sparks. The three of them felt as if they were riding on clouds and mist. They could only hear walala walala sounds coming from behind them. When the off-road vehicle landed heavily on the ground, through the rearview mirror, they could see that the village road behind them had already disappeared. It had been completely cut off by the falling rock. The two SUVs of the hunters did not have time to brake. They fell off the broken road and were washed away by the dirty flood in the mud and stones. Liao even saw 3 to 5 agile awaken jumping out of the coach and trying to swim to the shore. But right now, the spiritual stream was full of mud and stones. The former stuck to them like glue, and the latter bashed their heads and bodies like sharp blades in a meat grinder. Very soon, the few awakened disappeared in the swirl of the flood and never showed up again. The remaining pursuers stopped at the fracture of the village road. But it was not enough to ensure their safety. The village road had already been battered by the torrential rain to the point that it was quite loose. Just a moment ago it had been attacked by falling rocks. Now, with the addition of the weight of so many off-road vehicles, how could it hold on? Not long after, cracking sounds rang out as it continued collapsing. The pursuers hurriedly reversed their vehicles. However, in this kind of environment, reversing was 100 times more difficult than driving normally. Before they could completely retreat from this dangerous section of road, the village road collapsed by another 100 meters. 3 off-road vehicles fell into the spiritual stream one after another. Fortunately, the awakened on the vehicles had already seen that the situation was bad and had long since escaped, jumping onto other vehicles. However, the broken village road was more than 100 meters away, which meant that no means could send them here. Seeing that, Liao stepped on the gas again and moved forward. All the danger seemed to have been released at this moment. Even the storm had calmed down a lot. They drove out of the village road without much trouble. Finally, they saw a flat paved road. Zhang Daniu and the ghost cat could not help but throw up. They vomited for half a minute. Even their bile were about to be thrown up. This place is not far from the border. There shouldn't be too much rugged terrain ahead, right? Liao was as calm as ever. He held the steering wheel with one hand and tapped on the computer with the other, checking the satellite map. There shouldn't be any pursuers. What should we? Hardly had he finished his sentence when an unstoppable streak of whiteness crawled in from the top of the car, smashed the computer, and crawled into the dashboard of the off-road vehicle. It was not until this moment that everyone heard a swoosh. It was an arrow. Zhang Daniu and the ghost cat were dumbfounded. They did not even have time to react. Liao cursed silently. He looked up along the hole made by the arrow and happened to find the archer who had just shot his light sword. The guy was wearing a flying backpack. His silver wings seemed to have been boosted by lightning. He floated steadily in the air, surrounded by a deep blue force field. The storm could not affect him at all. He drew his bow again and shot 3 sharp arrows. Damn it! The enemy's sharp arrow must have been made of a special material that was neither metal nor wood. It boasted tremendous electromagnetic interference. When it pierced into the dashboard, all the pointers and indexes immediately started shaking violently, just like the abnormal state when a plane entered the Bermuda Triangle. Thankfully, this off-road vehicle still adopted an old-fashioned mechanical control system for the most part. It didn't carry too much electronic equipment and was still able to move forward. But the speed and the agility of the steering were obviously not sustainable. Swoosh! 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 Right then, 3 sharp arrows pierced through the air and darted close like lightning. Despite Liao's driving skills that had been accumulated over dozens of cycles, which allowed him to dodge the first 2 arrows, he was still not able to dodge the 3rd arrow, which stabbed into the hood of the tank. The engine of the tank immediately roared, and the speed of the vehicle hit rock bottom. Liao cursed. No matter how hard he stepped on the gas, it was to no avail. Fury was raging inside his brain. The terrain and every data on the map, including the altitude of the enemy in midair, all kinds of information was swirling inside his brain like a surging river. He made up his mind and rushed toward a sparse forest not far away. Although it was called a forest, in fact, it was just a few coconut trees that could only be found in the tropics. If it were broad daylight, it would be impossible to resist the assault from the sky. But in such a thunderstorm, Li Yao decided to take a gamble. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Another 5 arrows landed around the off-road vehicle. Some of them even pierced through the roof of the vehicle and hit right between Zhang Daniu's legs, leaving a hole in the seat. The guy was so scared that he found it hard to breathe. He was cramping and almost passed out. But Li Yao took the opportunity to rush into the coconut woods. Get off! Li Yao roared at the ghost cat and Zhang Daniu. What? The two of them looked at each other and swallowed the words "you're crazy" at the same time. The engine is gone. I can only hold on for another 3 to 5 minutes. This is the only place where I can turn the situation around. Get off now! Li Yao shouted again. He braked the off-road vehicle, picked up his toolbox, and kicked the door open before he rolled out. Thankfully, the ghost cat was quick enough to crawl out of the window and drag Zhang Daniu out of the back seat. Seeing that Li Yao had opened the cap of the tank, she quickly dragged Zhang Daniu and ran away. Boom! Flames in the shape of a butterfly surged out of Li Yao's palm and crawled into the fuel tank. The off-road vehicle immediately turned into a dazzling fireball. Even under the assault of the wind and rain, the flames and smoke still rose to more than 10 meters in the sky, temporarily blocking the vision of the pursuers. The moment the flames exploded, Li Yao took a deep breath and ran toward the coconut tree closest to him. His speed far exceeded the limits of human beings. The 90-degree vertical trunk of the tree was as easy as walking on the ground for him. He reached the top of the tree in one breath and stomped on it hard, almost breaking the coconut tree. With the help of the rebounding force, he jumped from one coconut tree to another, and from the second coconut tree to the third coconut tree. He treated the coconut tree as a spring. With every bounce, his speed and strength increased. When he reached the last coconut tree, the trunk of the tree was almost bent into a crescent moon by him, and he shot into the sky like a roaring cannonball. Shwa! The toolbox that Li Yao had been carrying all the time drew a vicious arc as he threw it towards the archer in the air. Hiu! A screwdriver arrived first, but its target was not the archer but the toolbox. The toolbox was smashed into pieces. Naturally, the tools inside were scattered everywhere. Although the archer was able to overlook every movement in the coconut grove from high above, his attention had been distracted by the explosion of the off-road vehicle and the flying tools. He did not expect that Li Yao would soar into the sky and lunge at him like a weird bird. He was so scared that he forgot to react. In the moment of shock, Li Yao was only 3 to 5 meters away from him. However, since this archer dared to chase after Li Yao and the others by himself, he was clearly not someone who was easy to deal with. A moment of absent-mindedness was already a mistake that he had never made before, and he would not allow himself to continue this mistake for even a second longer. Swoosh! 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 In just 1 second, he had shot 7 arrows in a row, which almost blocked every angle of Li Yao's attack. Li Yao, on the other hand, had nowhere to borrow his strength in midair. Unless he had the ability to soar into the sky by stepping on his right foot with his left foot, he could do nothing except dodge the 7 consecutive arrows. As it turned out, there was nothing Li Yao could do about the rain of arrows. After dodging 3 arrows, he was already exhausted. He could only curl up and accelerate to the ground, falling into the mud heavily. Although he dodged the arrows, he did not even touch the enemy's fur. However, not long after he landed, the archer fell from the sky with a plop and fell flat on his back. His bulging eyes were full of blood streaks, but the blood streaks turned into lifeless blackness one after another. He could no longer hold the bow with his shaking hands and could only clutch his throat helplessly. A screwdriver had been stabbed into his throat precisely and pierced through his spine and brainstem, almost drilling out of his head. For a strong enemy such as a hunter, the same trick could not be used twice. But the archer, although armed with a hunting bow, was clearly not a qualified hunter. Li Yao had used the fireball from the explosion of the off-road vehicle, the toolbox from Fairy Flower, and himself, who was flying like a weird bird, as bait in order to make the archer forget the fact that he could manipulate objects remotely. In the end, a small screwdriver accelerated and changed its direction under Li Yao's remote control, ending his life. Hiss! 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 The archer bulged his dead fish eyes and stared at Li Yao with a complicated look. The brightness deep inside his eyes gradually disappeared. Li Yao sighed. He pulled out the screwdriver from his throat and let the blood spurt out, giving him a quick death. This should be the last pursuer, right? Although the off-road vehicle had been scrapped, this place was not too far from the border. As long as there was no flood ahead, one could still find a nearby town on foot. It would not be a problem to get new transportation. Li Yao was somewhat relieved. He turned around to look for Zhang Daniu and the ghost cat. Master Niu! He narrowed his eyes and searched the sparse coconut woods. Soon, he found Zhang Daniu leaning against a coconut tree, but there was no sign of the ghost cat. What happened? Where is the ghost cat? Li Yao was greatly surprised. With the fire still burning in his eyes, he looked at Zhang Daniu's face, only to discover that the author had an extremely ugly complexion. His face was as black as ink. Li Yao suddenly had an ominous feeling. Zhang Daniu's expression was both strange and confused. He let go of the coconut tree and staggered towards Li Yao. He extended his hands, which were also black to the fingernails, towards Li Yao. Finally, he fell into Li Yao's arms. The rainwater was as cold as ice, but his body was as hot as burning coal, with a vague, sweet, stinky smell. Li Yao heard rumbling noises coming from his internal organs, as if they were melting. Master Niu, what's wrong? Li Yao was anxious, but Zhang Daniu was already speechless. Very soon, thick black blood flowed out of his eyes, nostrils, ears, mouth and ears. He collapsed like an empty sack. Li Yao could not feel his bones at all. Everything below his skin had melted. Over his shoulder, on his back, where his back was aimed at his heart, there was a dagger with a grinning skull carved on it. It did not look like a human head but more like the head of a cat, which was the self-defense blade of the ghost cat. Boom! Crack! Thunder and lightning illuminated the bleak land and the burning coconut woods. Li Yao's mind was as clear as a mirror. How could he not understand what was going on? They had all been fooled. Ghost Cat was not a member of the Ark Foundation but a spy of the Heaven's Origin Sector. Maybe the original purpose of the Heaven's Origin Sector was to capture Zhang Daniu alive. That was why they had sent a hunter team to set up multiple ambushes. However, as the defense lines were broken through one after another, and even the last archer was killed by Li Yao's screwdriver, and there was no way that they could bring Zhang Daniu back alive, it was better to leave a dead body than to let Zhang Daniu fall into the hands of the Ark Foundation. This was the mission of the ghost cat. Li Yao did not know how to react to such a fact. Every muscle on his face was almost out of control. Zhang Daniu's heart was no longer beating and he was no longer breathing. He collapsed to the ground. His chest was clearly caved in. Black blood was spreading around him like a deep, black pool. He died a clean death. Not even the gods could save him. He could only wait for the next reboot, if there were any. Master Niu? Li Yao rubbed his face so hard that his eyes were almost blinded, but he still found it hard to accept the fact. He had escorted them all the way to this place and was about to find Red Pole, the leader of the resistance, and solve all the mysteries about him, Zhang Daniu and Red Pole. But in the end, Zhang Daniu was still dead? Are you kidding me? Li Yao really wanted to roar and shake his non-existent hair like a lunatic. But a moment later, something strange about Zhang Daniu's body caught his attention. Wait, what is this? It was hard to explain what he saw. As the body gradually stiffened, long, narrow red lines grew out of Zhang Daniu's blackened skin. The red lines extended and interweaved into dense spider webs. His skin peeled off like cracked paint, revealing a new layer of pale skin. What's going on? Li Yao extended his finger and pressed Zhang Daniu's snow-white skin. He discovered that Zhang Daniu's body was not stiff at all. Instead, it was filled with the elasticity and tenacity of rubber. Maybe it was his imagination, but Li Yao felt that Zhang Daniu's body was getting fat at a visible speed. like a balloon that was being inflated. Very soon, the black skin that had been corroded by the venom peeled off and turned into ink-like liquid. What appeared in front of Liao was a white-skinned stranger. There was not a single hair on his body. His facial features were so shallow that they were barely visible, as if there was a goose egg on his head. Although he was dead, there was a vague smile on his face, as if he was glad that his enemy had been fooled. This man was not Zhang Daniu. Another lightning flashed in the sky. Liao finally realized what was going on. He was infuriated. As it turned out, he was the only one who had been fooled from the beginning to the end. In the soul-stirring secret war between the Heaven's Origin Sector and the Ark Foundation, he was just an ignorant chess piece. Biting his lips, Liao groped the body of the anonymous man and found something hard in his lower abdomen. Not long after his heart stopped beating, the thing was automatically activated and sent out feeble electric waves. If Liao's guess was correct, this should be a device similar to a locator. As he expected, it didn't take long before he heard the rotors of a helicopter coming from the horizon. The sound came from the south. It shouldn't be the pursuers, but the reinforcements. However, by now, Liao was no longer able to tell who was his enemy and who was his friend, and which side he should stand on. In the evening, they reached an inconspicuous port in the neighboring country. It was a typical banana republic, also known as a political chaos. The economy failed, the people's livelihood declined, and the authorities had no control whatsoever. They could only empty the resources under their territory in exchange for the leftovers of the failed countries. In the early decades, the country had been dominated by warlords and drug lords. Or rather, in the hot, humid, chaotic land, warlords and drug lords were always the same thing. Even the bloody scouts in the army had to rely on drugs to anesthetize their souls and maintain morale. Over the past few years, although the authorities had been pushing forward with the help of the outside world, and the country had experienced a brief period of brightness and prosperity, the old forces were too deeply rooted to go back. Earthquakes, floods, storms, and tsunamis had pushed the country back to its original state. Liao looked down at the land from the helicopter. He saw that the roads had been washed away by the flood, and the towns had been drowned by the mud. Countless people were running around like ants on a hot pan, but they could do nothing but watch the natural disasters coming at them. The country did not have the strong infrastructure of the northern neighbors, nor did it have the well-trained government soldiers who were willing to sacrifice themselves for the country. The people who were suffering were as humble as ants and grass. However, the political ecology that was divided and riddled with holes was the best base for secret organizations such as the Ark Foundation. Superpowers were like fish in water when they were active in the hot and humid forest. They had infiltrated the organizations of some warlords in secret and even fostered their own local forces. The small port in front of them was already under the control of the Ark Foundation. Since the catastrophe had cut off the connection between the port and the capital city, the authorities and the government army could barely look after themselves. The place had become an independent kingdom temporarily. The members of the Ark Foundation could march out and carry the coldly shining weapons to their barges and cargo ships without any worries. Liao met the gray mist lady again in the military camp outside the port. It was said that the place used to belong to a certain magnate drug lord decades ago. The magnate drug lord considered the place to be his last nest. Although it looked plain on the surface, it was a complicated underground palace that looked like an ant nest and a honeycomb. Naturally, even the most solid underground palace could not resist the infiltration of the super experts. Right now, this place was the biggest secret base of the Ark Foundation in Southeast Asia. No, at this moment, there was no need for secrets at all. The Ark Foundation was preparing for the final battle. After a day of absence, the gray mist lady's face was much paler than before. There was not the slightest hint of color on her face. Her breathing was feeble, too, as if she had suffered serious internal injuries. Behind her stood Sparta, who only had one arm left. Even his remaining arm was bandaged in blood, and his face was as pale as paper. Liao had been furious and had made up his mind to curse the moment he saw the gray mist lady. He would even grab her collar and teach her a lesson. Then, he would tell her word by word, I'm done. However, seeing that the gray mist lady and Sparta were both so seriously wounded and did not know where to start, he was dazed for a long time before he asked, "Where are the 7 gods?" "Sacrificed." The lady in the gray mist said casually, "We didn't know that the hunter had an undying body. His capability is already higher than that of the ultimate awakeners. If Uncle Hui hadn't sacrificed himself, none of us would have been able to run away from the hunter." "What?" Liao was rendered speechless. The image of the middle-aged man in red jeans with a beer belly appeared in his mind again. He was silent for a long time, before he took a deep breath and gnashed his teeth. "You lied to me. That was not Zhang Daniu. Yes, it is true that we are not escorting the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivator, but a special awakener named Bizarre Face in the Foundation." The gray mist lady said, "Believe it or not, I didn't know until the last moment, and Uncle Hui didn't know until the moment of his death." "Why?" Liao asked solemnly. "Don't you already know the answer to that question?" The gray mist lady replied casually, "Ghost cat. Undercover." Liao rolled his eyes. "You knew that the ghost cat was a spy that the apocalypse planted in the ark." "At first, we were only suspicious. Besides the ghost cat, we also have a long list of suspects, including you. Don't be surprised. Isn't it suspicious that someone like you, who has awakened a powerful ability out of nowhere and is actively trying to get in touch with Zhang Daniu?" The gray mist lady said, "As I said before, the enemy has the method to precisely strike the core of our organization. We cannot be too cautious if we want to deal with them. So," Liao pondered for a moment and said, "Why don't you split into 2 groups, one real and the other false? The elite troops that we gathered along the way and fled south through the train with great fanfare was just a bait to lure the enemy, so that the hunters would chase after them and cover the escape of the real Zhang Daniu. Not 2 ways, but 3 ways. It was not just to cover Zhang Daniu's safe retreat, but also to clear the nails that the apocalypse nailed into the ark." The gray mist lady said, "Other than the ghost cat, 2 spies were exposed during the operation and have been taken care of by us. The rest of them proved their loyalty with their actions and were qualified to board the ark to meet the Red Pole. It is a necessary procedure for the ultimate victory. We have no other options whether you forgive us or not." Liao didn't know what to say when the guy was so straightforward. He thought for a moment and said, "So, Zhang Daniu has been evacuated safely?" "Yes. He has boarded the starship and will meet the ark soon." "Zhang Daniu is indeed the key to the war," the gray mist lady said. "Both the ark and the apocalypse have to get their hands on him or kill him. Even the Red Pole has to reveal its traces and direct the operation in person, which gives the apocalypse, and even the will of the earth, an opportunity. I should have told you that, for some reason, the will of the earth was forced to restart because of a war that took place in the universe. The Red Pole seized the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and prepared to deal a fatal blow to the will of the earth when it was forced to restart. According to the Red Pole star, at the level of the universal war, the will of the earth has been stalled by the attackers from the outside world. The 2 parties are in a temporary impasse. Almost all of their strength must be focused on each other. Therefore, it is impossible to obliterate the Ark Foundation and the Red Pole Star themselves on a large scale. It will consume too much energy and lead to the total collapse of the universal war. Therefore, precision strikes and decapitation tactics are the only options. The so-called targeted drugs must be placed around the cancer cells precisely in order to eliminate the cancer cells without hurting the normal cells. If the cancer cells are never found, it will be useless no matter how effective the targeted drugs are. It is also the reason why the Red Pole Star has to hide itself deep under the ocean and why the Heaven's Origin Sector and the will of the Earth are trying to lock onto him at any cost. Red Pole has been hiding behind the scenes for several years. Even we don't know his real whereabouts. The operation to escort the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivator is his only chance to expose himself. How can the Heaven's Origin Sector and the will of the Earth let go of such an opportunity? And how can we be so careless as to screen those who might be close to Red Pole? Are you clear now? Liao asked coldly. Almost done. Student Liao, please follow me. The gray mist lady brought Liao to a warehouse in the military camp. An iron chain was dangling from the beam at the center of the warehouse. A woman was tied up by it. It was the ghost cat that had assassinated Zhang Daniu. When Liao was not paying attention, Liao was dazed for a moment. He did not expect that the woman had been captured by the Ark Foundation. It seemed that Red Pole had indeed deployed a dragnet and prepared for all possibilities. The ghost cat used to be a petite, quick-witted girl. But right now, she was like a zealot who had entered a devil's den. Her upside-down face was filled with confused flames. When she saw Liao and the gray mist lady enter, she stared at them and giggled. The final trial is coming. No one can escape the judgment of reincarnation. No matter how you struggle, you will only be misleading others. Give up, repent, and be saved. She narrowed her eyes, intoxicated by the so-called redemption. She was caught in the endless loop of her own logic and could not free herself. Beside her stood a hunchbacked, sleazy man. His appearance was plain, but he had a pair of extremely large hands. His fingers were almost twice as long as those of ordinary people, and there was even an extra finger bone, giving the impression that there were two giant spiders on his wrists. When he placed his hands on the temples of the ghost cat, his palms covered the ghost cat's head like an iron hat. The man mumbled in the native language of Nanyang. A series of weird tattoos appeared on his arms, followed by what looked like venomous insects that were dancing weirdly on his arms as if the tattoos were alive. Along with such a strange scene, Liao felt ripples coming from the palm of the ghost cat, which were similar to brainwaves. In the blink of an eye, the ghost cat's eyes rolled back as its entire body started trembling violently, causing the iron chains to rattle chaotically. The man seemed to have read a lot of information from the brain of the ghost cat. He mumbled in satisfaction, sometimes in a trance and sometimes in a trance. His expression was quite similar to that of the ghost cat earlier. While he was performing the technique, he was also staring at Liao. His eyes were half cold and half scorching, as if they were two daggers that were trying to dig out Liao's deepest secrets. They are interrogating the ghost cat. Liao pondered for a moment and asked, "But why did you do that in front of me? To intimidate me?" Liao rolled his eyes. He suddenly sensed that dozens of strong auras were hiding in the shadows around the warehouse. With the help of the dim lights, he could vaguely see that some fully armed awakened were either standing or sitting, touching their daggers, or fiddling with their guns. They were all staring at him in high alert. Liao was dazed for a moment before he burst into fury. "Wait," he asked solemnly. "Are you interrogating her or testing me?" The weird-looking man with living tattoos on his arms finally finished the spell. He grinned and shook his head at the gray mist lady. When the fan-like hands left the ghost cat's head, the female spy's eyes had already turned dead gray and were drooping down like a dead fish. "I'm sorry. His name is Brainworm. He is a mind reader in the organization," the gray mist lady explained expressionlessly. "You know that, since she was sent by the Heaven's Origin Sector to the Ark Foundation as an undercover agent, she must have received special training. Normal interrogation methods won't work on her at all. However, the brain insect has the ability to absorb brainwaves, which is a perfect counter for the ghost cats whose brainwaves are particularly developed. If you are really a spy sent by the Heaven's Origin Sector, and your meeting with the ghost cat was just a show, the brainwaves of the ghost cat will definitely have subtle changes when it sees you walking in. The brain bug will definitely notice you. But as it turns out, the ghost cat didn't have any special reactions to you. It's true that you didn't know each other before. This is partly to prove your innocence and to build more trust for you. My patience has a limit." Liao roared in a low voice. "Professor Xianxia, the patient in the mind space, is the first test. Fighting the hunters in the rushing trains, floods, and mudslides is the second test. Now, he has been suspected by you and sent to the ghost cat for screening. This is the third test. What do you want exactly? Is it not enough? Do you think it's enough? Think about it in a different way," the gray mist lady replied. "If you are the leader of a secret organization such as the Ark Foundation, and you run into a mysterious man who has somehow awakened super abilities and might even become a super perceptive cultivator overnight, and who is involved in the center of the swirl by accident. How many tests do you think it will take to prove his innocence and let him enter the most secret nest of the organization? The leader who is of paramount importance for the organization at such a critical moment. While she was talking, the gray mist lady gestured to the depths of the warehouse. Immediately, two muscular men pushed an iron chair that looked like a surgical table to Liao along two rails on the ground. 4 times. The gray mist lady extended 4 fingers at Liao and said, "No matter how many tests you think it will take to prove the innocence of such a mysterious man, Red Pole believes that it will take 4 tests for him to be 100% sure of your identity before he lets you into the real Arcta." What's the meaning of this? Liao looked at the iron chair with an awful face. What other tests do you want? We hope to wake you up from your previous life. In the darkness, a black-haired man wearing a white coat and gold-framed glasses walked over slowly. He slightly bowed to Liao and said with a smile, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Traveler Dream." Fellow student Liao and teacher Nyo should have seen a lot of my posts on the net. You must be very interested in me, right? Liao was dazed for a moment. Then he realized that they must have talked to Zhang Daniu before they welcomed him. The guy must have been spineless and would tell everything without any coercion. I am responsible for every word I post on the network. I guarantee that every word is true. Even if it is not true, at least it is my true feelings. Dream Traveler said, "However, what is not stated in the posts on the net is that I've been staying on the Ark for the past month and received enlightenment and training from the Red Pole. My capability is much higher than before. Not only can I see my past life, I can also guide more awakeners to explore and discover their past lives. Student Liao, there's no need to be so nervous. Don't treat this as a test. Try to treat it as a special training session. This is a trip to the depths of your soul." Including Red Pole, we are all very curious. You have only awakened part of the hazy memory fragments of your previous life, yet you possess such powerful combat strength. If under my guidance, you can clearly recall your previous life, and even the memories of dozens of reincarnations and inherit all your abilities, what kind of terrifying appearance will you reveal? This is what I want to do. In fact, guiding the awakeners to discover their past lives is a very exhausting task for me. If it were a monster between a finalist and a super perceptive such as yourself, I would have to take tremendous risks in order to help you find your true self. However, according to Red Pole, you and Master Nyo are both indispensable pieces in the jigsaw puzzle. For the sacred mission and true freedom, I will not regret it even if I die 9 times. Dream Traveler stopped smiling and stared at Liao solemnly. Liao pondered for a long time. What if I refuse? He silently observed the positions of all the awakened ones in the warehouse. He did not even let go of the scent that was as weak as a zombie that was hiding in the deepest part of the darkness. In the blink of an eye, he drafted dozens of plans to break out of the siege in his mind and asked cautiously. The gray mist lady and Dream Traveler looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Rest assured, it's not as bad as you think. There won't be any stupid things like silence. The gray mist lady said, "The most important reason is that we can't kill you. Even if you are heavily wounded, we will certainly pay a high price. Maybe 2/3 of the 30 or so elite warriors lurking in this place will be killed. The war is drawing near. We can't afford such losses. This is the result of the Red Pole's personal evaluation. Therefore, even if you refused the last test, there was nothing we could do. There was no need to hurt you at all. However, as a result, you will not be able to go to the depths of the ocean with us to look for the Ark, nor will you be able to meet the real Red Pole. We will part ways here and leave you with sufficient assets, firearms, and local currency. Although the end of the world has come and the currency has become useless paper, I hope you understand that this is our limit." Liao sniffed and said nothing. It was true that he could have been angry at the other party's distrust and refused the multiple tests. He believed that both the Ark and the Apocalypse would have to pay a terrible price to keep him. However, since he had refused the test, the safety of his identity was still questionable. It was reasonable that the other party was not willing to take him to the ocean. Liao hesitated. He did not like the feeling of suspicion and scrutiny. I'm not trying to convince you, student Liao. Dream Traveler opened his hands, indicating that he meant no harm. However, before we part, Red Pole has a very strange message for you. No matter how discontented you are about the tests and the suspicions, no matter how wronged you are, and no matter how much you resent him, I hope that you can persist until the end. Because, as long as you awaken your past life's memories and discover your true identity, you will know that all the tests and suspicions are necessary. You may even be the one to blame for your own arrangements. Well, Liao was baffled. Blame it on myself. Did I arrange so many suspicions, checks, and tests? What is going on exactly? Although he was baffled, he somehow believed the nonsense in his mind. Please. Dream Traveler extended another invitation to Liao. Wait, I have a question. Pondering for a moment, Liao said, I want to know whether or not Zhang Daniu accepted your guidance and woke up his previous life with your help. By logic, this guy is quite suspicious, isn't he? Of course. We are not targeting anybody in particular, Dream Traveler said. Even our own people have to undergo rigorous tests before they return to the Arkansas. Of course, we cannot miss the author of 40,000 Years of Cultivators. We tested him earlier and traced his memories from his previous 5 lives under my guidance. There was nothing special about him. Oh, Liao was greatly interested. What did he do in his previous 5 lives? Going back in time from this life, I've been an online writer for 3 consecutive lives. Writing some weird, sexy, popular books, lying to ignorant teenagers and fooling them. Dream Traveler said, from the previous life to the 4th life, the development of the reincarnation world was slightly different. There was no such thing as a network novel. He was a reporter of a tabloid. He wrote some celebrity affairs, made some shocking headlines, went to court with a minor celebrity, and so on. In his 5th life, he was still engaged in writing, but he was an author of adult action novels, which seemed to be his specialty. After years of hard work, he finally made a name for himself in the industry, only to be caught in an anti-corruption operation and sentenced to justice. That was basically everything. All in all, he is different from the normal observers. He is just an ordinary person with no moral bottom line. The original purpose of his creation was purely for the sake of benefits. Or in his own words, money and beautiful women did not inject souls into his work. Logically speaking, it is very difficult for such a person to awaken, let alone advance into an observer. However, a lot of things that he could not write at all happened to appear in. Perhaps this is why Red Pole Star is particularly interested in him. In any case, although he was a greedy, lecherous, third-rate writer and tabloid reporter who was willing to write anything for money in his previous 5 lives, it was true that he had never been related to the Heaven's origin sector at all. He was just one of the most inconspicuous nobodies. When the Earth was restarted, it was just a series of insignificant data. Even if the Heaven's origin sector really wanted to find a spy, they would absolutely not find him. Understood. Liao nodded. He took a deep breath and sat on the iron chair. The Gray Mist Lady and Dream Traveler were both relieved. Liao suddenly asked Traveler Meng, "Do you have a watch? What time is it?" "Yes." Dream Traveler took out a delicate, vintage pocket watch from his pocket. The shell of the watch was carved with 8 tentacled octopuses in the shape of a helix, giving off an oceanic vibe. "It's 8:05 p.m. A few seconds?" Liao asked again. "A few seconds?" Dream Traveler was dazed for a moment. "Yes, to the second." "Tell me," Liao said coldly. It was 8 hours 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Dream Traveler frowned. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Liao blinked his eyes. There was confusion on his face, as if he didn't know why he asked for the time so precisely. But he soon forgot about it and nodded at Traveler Meng. "Since it is a rule of the Ark Foundation, let's begin." "All right, please relax and watch the clock. Watch the hour, minute, and second hand." Holding the watch chain, Dream Traveler dangled the watch in front of Liao and shook it. The hour hand emitted a gloomy blue glow. The minute hand flickered with a ghostly dark green color, and the second hand flickered with a burning red glow. The small pocket watch emitted clicking mechanical sounds that filled the entire warehouse, suppressing the storm outside and causing the entire world to become exceptionally tranquil. Staring at the pocket watch, Li Yao's eyes turned into two immeasurable swirls. In the trance, his senses seemed to be hundreds of times sharper than before. He could clearly hear every breath and heartbeat of Dream Traveler, the gray mist lady, and the Spartan soldiers, as well as the sound of their blood flowing in every vein of their body. He could also see through the containers and see the awakened soldiers who were armed to the teeth and hiding in the darkness. He could even sense the torrential rain outside the military camp and count every drop in the wind. Hum, 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 hum. Countless mosquitoes unique to the rainforest were dancing around the dim lights on the beams. No, not countless, but 432 mosquitoes. The 432 mosquitoes seemed to have turned into a clear mark that was deeply engraved in Li Yao's heart. Very good. I can already vaguely feel your soul. What a beautiful, magnificent, and profound thing. Dream Traveler's eyes were beaming with brilliance behind his gold-rimmed glasses. 2. His eyes were like hazy chimneys that were spreading toward Li Yao. Read a paragraph with me next. Don't mind it. The paragraph itself is meaningless. It is just meant to resonate with our brainwaves so that I can dig into your memories. If you agree, blink your left eye. Li Yao remembered everything around him, including the bouncing pointer, the heartbeat of the awakened cultivators, the distribution of every raindrop in the wind, and the trajectories of the 432 mosquitoes above his head. Then he blinked his left eye. Blood-black nothingness begins to weave a network. Dream Traveler said softly. Blood-black nothingness begins to weave a network. Li Yao repeated stiffly. The cells are connected, and connected to the main trunk. Dream Traveler's voice turned even darker. The cells are connected, and connected to the main trunk. Li Yao's voice turned low, too. His pupils gradually expanded, and he was lost, as if he had been drowned in endless memories. Therefore, against the darkness, a pillar of water with a fountain spurting upwards appeared. Dream Traveler's voice was getting softer and softer, turning from a feather to dust. The pocket watch in his hand was shaking slower and slower, too, as if it had been frozen in midair by some weird force. In the end, it was really at a 45-degree angle from the ground and stopped moving. Therefore, against the darkness, a spring that was spurting upward appeared. Before Li Yao could finish his poem, he found that the entire world had turned into a fuzzy swirl. Everything around him seemed to be a combination of sand and smoke. The secret port in the depths of the jungle was gone. What replaced it was a city with skyscrapers and glass walls that looked like 10,000 mirrors. He was dreaming again. He was back in the maze that had been repeated many times over the past week. However, this time his mind was particularly clear. He knew that he was dreaming, and he knew that his real self was sitting in the warehouse of the military camp at the port. It was a clear dream. Li Yao saw himself. He seemed to have two perspectives at the same time. One was the God's perspective, that looked down from the sky at a 45-degree angle, while the other was the first person's perspective, that he was in. Through different perspectives, he was quickly recalling his previous life and the soul-stirring and brilliant battles. So, I was already a member of the resistance organization in my previous life, watching the battles of superpowers that were even more brilliant than those in sci-fi movies. Li Yao suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder I have a natural sense of familiarity with the Ark Foundation, even though I dislike the apocalyptic organization. I even feel that the Red Pole, their leader, is very familiar. As it turns out, I was a prison breaker in my previous life, and this was not the end. Li Yao could clearly feel a force pushing him from behind, as if a pair of wings that could allow him to travel through memories had been inserted into his body. Presumably, this was the super ability of Dream Traveler. The city turned into ruins in the thermonuclear war and was restarted in the ruins. The maze of mirrors made of countless glass walls collapsed one by one, but they were soon reconstructed into a new maze that was even larger and more complicated. Liao searched for his past in the dream and saw that he was almost always a member of the resistance groups in more than 10 reincarnations. At the very least, he was an awakener who woke up naturally and discovered the Earth Bug before he was brutally wiped out. He even captured a memory piece from a long time ago. He recalled that he had been a mechanic and a racer in a certain life and passed through a Earth Bug while he was racing. It had been a long time ago, an unimaginably long time ago. The memories of his previous life strengthened Liao's determination and his combat ability. He could clearly feel that his soul was expanding like a blood-filled organ. However, the silver ball had been following him in the dream. It used to be connected to the back of Liao's head by a silver thread like a balloon, hanging in the air neither too far nor too close. But every time Liao recalled his previous life, the distance between Liao and it would be shortened. In the end, when the silver thread between Liao and itself was less than 1 meter long, it would hover above Liao's head coldly. Liao's confused and uneasy face was reflected on the mirror-like surface before it was twisted into a weird and hideous appearance. Liao didn't remember encountering such a thing in his previous life. Even Cultivator Liao, in 40,000 years of cultivation, had never encountered such a weird existence. What are you? What are you exactly? The uneasiness in Liao's heart reached its peak. He was so anxious that he could not control his emotions. He punched the silver ball and asked, "Why are you following me?" Bam! The mysterious silver ball, on the other hand, seemed to be too weak to withstand a single blow. It was blown into countless pieces by Liao's punch. However, each of the curved pieces reflected a weird and twisted face that was smiling at him weirdly. Finally, you've come this far. You know who you are and your real destiny, don't you? Billions of faces spoke at the same time. Then, countless faces turned into bloody mouths and swallowed him. His memory turned into a nightmare, waking him from his nightmare. He saw that dream traveler was vomiting blood and falling backwards. His face was twisted to the point that it was about to be fractured. Dream traveler pointed at him and screamed, You are not Liao." He seemed to have woken up from a long sleep that had lasted billions of years. He yawned and smiled at Dream Traveler. In Traveler Meng's eyes, the smile was even more hideous than the faces of the ghosts in the deepest part of hell. "Stop him! Stop him! Stop him!" The Dream Traveler's face was pale. His screams drilled into the ears of all the awakeners and scratched their brains brutally. Crack! Crack! The iron chair he was sitting on had automatic locks that could lock the wrists and ankles of the person sitting on it. However, he had been very cooperative just now, and there were no problems with the first 3 tests. The gray mist lady did not want to push him too hard, so she did not force him to lock himself. But right now it was too late for the spring lock to snap back. Before the steel locks were fully locked, his wrists and ankles had expanded to twice the size of normal, and the 4 spring-loaded locks were pushed back. Before anybody realized what was going on, he had arrived in front of Traveler and grasped his neck. "Shoo!" he said to Dream Traveler with a smile. Then, with a crack, he crushed Dream Traveler's neck into pieces. His head tilted to one side weirdly. When he threw Dream Traveler to the ground, the guide of his previous life was already dead. Ah! The abrupt change took everyone by surprise. Sparta was the most quick-minded of all. He raised the plasma gun out of reflex and pulled the trigger hard. Without looking back, he extended his right hand and grasped the air. An unbelievable scene took place. A ball of lightning condensed with destructive force had just whizzed out of the muzzle of Sparta's gun when it strangely came to a halt in midair. It was as if 2 forces from 2 different directions were forcibly tearing it apart, causing it to emit crackling sounds in the solidified air. The deadlock didn't last long. The ball of plasma unexpectedly returned the way it had come and drilled back into the barrel of the gun. Boom! The plasma gun directly exploded. The scattered fragments of the gun pierced deeply into Sparta's body. Together with the raging electric arcs, the stocky man was directly turned into a broken doll. "You are not Liao. Who are you exactly?" The gray face of the gray mist lady turned even paler. The wounds all over her body spurted out blood again. She summoned her superpower by force. A lot of mist spurted out of her orifices and pores and surrounded him as if it were alive. His lips curled into a scornful and cruel smile. He clenched his right hand, which had just blown up the plasma, into a fist and punched at the center of the gray mist casually. Suddenly, he heard the sound of air being torn apart through the gaps of his fingers. The gray mist was torn into streams of air and fled in all directions. Even the gray mist lady was blown more than 10 meters away and crashed into a container, leaving a human-shaped pit on the ground. The dozens of awakened cultivators lurking around the warehouse immediately lunged at him when they saw that he had killed or heavily wounded 3 core members of the organization. "Don't come close." The gray mist lady, on the other hand, sensed his horror during the brief exchange. For the first time, indescribable fear appeared in the depths of her eyes as she screamed, "Run! Run now!" However, she was too late. No, it should be said that, even if she raised the alarm in the first second, there was no way that she could stop everything and save the life of any awakened. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Dozens of modified heavy firearms bombarded him with a barrage that was like a torrential rain, yet it was unable to cause even a ripple to appear in his swamp-like eyes. The bullets tore his blurred shadow into thousands of threads, while his true body had already turned into an electric arc and flashed behind the numerous awakened ones. Bam! An awakened one flew high into the sky. While he was still in the air, his internal organs could not bear the high pressure and exploded, dying a miserable death. Boom! The second awakener was kicked away. At the same time, he activated the 4 grenades hanging on the enemy's waist with the ability to manipulate objects remotely, so that the awakener would die without a grave, surrounded by 4 fireworks. Pa! The third awakener was hit right on the head. The most solid helmet was as fragile as a matchbox under his palm. The helmet and the head were immediately chopped into pieces. Whew! The sacrifice of 3 awakened cultivators in a row finally bought enough time for his remaining comrades. The 4th awakened cultivator closed his hands, from which he was wreathed in burning flames. It was a certain technique that allowed him to control the temperature freely. But neither the fireballs, the firewall, nor the raging dragons could resist his attacks. He did not even attack the man directly. He merely snapped his fingers, and the fire inside the man's body went out of control. The raging flames devoured his cells and his soul instead, resulting in a typical self-combustion. It was not a battle but a massacre. Whether it was the novice, the deep perception, or the ultimate perception, whether it was the control over fire, frost, lightning, poison, and other abilities, they were all as vulnerable as 3-year-olds in front of him. He butchered the enemy with ease and turned the warehouse into a blood-stained palace. His body was wreathed in steaming blood mist. His wet internal organs were stomped on, and a mysterious smile was still on his face. His eyes were like a swamp that could drown all the souls. He was the embodiment of death, the Devil King who had walked slowly from the depths of hell. Right now, other than the heavily wounded Lady Grey Mist and the half-dead Spartan, there was not a single living person in the warehouse. He was definitely not a living person, but a destroyer, a devil, and a death god. He walked to the front of the Grey Mist Lady and looked down at her in an inhuman way. Bam! Not far away, Sparta somehow woke up with his broken body. He raised a pistol casually and shot the last bullet at him. He waved his hands casually, as if he were chasing away an annoying mosquito. The bullet drew a weird arc in midair and turned 180 degrees, drilling into the center of Sparta's eyebrow precisely. Then, it drilled a hole the size of a bowl on the back of the head of the loyal resistance, taking away most of the brain tissues. As it turns out, cough 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 cough, it really is you. You are the best assassin sent by the Heaven's Origin Sector to deal with the target drugs of the Red Pole. The Grey Mist Lady smiled miserably. Is this the power of a super-perceptive? It is indeed powerful. It's also our fault that we were stupid enough to invite a wolf into our house and bring you to this place. However, you were too careless and exposed yourself in advance. So what if your combat ability is strong enough to kill all of us? The Red Pole is hiding in the mist in the depths of the ocean. You won't be able to find him. As long as you can't see him in person, What can you do even if you are a walking nuclear bomb? You are doomed. In the war that has been repeated thousands of times, we will be the final winners. No force can stop our freedom and hope. Oh! He listened quietly, nodded, and crushed the heart of the gray mist lady. He stood in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood for a long time. The slight frown on his face revealed the irritation in his heart. The irritation of my house is so dirty and needs to be cleaned up for a long time. Then he returned to Dream Traveler's body. He curled his finger and picked up the pocket watch that was embedded with rubies and blue gems and carved with an octopus pattern. Fortunately, he was very careful just now and did not damage the precise mechanical structure of the pocket watch. The pointer was still clicking. He stared at the hovering second hand for a long time. Then he sighed and sent the pocket watch to the sky, where it hovered above his eyes. He opened his fingers again and aimed his right hand at the pocket watch, twisting his wrist anti-clockwise. Crack, 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 crack. The speed at which he twisted his wrist was extremely slow, but the look on his face was extremely prudent. He seemed to be struggling and even in pain, as if an invisible gear was locked in his palm and he was controlling an enormous machine by turning the gear in the opposite direction. A normal person's hand would only be able to twist 90 degrees counterclockwise at most. But Liao had managed to twist his hand 180 degrees and continued moving forward despite the cracking sounds of his bones. As the angle of the twist grew larger and larger, the skin of his arm began to crack, and the bones of his arm were completely broken, poking out ghastly white bones. Blood sprayed like a meteor shower on the pocket watch and his face, but his expression didn't change in the slightest. On the contrary, the look in his eyes grew deeper and darker. As he twisted the air, the second hand of the pocket watch moved slower and slower. The air was frozen, and visible ripples were spreading out in the space around him, forming a giant counterclockwise swirl. Finally, when his palm rotated 360 degrees and his muscles, bones, and veins completely exploded, the second hand, minute hand, and hour hand of the pocket watch all stopped. What also came to a halt seemed to be time. He smiled in satisfaction and turned his broken wrist counterclockwise by 361 degrees. His blood-stained fingertips seemed to boast terrifying magical power. After the second hand of the pocket watch shivered for a moment, it followed his finger and walked backwards. It was hard to describe the sound of the second hand going backwards. It was not the clicking sound of the normal rotation, but a sound that seemed to belong to glass bullets that were bouncing up and down until they were gone. In any case, although he was a greedy, lecherous, third-rate writer and tabloid reporter who was willing to write anything for money in his previous 5 lives, it was true that he had never been related to the Heaven's Origin sector at all. He was just one of the most inconspicuous nobodies. When the Earth was restarted, it was just a series of insignificant data. Even if the Heaven's Origin sector really wanted to find a spy, they would absolutely not find him. Dream Traveler said to Liao. Liao was in a trance. He tilted his head and listened to the voice from afar or deep inside his brain. He didn't know whether or not it was his imagination, but he seemed to have heard a sound. How should he put it? A sound of glass marbles falling on the floor, data bouncing, getting denser and finally disappearing. However, there was only one floor in this warehouse, and the top floor was the canopy. How could there be glass marbles? It was probably the sound of wind and rain outside. He must have heard it wrong. Understood. Liao nodded. He took a deep breath and sat on the iron chair. The gray mist lady and Dream Traveler were both relieved. Liao suddenly asked Traveler Meng, "Do you have a watch? What time is it?" "Yes." Dream Traveler took out a delicate, vintage pocket watch from his pocket. The shell of the watch was carved with 8 tentacled octopuses in the shape of a helix, giving off an oceanic vibe. "It's 8:05 p.m. A few seconds?" Liao asked again. "A few seconds?" Dream Traveler was dazed for a moment. "Yes, to the second." "Tell me." Liao said coldly. It was 8 hours 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Dream Traveler frowned. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Liao blinked his eyes. There was confusion on his face, as if he didn't know why he asked for the time so precisely. But he soon forgot about it and nodded at Traveler Meng. Since it is a rule of the Ark Foundation, let's begin. All right, please relax and watch the clock. Watch the hour, minute, and second hand. Holding the watch chain, Dream Traveler dangled the watch in front of Liao and shook it. Liao gazed at the pocket watch and entered a mysterious trance. Everything in front of him seemed familiar. The dim light of the pointer, the clicking sounds of the mechanical structure, the howling storm outside, the position of everyone around him, their breathing and heartbeat, and the 432 mosquitoes hovering around the lights. Yes, every detail was correct. Blood-black nothingness begins to weave a network. Dream Traveler's voice was very gentle. The spell put Liao in a dream and teleported him to the memory pieces from a long time ago. The data that had not been completely cleared in the reincarnation cycle was reassembled into illusionary and real worlds. He saw himself rushing in the labyrinths and battlefields of cities, fighting for freedom and hope and even sacrificing his own life time and time again. As it turned out, I have always been a prison breaker. The 10 reincarnations in the past have always been the same. Liao suddenly realized something. However, he suddenly turned around and gazed at the burning horizon in the distance. He felt that something was missing, right? Where was the silver ball that appeared in his dream? The thing that was tied to the back of his head like a balloon had vanished. However, it was an unimportant thing. Liao shook his head hard and soon forgot it. Guided by Dream Traveler, he focused his attention on the more ancient past and awakened more memories and abilities. He did not know how long he had been wandering in the memories of his previous life. Maybe it was not until he and Dream Traveler ran out of their soul power that everything around him gradually turned fuzzy and twisted. He seemed to have been dragged back to a long tunnel and returned to the real world of this life, to a port warehouse somewhere in Southeast Asia. Liao? Liao! He heard someone calling him. That's right. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. There is no doubt that I am Liao. Congratulations on passing the final test. The room was filled with a relaxed atmosphere. All the awakeners of the Ark Foundation walked out of the shadows with sincere smiles on their faces. Traveler Dream even took the initiative to help Liao up. I didn't know that you were such a determined prisoner. You have even been the core member of the resistance in several reincarnations. You are much stronger than us. No wonder you are already stronger than the Ultimate One, when you just woke up and can fight evenly with the hunters in this life. Welcome to the Ark Foundation. Oh wait, I should be welcoming you back. Prison Breaker Liao. Liao blinked. The suspicion deep inside his eyes disappeared quickly and was replaced by a vague smile. You don't have a fifth test? Now that Dream Traveler has perceived your loyalty after 10 reincarnations, there is no need for more tests. The Gray Mist Lady apologized. I'm sorry. We shouldn't have doubted the stance of such a determined prison breaker. But please understand that this is to ensure our absolute safety. After all, the assassins of the Heaven's Origin sector must have tried everything they could to sneak into our organization. Anyone who is likely to get in touch with Red Pole will have to go through the same rigorous tests. Our previous caution was because we had no choice. Right now, we are the closest and most reliable comrades. I hope that we can fight side by side until the end and fight for true freedom and hope. The Gray Mist Lady extended her hand to Liao. Liao hesitated for a moment, but he strode forward and hugged the stranger. Of course, we will succeed. He was not a narrow-minded man. In such an apocalyptic environment, he could understand the wariness of his opponent. Now that they had made things clear and won each other's trust, there was no need to be angry over such a trivial matter. The Gray Mist Lady did not expect Liao to be so frank. She was even happier. Sparta burst into laughter behind her and hugged Liao, patting Liao's back hard with his remaining arm. Welcome back, prison breaker Liao. I have a feeling that we will be the best brothers. Yes. Liao looked at Sparta's beaming face and felt that something was not right. But he could not think of anything right now and could only nod. We are brothers. My name is Black Panther. Welcome back, prison breaker Liao. My name is Purple Electric. Welcome back, prison breaker Liao. My name is Deep Flash. Welcome back, Prison breaker Li Yao. The awakened cultivators who had been hiding in the shadows went forward and hugged Li Yao. 2. They let go of all their wariness and laughed, with the hope of victory shining deep inside their eyes. Right? Under the guidance of Dream Traveler, other than restoring more memories, the awakened can often restore more abilities. The Gray Mist Lady said to Li Yao, "How do you feel right now? Do you remember anything that can be used in a battlefield?" Well, pondering for a moment, Li Yao walked to a container not far away and opened his right hand, while he grasped his right wrist with his left hand. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Li Yao's performance. Li Yao felt that his vitality was expanding to an area of 3 to 5 square meters. He seemed to have turned into an indomitable giant. Everything within 3 to 5 square meters was under his control. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao scratched the container with his right hand, which was burning because of the rubbing of his blood. The container immediately shrieked in ear-splitting metal noises. Then, as if it had been savaged by an invisible 10,000-ton hydraulic press, it was compressed into a cluster of scrap iron no more than 1 meter in diameter. The warehouse was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. It must be noted that the standard container was more than 6 meters long and more than 2 meters in both width and height. Although the shell of the container was not made of superalloys, it was still made of solid metal that was packed with goods. Yet, Li Yao had compressed it into a 1-meter radius with the crushing force. What kind of terrifying strength was that? For a moment, everybody was looking at Li Yao weirdly. Thankfully, the 4 tests proved his stance and loyalty and convinced him that he was on their side. Otherwise, they would have been in real trouble. However, on second thought, if he hadn't been blessed with such a terrifying ability, he wouldn't have been favored by Red Pole. Red Pole must have known how strong he was before he was fully awakened. He truly deserved to be the leader who had everything under his control. Excellent! Sparta was overjoyed. He exclaimed, "We are about to wage a final war against the Heaven's Origin Sector and even the entire Earth, and we've received such strong reinforcements as Li Yao. It seems that we will be the winners of the war." Hearing that, the other awakened cultivators all nodded. They had lost too many times, and the enemy was too strong on paper. They really needed to grasp every straw to prove their stance and courage. Hoochie, hoochie, hoochie. The Void Crush had drained all of Li Yao's strength temporarily. Or rather, he seemed to have performed a technique that was hundreds of times more unbelievable than the Void Crush just now, which had drained his brain and body. He was not able to hold on any longer. Quickly replenish Li Yao's energy. The Gray Mist Lady said, "I'll send the test result to the Ark right now. The modification of the cargo ship is almost complete. We will be able to set off to the depths of the ocean in 3 to 5 hours." They sailed for 3 days and 3 nights on a modified cargo ship named Lucky Star, and gradually reached the depths of the ocean. It was not a bad idea to avoid natural disasters on the ocean. In the boundless ocean, many sea areas were still forbidden areas for human beings. There was no need to worry that they might run into enemies whose stance was unclear. The bottomless seawater could carry too much energy, or rather, change the original appearance of the ocean. An earth-shaking storm would consume 10 times more energy than on land or in shallow waters. None of the fatal disasters in the land cities, such as the collapse of buildings caused by earthquakes, or the flooding that brought mud and rocks, could have happened in this place. Even if a storm did come, the specially modified cargo ships would be able to survive it with their own weight. Perhaps because the will of the Earth had dedicated most of its time and energy to dealing with the human beings on land, the martyrs, Lucky Star had not encountered any apocalyptic storms over the past 3 days. Although the journey had been bumpy, most of the crew members were awakeners and were not scared of anything. With the help of Dream Traveler, Li Yao had snuck into the depths of his memories a few times and awakened even more powerful abilities. At the same time, he also ate food that was dozens of times more than what a normal awakener would eat. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, but he felt ill at ease. Something was bothering him and distracting him. That day, when he had just sat on the iron chair and prepared to take the Dream Traveler's test, he had heard the sound of glass bullets. He had never heard such a weird sound before. It was beyond description, but it did not sound like an illusion, either. No. On second thought, it was not because he had never heard it before, but because he seemed to have heard a similar sound somewhere. Yes, he must have heard it before. Since childhood, he had heard the sound of glass more than once. But where was it exactly? Liao suddenly discovered something very strange. He was sure that he had heard the sound of glass marbles falling from upstairs many times. But when he thought about it carefully, he could not remember when or where he had heard the damn sound of glass marbles. Liao wanted to discuss the matter with someone, but for some reason, he was unwilling to talk to the gray mist lady or the dream traveler. He thought that it was better to talk to Zhang Daniu. The guy was quite obedient when he was on the starship. Although the storms and storms every now and then had forced him to vomit his bile, he didn't complain too much. It was mainly because the gray mist lady had told him everything about the hunting team and the spies, which had scared the coward. As long as he could save his life, he would be able to endure the pain for now. Besides, the gray mist lady had told Zhang Daniu that there were a lot of his loyal readers in the nest of the Ark Foundation. Naturally, there were a lot of female awakeners who had all kinds of superpowers. He was so happy that his snot was almost popping out. His bones and other organs were suddenly as hard as steel, and he could endure any kind of pain. He could not wait to grow wings and lunge at the Ark. Maybe it was because Dream Traveler had guided him to awaken the memories of 5 reincarnations, or maybe it was because of the useless memories of the illiterate scholars, or maybe it was because so many awakened people were staying together that his brainwaves resonated with each other. But in short, he had been writing 40,000 years of cultivation in a crazy state of mind over the past couple of days. It didn't matter whether or not he was pouring his heart out. But a new chapter of 30 to 50,000 words would always give Liao something to gain and remind him of more things in the 4 universities of cultivation. At this point, Liao was even more convinced that he was the cultivator Liao of the 4 planets of cultivation. Since he had only transmigrated to Earth for a certain reason, the Red Pole must know what had happened. Zhang Daniu had specifically requested that he provide protection. After all, he was the strongest and there was no problem with his loyalty. The two of them would sleep in the same cabin at night. It would be more convenient for them to discuss anything. Therefore, when Zhang Daniu finished his 5 hours of continuous tapping that night, Liao finally couldn't help but raise the question of glass marbles falling. Master Niu, according to the files collected by the Ark Foundation, they have discovered a lot of Earth bugs which should be due to the errors in logic resulting from multiple reboots and the incomplete coverage of some of the data. But I've read them carefully, and there doesn't seem to be anything about glass bouncing. Don't you find it odd? Liao said, "You know what glass marbles sound is, don't you? Something that people all over the world have heard before. It sounds like a child playing with glass marbles upstairs who accidentally fell to the ground. Dada sounds. Every time this kind of sound appears in the dead of night, it is simply not the time when a child is playing. There are even people who are angered by this kind of sound and run upstairs to negotiate. Only then do they know that there are no children in the house upstairs, nor are there any glass marbles. What exactly is going on?" "Of course I do." Zhang Daniu rubbed his swollen fingers and said casually, "I've read an exposé on urban legends about the phenomenon of glass marbles falling from the floors above. It's true that many people blame the phenomenon on the supernatural. The nonsense about kids causing trouble is just nonsense that does not make any sense. In fact, it is the sound of the tubes in the floors when they are expanding or shrinking. Don't worry too much about it." "Is that so? But I still feel that something is not right." Liao thought carefully and said, "The architectural style and materials of every country are different. Their latitudes and climate are different, too. Of course, the distribution and construction methods of the tubes are different, too. But why is the thermal expansion and contraction of all the tubes the same? Besides, if thermal expansion and contraction are as simple as that, can't an experiment be conducted to prove it? Or can the authorities of the construction industry be asked to explain the phenomenon? Sometimes people have heard such sounds in houses, tents, and even outdoors. How can you explain that?" "Well," Zhang Daniu scratched his hair, "I don't know about that. Speaking of which, why do you care so much about the sound of glass? Many people have heard it before. I've heard it many times, too. What's the big deal? Wait, you've heard it, too? Liao's eyes suddenly turned sharp. When and where? Who? Who knows? Zhang Daniu opened his hands and said, "Who would intentionally remember such a thing? If you've heard it, then forget it. Anyway, I seem to have only heard it once recently." Recently? Liao was somewhat excited. Where? When exactly? Please think about it carefully. This seems to be, the day we arrived at the port. Zhang Daniu thought for a long time and replied uncertainly, around 8 or 9 o'clock at night. I had just been awakened by Dream Traveler and was receiving an infusion in a booth next to the warehouse to replenish my energy. When I was in a daze, I seemed to have heard glass bullets falling on the ceiling. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I can't remember clearly. 8 or 9 o'clock at night? Liao was dazed. On second thought, it was when he was brought to the warehouse by the gray mist lady for the Dream Traveler's test. It was also when he heard the sound of glass. At the same time, the two of them heard the sound of glass bullets falling. Was it a coincidence, or was there a deeper, more terrifying reason? What's there to be confused about? We are about to reach the headquarters of the Ark Foundation. If you have any questions, why don't you ask Red Pole? Zhang Daniu said unconcernedly. Ms. Gray Mist and the rest of them have been bragging about the Red Pole as if it were a godlike planet that could foresee the future. He will definitely be able to answer your questions. That's true. Liao nodded and mumbled to himself. I have to see Red Pole. As long as I see him, everything will be resolved. While they were sailing in the ocean, bad news came one after another. As the natural disasters grew more and more severe, the order of human society gradually collapsed. Many small countries that were in the middle of economic crises could not resist the scourge of earthquakes, tsunamis, storms, and floods at the same time and fell into a humanitarian disaster beyond description. The loss of a lot of refugees triggered a chain reaction in many other countries. Even the superpowers at the top of the pyramid were barely able to take care of themselves. On the 5th day after they entered the ocean, an unprecedented earthquake hit the islands of Fusang again and cut them in half. More than 70% of the land was drowned in the cold seawater, and the rest of the land turned into thousands of isolated islands. Tens of millions of refugees were fighting for the limited space. The scene was quite appalling. In the meantime, the superpowers of the West were faced with their own natural disaster. The violent eruption of the Red Stone volcano, as expected, covered more than half of North America in ash. Under the shadow, hurricanes and floods were raging. Thieves and lunatics were on a rampage. The glorious nation on the top of the mountain was decaying at a visible speed, revealing its ugliest side. Right now, not many people were talking about the apocalypse online, because everyone was very clear that the end of the world had come. There was no room for luck anymore. It was in such an environment that Lucky Star reached its destination. We're here. It was a gloomy dawn with barely any sunlight. The air was so hot that one could squeeze water out of it. But in the apocalyptic environment, the weather was not half bad. Ms. Gray Mist summoned Liao and Zhang Daniu to the deck and said in relief, I cannot tell you the specific coordinates of this place, but the Ark is right ahead. Liao and Zhang Daniu stood on their tiptoes and looked into the distance. They had thought that they would be able to see an enormous, magnificent supertanker, but as far as their eyes could reach, the surface of the ocean was peaceful and empty. There was nothing at all. What's the meaning of this? Liao and Zhang Daniu looked at each other in confusion. Besides, whether or not the gray mist lady kept the coordinates of this place a secret, wouldn't the ocean be too shabby? The sea here was empty, the sky here was completely unobstructed, and there was not the slightest hint of reefs in the surroundings. The fog was rolling, and the environment was sinister. Anything could be seen clearly from the satellites, be it ships or islands. It had been less than a week since they left the port. Modified cargo ships were designed to resist the wind and waves. Therefore, they were not driving very fast. This place was somewhere in the South Pacific at best. It was definitely not a place that was unattainable. If the Ark Foundation had established their nest in this place, wouldn't the organization of the Heaven's Origin Sector and the will of the Earth behind it have discovered it in no time? How could they still be indifferent today? Seeing that the two of them were confused, the gray mist lady smiled and gestured to the cockpit to move forward. Breaking the waves, Lucky Star moved forward slowly. An unbelievable scene took place. There was nothing in front of the head of the starship, but when they touched the air, heavy ripples spread out. They seemed to have passed through an invisible barrier. Liao and Zhang Daniu both felt that something soft like jelly was brushing past their skin. Looking at the front again, the two of them were greatly shocked. The ocean in front of them had changed. Just a moment ago, the sky was still covered in dark clouds. The sunlight was too lazy to radiate any heat. The scattered raindrops fell upon them, bringing a bone-piercing chill. The seawater was as black as a swamp, with a lot of ugly seaweed floating in it. However, after sailing forward for only 300 to 500 meters, the sky suddenly turned into a cloudless blue. The scorching sun was shining unscrupulously. Even the seawater was shockingly blue. Every wave was colliding like a sapphire, making it impossible to tell the boundary between the sky and the sponge. Liao, look there! Look there! While Liao was immersed in the blue and resplendent heaven and earth, Zhang Daniu suddenly patted his shoulder and started shouting. Liao narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction he was pointing at. He saw a pure white fish that was as translucent as jade jumping out of the water. It drew a beautiful arc on the surface of the ocean and dived into the water, waving its colorful tail. What is this? Liao was dumbfounded. Although he was not a marine biologist, he was very clear that it was impossible for such a beautiful fish to appear on Earth. This fish was at least 5 to 6 meters long, far longer than the average dolphin. It was simply a small-scale whale. But whether it was a dolphin or a whale, they were mainly black and white. There was absolutely no such pure white fish with 7-colored tail fins. This was simply a spiritual beast that only existed in the immortal realm. On the surface of the sea where the fish were jumping and swimming, thousands of streaks of gold brightness were glittering. On a closer look, one could see that golden jellyfish were floating in the seawater. Their tentacles were waving and condensing into flames one moment and stars the next. They looked like a bunch of deities wandering in the universe. Is this still Earth? Liao was completely confused. Not far in front of them, a lush island rose up from the bottom of the ocean like a giant boat that was ready to soar into the sky at any moment. Near the island, several cone-shaped mountains were floating in midair almost 100 meters high. Waterfalls were flowing down from the sky, creating glamorous rainbows under the sunlight. This is an ark. Liao looked at the scene that defied the common sense of physics and observed the shape of the island carefully. There were no other supertankers nearby. He suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "That's right." The gray mist lady said with a smile, "Everybody thinks that the Ark is a gargantuan supertanker, including the Heaven's Origin Sector and even the will of the planet. When a supertanker is sailing in the ocean, traces will always be left, including when it is being manufactured in the dock, when it is receiving supplies, and when it is registered to the country of the starship. All the intelligence will betray it. Therefore, over the past decades, the Heaven's Origin Sector has spent a lot of manpower and resources searching for all the supertankers in the world, including the relatively large 10,000-ton cargo ships, trying to locate our headquarters, but to no avail. But you don't know that the so-called Ark is just a smoke grenade released by Red Pole to interfere with the investigation and lockdown of the Heaven's Origin Sector and buy us more time for the ultimate battle. The real Ark is exactly the island in front of you. Ark Island. I see." Liao was suddenly enlightened. It was true that the supertankers could come and go freely at sea, but everything they needed for daily operations, from manufacturing to purchasing to maintenance, was too complicated and too eye-catching. With the support of the Heaven's Origin Sector and the will of the Earth, it was not difficult to locate and lock onto the 30,000-ton cargo ships and the tankers produced by the major ship manufacturers on Earth. Once it was locked onto, Even the most solid and enormous archi would be doomed. However, an island was different. An island of such a large scale could even produce its own water, making it completely self-sufficient. The energy, resources, and manpower that it could not provide could be provided by relatively small-scale ships. In this era, navigation technology was so advanced that even a fishing boat weighing a few hundred tons could be installed with a global satellite positioning system, allowing it to enter the depths of the ocean and work for a year and a half. No matter how formidable the Heavens Enlightenment Organization was, it was impossible to lock onto all the ocean-going ships in the world. Liao was confused. What is going on exactly? Are we still on Earth? Of course we are on Earth. The gray mist lady was amused. I merely drove into a space crevice. Space folds. Liao was dazed. What is that? As an Easterner, you should be familiar with the concept, right? The gray mist lady said, in the ancient cultivation classics of the East, there is a saying that goes, a natural paradise, and a winding path leads to a secluded world. It is said that the ancient people once entered a space crevice by accident and came to a mysterious space where time had been frozen for hundreds of years. After they returned, they wrote an article named The Peach Blossom Spring. Why don't you consider the world in front of you a peach blossom spring too? Do you understand? Of course, Liao had read The Peach Blossom Spring, and he could understand what the gray mist lady meant. Although the Peach Blossom Spring could be interpreted as a remote village that was far from the modern era, the author had gone back to look for it later. He had returned the way he came, but he could not find the location of the Peach Blossom Spring. It seemed to be a feature of a paradise or a space wrinkle. In the stories of supernatural powers, such mysterious spaces that were invisible to ordinary people had appeared multiple times, both in the ancient tales and in modern fantasy novels. According to the common understanding of Ark and Apocalypse, it was very likely that observers were the authors of the novels. The absurd stories they wrote more or less reflected part of reality. Therefore, it was reasonable that these space folds existed. If you still don't understand, you might as well imagine that there is an enormous server behind the Earth where we live, and the space folds are a small private server that is secretly installed inside the server. The gray mist lady said, maybe because of the logical errors and the overflow of data caused by multiple reboots, or maybe because of the unswerving battles and breakthroughs of the previous generations of prison breakers, they have finally made this spacefold camp what it looks like today. After Red Pole was taken over, it was further expanded and strengthened, forming the Ark Island in front of you. This place is both our last secret base and our strongest battle fortress. Server. Liao frowned. I still don't like the theory. It makes me feel that I'm not real enough. Like I said, there's no need to dwell on such questions. The gray mist lady smiled. I believe in our world, too. The sky above our head and the earth below our feet are real. Our flesh, blood, and soul are real, too. This is definitely not a game in the virtual world. However, you have to admit that, if there is indeed a four-dimensional life that is higher than us, and the will of the earth is such a four-dimensional life, it is very likely that it will strike us across dimensions. For example, it will lock us in a prison of reincarnation and send us into one reincarnation after another, although we don't know why it is doing that. From this point of view, the will of the earth as a four-dimensional life form looks at us earthlings living in the three-dimensional world in the same way that we look at the virtual figures in the computer games. How annoying! Liao's furrowed brows were still furrowed. Truth or false, I don't like the feeling of being manipulated. I don't even like the feeling of being manipulated. I only like the feeling that somebody is looking down upon all living creatures from above. Then, let's find a way to overthrow it. This is the mission of the Hellbreakers, the gray mist lady said casually. Remove everything that is above us and let us, the 6 billion heroic spirits from Earth, stand at the peak of the three-dimensional, the four-dimensional, and even all the universes. There will be no existence that can interfere with our free will at all, much less restrict or manipulate it. The gray mist lady's words raised a sense of pride in Liao's heart. He stopped dwelling on whether it was true or false. Pondering for a moment, he asked, is this place safe enough? A lot of traces of our rescue operation have been exposed. Will the heavens origin sector follow us and attack us? Rest assured. The gray mist lady smiled and said, the most amazing thing about the folds of space is that it is not fixed at a certain coordinate in the depths of the ocean. Although you can see that this place is peaceful and that the ocean is boundless, in the ocean outside, the wrinkled channel is moving irregularly in the vast and boundless Pacific Ocean. It took us several reincarnations to grasp the pattern of its movement. How can the heavens origin sector see through the folded channel in just a few days? Unless the spies of the heavens origin sector sneak into this place and transmit the information to the outside world without alarming anyone, it is impossible for us to be discovered within 10 days to half a month. And 10 days to half a month is enough for the Red Pole to complete the final preparations. This is also the reason why we have to thoroughly examine and test everyone who has entered the spatial folds. I'm sorry about those few days. The gray mist lady was someone who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She was still apologizing for the grievances that Liao had suffered over the past few days. It doesn't matter. I didn't know that the headquarters of the Ark Foundation was such a mysterious place, either. Now, I finally understand what Red Pole meant. Liao smiled. Indeed, if I were sitting in such a secret base, I would run the most rigorous tests on the people entering and exiting the place. Chances are that I would be 100 times more careful than him. His words made everyone on the deck laugh. Anyways, we are finally home. Sparta, the muscular man, took a deep breath and grinned. Everything is settled now that I'm home. Although Liao had never been to the home of the prison breakers, he felt more at ease after hearing the confidence in the gray mist lady's words. Right then, Lucky Star was getting closer and closer to the Ark Island. Dozens of large-scale facilities that looked like drilling rigs could be seen on the shallow sea near the island. Above them were towers made of steel that looked like antennas soaring into the sky. Of course, these facilities were not oil rigs. The Ark Foundation probably did not need them, nor could they exploit oil to earn a resistance fund. However, for a moment, Liao was not sure what use they had. He could only see that dozens of similar facilities surrounded the entire Ark Island, and most of the facilities did not seem to be completed yet. There were scaffolding all around, on which many workers were working in full swing. The sparks of welding were everywhere, and the sounds of steel were echoing non-stop. Liao narrowed his eyes and observed carefully. He discovered that the vast majority of the workers had peculiar appearances. If they didn't have wings growing out of their ribs, then they had a stocky build. Some of their limbs were deformed and swollen. A fist the size of a clay pot could be used as a hammer. They could even float in the air without relying on any external force. Presumably, they were all awakened. The gray mist lady confirmed Liao's speculation. She told Liao that more than 10,000 awakened cultivators had gathered on the entire Ark Island, which was apparently a world of superpowers. Those people boasted dazzling techniques and abilities, and the laws of gravity inside the space folds were slightly different from those in the outside world. Together with the Red Pole's control over the sea near the island, the workers were able to get rid of the restriction of gravity temporarily and improve their efficiency. However, the gray mist lady was not clear what they were actually making either. It was a secret that only Red Pole knew. It was said to be the deciding weapon in the ultimate war. Lucky Star gradually drew close to the dock. After another thorough search and test, it was not until more than half a day later that Liao and Zhang Daniu were allowed to go to the command room of Red Pole. It was a cluster of buildings that looked like fortresses half below the ground. The dome of the buildings was like skulls scattered on the ground that were emitting gray colors. The gray mist lady told Liao that the dome of the buildings was covered in a thick lead shell, mainly to prevent the brainwaves of the Red Pole from leaking out and being perceived by the apocalypse and the will of the earth. Such cautiousness was the reason why Red Pole was not locked onto or destroyed after dozens of cycles. The underground channel leading to the command room was blocked by an iron wall that was as thick as the door of a vault. Standing in front of the door, Liao sensed that almost 10 rays of different attributes passed through his body. Then, dull mechanical noises echoed deep inside the door, and a gap was opened slowly. The gray mist lady gestured for Liao and Zhang Daniu to go in alone. This was as far as she could go. After the two of them squeezed in with some difficulty, the door was immediately closed, leaving them in darkness. For a moment, Liao felt his heart tighten. He wondered whether or not everything was a lie. Was the so-called Ark and Apocalypse the same thing? Were they all traps set up by the will of the earth in order to catch all of them? However, soon, a series of arrows lit up on the ground in front of them, indicating that they should take a few turns and go deeper and deeper. Finally, they reached a relatively spacious underground space. The space was enshrouded in a hazy mist of light. The intense brightness stung Liao's pupils, making it difficult for him to open his eyes, even though he had been groping in the darkness. He was dazed for a moment before he realized that it was a screen that had been installed on the walls and the ceiling. The large and small screens displayed the disasters everywhere in the world, as well as the complicated figures and reports. An astronomical amount of information was rolling together with the mist of light. Many pieces of information were floating in midair, giving the feeling that the place was decades ahead of its time. Other than the screen, the spacious room was empty except for an ergonomic computer chair that had its back to the two of them. They could not see the person sitting on the chair clearly. They could only see that he was wearing a very funny helmet that seemed to be made of lead. 2. Slither. Slither. Right then, weird noises came from the front of the chair, followed by even weirder noises. The Red Pole, the leader of the Ark Foundation and the most dangerous prison breaker in the past 10 reincarnations? Liao and Zhang Daniu looked at each other in confusion. Hearing the footsteps of the two, the clicking sounds came to an abrupt end. The computer chair slowly turned around. Liao and Zhang Daniu held their breath and gazed at the leader of the Hellbreakers. However, the appearance and style of the Red Pole Star surprised them. The man looked like an Easterner. He had a baby face whose age was hard to guess. His facial features were decent, but there was an air of cunningness lingering around his face. The most eye-catching part about him was the star-shaped birthmark on his left eye. Liao had never seen a birthmark with such a clear edge, such a regular shape, and such a bright red color. It was like a red star that had been branded on his face. Presumably, the nickname Red Pole came from this birthmark. His face gave Liao a strangely familiar feeling. He had the same feeling when he met Master Zhang Jiashu a few days ago. But the feeling right now was hundreds of times more intense. However, what surprised Liao the most was not his appearance, but his appearance. A t-shirt with coconut trees, beach, blue sky, and white clouds printed on the upper half. A pair of beach shorts made of cotton linen that was both loose and comfortable. A pair of cheap flip-flops clipped to his feet. A cup of tropical comprehensive fruit juice in his left hand, and a bag of cucumber-flavored potato chips in his right hand. It was not until this point that Liao realized that the slurping sound just now was the sound of him drinking juice through a straw, and the cracking sound was the sound of him eating potato chips. "Are you serious?" Liao asked himself in his heart. Is this the attitude of the leader of the resistance who has persisted for countless cycles? Is there a mistake somewhere? However, deep down his heart, he had an urge to drink juice and eat potato chips. At the same time, Zhang Daniu exclaimed in surprise. Liao came back to himself and immediately realized what Zhang Daniu meant. No wonder the man looked so familiar. Wasn't he the pirate potentate Boss Bai in the novel 40,000 Years of Cultivation? No, that's not right. This flowery t-shirt, beach shorts, flip-flops, and a combination of fruit juice was indeed Boss Bai's unique classic style in the beginning. But when the cultivator Liao in the novel saw it, he was envious and had the idea that a man should be like this. Later, he shamelessly copied this style. And right now, this figure had appeared on Red Pole's body, and it was dressed so. Just right. Completely matched his temperament. He simply looked like a character from a novel. So, who was he exactly and who was he exactly? Liao was completely lost. Just like that, Liao, Red Pole Star, and Zhang Daniu stared at each other for a long time. The more they looked at each other, the more familiar they felt. The more they looked, the more uncomfortable they felt. The more they looked, the weirder they felt. In the end, the Red Pole Star broke the silence. "Do you want some juice?" The leader of the Ark Foundation asked with a smile. His voice was somewhat hoarse. It sounded completely different from Liao's and Zhang Daniu's. But for some reason, Liao felt that it was strangely familiar. It was as if he was hearing his own voice from a tape recorder. At this point, no matter how strange things were, there was no need to be shocked. Liao and Zhang Daniu looked at each other and nodded. A small refrigerator was hidden behind a few screens in the corner of the room. Red Polestar took out 3 cans of fruit juice and threw 2 of them to Liao. She then opened one of the cans and took a sip before she exclaimed in satisfaction, "I've been cooped up on this island all day and can't go anywhere. This is all that's left. Try it. It's not bad." Taking a deep breath, Liao opened the bottle and drank half of it. How should he put it? The sour, sweet, and cold feeling had connected his entire neural network. He seemed to have never tasted such a feeling for hundreds of years. Right? Not bad. Right? The Red Pole Star looked at them with a smile and opened her hands. "What do you think? Do you have any questions? Let's hurry up. I promise that I will tell you everything I know." "You?" Liao glanced at Zhang Daniu and asked the Red Pole Star, "Who is it exactly? Why do I feel that you are so familiar even though we've never met before?" "You are so familiar that I feel that we are twins or that I am looking at myself in a mirror. Our appearances and voices are so different. This is too weird." "Good question." Red Extremity tilted his head and thought for a moment. The expression on his face was exactly the same as Liao's. "What if I say that my name is also Liao? What do you think?" "Well," Liao was even more confused. "A name is just a code name. There are many people in the world with the same name and surname. Among the 6 billion people, there are at least thousands of people with the name Liao. Right?" The Red Pole Star continued, "In order to distinguish between you and me, just keep calling me Red Pole. Besides, even if I am really called Liao, it doesn't mean anything. I know that you are suspecting that you are somehow related to the novel 40,000 Years of Cultivator, or that the protagonist of the novel, Cultivator Liao, has been teleported to Earth. Congratulations. Your guess is very close to the truth, but you can't say that you are 100% Cultivator Liao, or even 50% Cultivator Liao. 50% of the cultivators? Liao was even more confused. Yes or no? What do you mean by percentage? It's simple. You've met Master Zhang Jiashu and taken something from the depths of his soul, right? Red Extremity smiled. Master Zhang Jiashu clearly carries part of the features of Cultivator Liao, although he is not willing to admit it and is trying his best to resist. You and I are very clear that part of Cultivator Liao's soul fragments are embedded in the depths of his brain. What percentage of Cultivator Liao do you think Master Zhang Jiashu is? Liao somewhat understood what Red Pole meant, but he was even more confused. It was true that teacher Zhang Jiashu was absolutely not the real Liao. He was just a muddle-headed ordinary person, but his body was branded with a very distinct characteristic that belonged to Cultivator Liao. Even if it was only 1% or 0.001% or even 0.001%, Liao would absolutely not be mistaken. What exactly was going on? Let me tell you everything. Although I don't know much, it is enough for us to complete our mission. Red Pole Star said, "First of all, you've all learned that there is 4 universities of cultivation, somewhere in the depths of the Sea of Stars, including Cultivator Liao. You might as well consider him to be the real Liao. Is that okay?" Liao and Zhang Daniu nodded at the same time. Then they asked at the same time, "Is it true? Does the 4 universes of cultivation and Liao of cultivation really exist?" "It's true. Although the details are definitely a little different from the content of the novel, I believe that on the other side of the endless sea of stars, there are indeed the 4 universes of cultivators and Liao, as well as countless soul-stirring and wonderful stories." Red Pole Star continued, "As for Cultivator Liao, he is exactly what Master Niu described him to be. He is a great hero who is kind-hearted, passionate, and ambitious. He has never hesitated to sacrifice himself for his country and his people. Since childhood, he has been determined to burn himself, protect his civilization, and illuminate the entire universe." "Well," Liao stammered, Zhang Daniu, Master Niu has written 2,000 chapters of 40,000 years of cultivation. I believe you all know a thing or two about the general appearance of the 4 universes of cultivation and the magnificent first half of Li Yao's life. That's right. He is such a compassionate, fearless man. Time and time again, he dragged his almost overexhausted life into the most furious rapids and the most perilous swirls. There were several times when he almost perished, weren't there? Li Yao and Zhang Daniu looked at each other and managed to say, "If you say so." Although Master Niu hasn't written the final ending of Cultivator Li Yao yet, we all believe that his belief has been polished and cannot be changed. Therefore, in the end of the 4 universes of cultivation, when he is faced with the Imperium, the Holy Alliance, the Pangu civilization, or even stronger enemies in order to protect what he must protect, he will certainly throw himself into the face of greater danger and stronger enemies. Your assumption is not wrong, is it? Li Yao nodded, but he still felt that something was not right. Yes, but what happened to us? Why did we travel to Earth from the 4 universes of cultivation? The question is simple. Red Extremity said, "Just flip through the first few chapters of, and you will know. How did the original earthly Li Yao transmigrate to the 4 cultivation universes and become Cultivator Li Yao?" Li Yao's eyes were wide open. "Are you saying that, after we transmigrated from Earth to the 4 universes of cultivation and experienced a soul-stirring, twisted, and bizarre life in the 4 universes of cultivation, we have transmigrated back? Of course, we have to transmigrate back. Otherwise, what will happen to the Vulture plan that we can't forget? Now that Master Niu has written the relevant chapter, you should all know the truth of the Vulture plan, right? Yes, to destroy the Earth, or at least to defeat the Earth, this damn reincarnation prison. However, it is not easy to get out of the reincarnation prison. It is even more difficult to sneak into the reincarnation prison from the outside. I believe that, when the cultivator Li Yao snuck into the reincarnation prison again, he might have erased all the life information inside his soul and turned himself into a blank sheet of paper. What's the meaning of this? Li Yao frowned. Why are you doing this? The reason is simple. If we were in the same position and had the same mindset, we would have made the same choice. Because we are unwilling to reveal all the information about the 4 universities of cultivation, including its coordinates in the endless sea of stars, the situation of the Federation, the Imperium, and the Sanctuary Alliance, as well as the secret identity that we once escaped from the reincarnation prison. Everything must remain hidden from the will of the Earth. There is a price to pay for transmigration. I believe that the cultivator who has just transmigrated, Li Yao, is still very weak. He is no match for the will of the Earth at all. If he is discovered by the will of the Earth at that time, not only will he be unable to complete the Vulture plan, it is also possible that the will of the Earth will track him down and destroy the 4 universes of cultivators. Then he will be screwed. Moreover, Li Yao might not have been taking the initiative. He must have been caught in a very passive situation. For example, when his body was destroyed and his soul was seriously damaged, he was forced to seal all his life information and enter a certain hibernation state. The Red Pole Star's speculation was reasonable and convincing, but that was not enough to explain the weird incidents that had happened to Li Yao, Zhang Daniu, Master Zhang Jiashu, and the Red Pole Star itself. Li Yao thought for a moment and said, "All right, I agree that Cultivator Li Yao has experienced a second space jump and returned to Earth with the power from the boundless sea of stars. He wants to free all his compatriots who have been suppressed in the prison of reincarnation. But he is alone. How can he influence so many of us? Who is the real Li Yao between you and me?" Yes and no. The Red Pole Star smiled. I believe that, when the cultivator Li Yao transmigrated to Earth, not only did he erase all the information about his life, his soul also split into thousands of pieces. Soul division? Li Yao was dazed. There is such a thing? Why? Isn't it easy to understand? The Red Pole Star opened his hands and said, "Because there is bound to be a solid barrier outside of the Earth, a protective membrane similar to the atmosphere. If a gargantuan meteoroid were to hit the Earth, it would certainly be torn into thousands of pieces by the atmosphere, turning into a gorgeous but harmless meteor shower. Wouldn't it? On the other hand, If one wants to sneak into the reincarnation prison without alarming anyone, their soul would certainly be too large, too dazzling, and too eye-catching. How could they not be discovered by the will of the earth? Only by tearing your soul into thousands of pieces actively or passively and infiltrating them quietly can you bypass the defense line and arrive successfully. If you still can't understand it, you might as well imagine that the earth, reincarnation prison is surrounded by a defense network that looks like a fishing net. Anything larger than the net will trigger alarms and be discovered by the will of the earth. The things smaller than the net are theoretically impossible to cause any harm to the will of the earth. Therefore, other than erasing his own life information, Liao had to tear his soul into pieces that were smaller than nets so that he could sneak in without alarming anybody. This is too. Liao didn't know how to describe Cultivator Liao's approach. He felt that his head was dizzy and he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Of course, everywhere I go, there will be traces. The so-called erasing the information of life is not necessarily unrecoverable. Even Liao himself does not wish to be obliterated just like that. The red pole star continued. Every soul fragment that seems to be blank actually contains all the information about Cultivator Liao. Instead of calling them fragments, they are more like sleeping seeds. They seem lifeless, but as long as they are given a suitable environment, they can sprout and radiate the brilliance of life again. Of course, from the perspective of the will of the earth, it is not wrong to say that the soul fragments are all goddamn viruses and the most dangerous cancer cells that can infect, swallow, and transform everything. At the very least, we are all infected, aren't we? Ha 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 ha. Liao rubbed his temples. In a trance, he felt that a giant tree was rising from the depths of his brain. The trees were bearing fruits, each of which had the smiling face of a cultivator named Liao. How disgusting. Now, do you understand what is going on with us? The red pole star opened its arms and said, about 10 reincarnations ago, thousands of seeds or viruses from the deepest part of the universe penetrated into the prison of reincarnation through the dragnet of the will of the earth and planted the souls of thousands of heroes inside. Although the power of the seed or the virus was extremely weak, and the information about Liao's life seemed to have been wiped out, there was still something warm-blooded and touching in the deepest part of the seed. It spread out in the souls of the martyrs, trying to awaken their memories of the past and their desire for freedom. Most of the seeds or viruses have failed. After all, too much time has passed. What is fake has become real, and what is real has become fake. Heroic spirits such as Master Xianxia have been dwelling in the paradise created by the will of the earth. They have completely forgotten their true appearance thousands of times ago, the glory and dreams that once swept across the universe. But in the end, a small portion of the heroic spirits accepted the seed's gift and the virus infection. They understood the paleness and illusion of the world in front of them and embarked on the path of finding their true self. We have been fighting time and time again in the reincarnation cycle. We are using the battles to further activate the power of the seeds and the virus. We are also looking for like-minded comrades in the resonance of our dreams, including people like Master Xianxia. We are retrieving seeds and viruses that do not belong to him from the depths of his soul and integrating them into our own brains. You can think of it as a jigsaw puzzle. Cultivator Liao's soul fragments are buried deep inside the brains of countless heroic spirits. As long as we can reassemble the fragments, we will be able to let 100% of Liao's body be reborn, and he will be even stronger than before. He will be so strong that he will be in the body integration stage.